Welcome back to Shadow at 3 a.m. Seekers, to a journey 50 parts in the making. A tale that began in the chilling confines of a haunted apartment, spiraled through encounters with lost souls and malevolent entities, and ultimately expanded to encompass a global awakening of ancient forces. This is the story of Sarah and Mark, a couple whose lives are forever changed by the extraordinary events within their Brooklyn loft. Over 50 chapters, experience or fear, their unwavering love, and their remarkable journey of empathy as they help lost souls confront pure darkness and ultimately learn to live with the lingering echoes of the unseen. Prepare for a tale that will touch your heart and challenge your perceptions. Stage 1, The First Shadows. Chapter 1, Uneasy Slumber. The Sunday evening in their Brooklyn apartment hummed with a quiet intimacy. Sunlight, mellowing towards dusk, slanted through the large, industrial-style windows, casting long shadows that danced with the gentle sway of the hanging plants Sarah had painstakingly arranged. The air, still carrying the faint scent of the lavender diffuser she favored, was punctuated by the soft strumming of Mark's vintage Gibson acoustic. He sat on the worn Persian rug in the living room center, his brow furrowed in concentration as he chased a melody that seemed to drift just beyond his grasp. Sarah, curled on the plush velvet couch, a half-read novel resting on her lap, watched him with a fond smile. They had only moved into this loft a few weeks ago, and the space, with its exposed brick walls and high ceilings, already felt like theirs, a sanctuary carved out of the city's relentless energy. Sarah, a freelance graphic designer with a penchant for clean lines and bold colors, had envisioned this as their haven, a place where their individual creative energies could intertwine and flourish. Mark, a musician perpetually on the cusp of his big break, saw it as a space where his melodies could finally take root and blossom. Their life together, in these early months in their new abode, felt like a carefully composed song, each note resonating with shared dreams and quiet affections. Later, as the city outside began to hum its nightly tune, a low thrum of traffic and distant sirens a constant backdrop, Sarah found herself restless in their shared bedroom. The crisp linen sheets felt cool against her skin, yet subtle unease kept her mind racing. The day's to-do list replayed in her head, deadlines looming like shadowy figures in the periphery of her thoughts. She finally drifted off, but her sleep was a fractured landscape of disjointed images and fleeting sensations. She dreamed of wandering through a labyrinthine building, its corridors narrow and suffocating, the air thick with a silence that felt heavy and expectant. Each turn led to another identical passage, the sense of being lost growing with every step. A faint scratching sound echoed from somewhere unseen, a persistent, unsettling rhythm that prickled her skin. She tried to call out, but her voice caught in her throat, a silent scream trapped within her. A cold dread, unattached to any specific threat, clung to her like a damp shroud. She woke with a start, her heart hammering against her ribs, a thin sheen of perspiration slicking her forehead. The room was cloaked in the deep indigo of the late hour, the only discernible shapes the familiar outlines of their furniture. Mark slept soundly beside her, his breathing a steady, reassuring rhythm. Sarah tried to rationalize the lingering fear, attributing it to the unfamiliarity of the new environment. The subtle shifts in air currents, the city's nocturnal whispers seeping through the old window panes. She turned onto her side, facing Mark, seeking the comfort of his presence, and eventually the heavy cloak of sleep descended once more. A few nights later, the disquiet returned, more insistent this time. Sarah found herself suspended in that liminal space between wakefulness and sleep, a state where the edges of reality blurred and the subconscious held sway. A crushing weight pressed down on her chest, stealing her breath. She fought open her eyes, her eyelids feeling impossibly heavy, as if glued shut. Paralysis gripped her limbs, rendering her utterly immobile. Panic clawed at her throat, a silent scream building within her constricted lungs. Through the oppressive darkness, a tall, indistinct shadow coalesced at the foot of their bed. It was a presence more than a defined shape, a column of deeper black against the surrounding gloom, radiating an aura of cold malevolence. It stood there, silent and unmoving, its unseen gaze fixed upon her, a silent judgment that sent shivers down her spine despite the stillness of her body. Finally, with a surge of desperate will, she managed to twitch a finger, then a hand, breaking the suffocating paralysis. She gasped, bolting upright in bed, her breath coming in ragged, desperate gulps. The shadow was gone, vanished as if it had never been, leaving only the lingering residue of terror clinging to the air. In the adjacent room, Mark's nights had begun to take a similarly unsettling turn. He'd wake abruptly in the dead of night, his heart pounding a frantic tattoo against his ribs, the remnants of a disturbing dream clinging to the edges of his consciousness like cobwebs. He couldn't quite grasp the narrative of these nocturnal terrors, only the visceral feeling of dread that lingered long after he'd surfaced to full wakefulness. He'd often hear faint, inexplicable sounds within the apartment when the city outside had fallen into a relative hush. The almost imperceptible creak of the floorboards in the hallway, a soft, rhythmic tapping against the wall they shared with a neighboring unit, or a barely audible sigh that seemed to emanate from the very air around him. He'd rise, his senses on high alert, and meticulously search the apartment, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, but he'd never find anything amiss, nothing to account for the unsettling sounds. He'd chalk it up to the building's age, the settling of the old structure, or perhaps just a heightened sensitivity of his artistic temperament. But like Sarah, Mark's experiences escalated. One night, he dreamed he was standing in their bedroom, the familiar space warped and distorted by an all-encompassing darkness that felt thick and suffocating. An icy dread seeped into his bones, a primal instinct screaming that he was not alone. He felt an unseen presence lurking behind him, a silent observer whose gaze burned into the back of his neck. He tried to turn, to confront whatever malevolence shadowed him, but his limbs were leaden, refusing to obey his frantic commands. Suddenly, a hand, cold and skeletal, brushed against his nape, then tightened, its grip vice-like, cutting off his air. He struggled to cry out, to break the suffocating hold, but no sound escaped his paralyzed vocal cords. In the oppressive gloom, a tall, gaunt shadow stood framed in the doorway, its form barely discernible, yet its malevolent intent palpable, its unseen eyes boring into him with chilling intensity. With a final, desperate lurch of his subconscious, he jolted awake, his throat raw, his chest heaving for air. Sarah lay beside him, her breathing soft and even, oblivious of the terror that had just gripped him. These shared disturbances, these unsettling nights and inexplicable sensations, were the first tremors, the subtle shifts in the foundation of their peaceful existence. They were the opening chords of a terrifying symphony, a prelude to a horror they could not yet comprehend. Sarah and Mark, still clinging to the normalcy of their daily routines, were unaware that the shadows in their dreams were not mere figments of their imagination, but perhaps a creeping intrusion, a sinister tendril reaching into the very fabric of their reality. The story of their shared terror had only just begun, and the darkness held secrets far more profound and terrifying than they could ever imagine. The quiet hum of their Brooklyn apartment was about to be drowned out by a chorus of fear, a chilling duet of the waking and the sleeping, where the boundaries between nightmare and reality would soon dissolve into a terrifying, shared abyss. Chapter 2. The Chilling Coincidence. The Monday morning that followed was draped in a fragile veil of normalcy, a thin gauze attempting to conceal the disquiet that had taken root in Sarah and Mark's apartment. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, a familiar comfort that felt strangely out of sync with the unease that lingered beneath the surface of their interactions. They moved through their usual morning routine, the clinking of mugs, the rustle of newspapers, the brief exchange of sleepy smiles, all feeling slightly performative, as if they were actors adhering to a script they no longer fully believed in. But the unspoken hung heavy between them, a shared secret that both were hesitant to fully acknowledge. Sarah found herself constantly glancing at the foot of their bed, a shiver tracing its way down her spine despite the warmth of her sweater. Mark, while absent-mindedly strumming his guitar as he waited for his laptop to boot up, kept catching himself staring at the bedroom doorway, a knot of anxiety tightening in his stomach. It was over their lukewarm mugs of coffee, the silence stretching a little too long, that Sarah finally broke the fragile dam of their unspoken fear. "Last night," she began, her voice barely a whisper, her gaze fixed on the swirling patterns of the coffee in her cup. Did you have a weird night?" Mark's fingers stilled on the guitar strings. He looked up, his eyes meeting hers, a flicker of recognition, a shared understanding passing between them. "Weird how?" he asked, his voice low, mirroring her own. Sarah hesitated, unsure how to articulate the terror that had gripped her. I woke up. I couldn't move. There was this shadow at the end of the bed." She finally met his gaze, her eyes wide with a lingering fear. It felt evil, like it was watching me. Mark's breath hitched. He set his guitar down carefully, the wood landing on the rug with a soft thud that seemed amplified in the quiet apartment. He leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees, his gaze intense. "Sarah," he said slowly, his voice laced with a tremor she had never heard before, "the same thing happened to me." A wave of cold washed over Sarah, a chilling confirmation of her deepest, most irrational fears. "You saw it too?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Mark nodded, his eyes haunted. "By the bedroom door. Tall, dark. I felt like it was suffocating me. I couldn't yell, couldn't move." He ran a hand through his already disheveled hair. "I thought I was losing it. A bad dream. Stress." The air in the apartment seemed to thicken, the comfortable familiarity replaced by a palpable tension. The sheer improbability of their identical experiences hung between them, a terrifying coincidence that defied logical explanation. They recounted their separate ordeals, their voices hushed, their words tumbling out in a rush of fear and disbelief. The details, as they emerged, were disturbingly congruent. The oppressive weight on their chests, the feeling of paralysis, the inability to speak, the chilling presence of a tall, shapeless shadow in the same room, albeit in different locations within that space. Even the feeling of malevolence, the sense of being watched with an intent that felt deeply hostile, echoed in both their accounts. They spent the rest of the morning in a state of bewildered unease, their attempt at work punctuated by nervous glances and hushed discussions. They tried to find a rational explanation, clinging to the familiar comfort of logic. Maybe it was something in the air, carbon monoxide, but the detectors were silent. Maybe it was a shared nightmare, a bizarre psychological phenomenon triggered by the stress of the move, but the visceral reality of their experiences, the lingering fear that clung to them like a second skin, felt far too real to be dismissed as mere figments of their imaginations. That afternoon, Sarah, driven by a desperate need to understand, began to research sleep paralysis online. She scrolled through articles, her brow furrowed in concentration, reading about the temporary inability to move or speak that often occurs when waking up or falling asleep. The descriptions resonated with their experiences. The paralysis, the feeling of being trapped within their own bodies. But then she delved deeper, reading about the hypnagogic and hypnopompic hallucinations that can accompany sleep paralysis, the vivid sensory experiences that can range from benign to terrifying. Many accounts described shadowy figures, a sense of a menacing presence, even feelings of suffocation. She called Mark over the laptop, her voice tight with mixture of relief and growing dread. "Look at this," she said, pointing to a paragraph describing common hallucinations associated with sleep paralysis. "Shadowy figures, a feeling of being watched, pressure on the chest." Mark read the words, his expression shifting from skeptical to thoughtful. "It fits," he conceded, but a shadow of doubt still lingered in his eyes. "But the same shadow? In the same night? That's a hell of a coincidence, Sarah." And that was the crux of their unease, the detail that refused to be easily dismissed, the shared nature of their terror, the identical shadow, the almost simultaneous occurrence. It felt less like a random neurological glitch and more like something else, something external, something that had targeted them, both of them, in the sanctuary of their own bedroom that evening, As twilight painted the sky in hues of bruised purple and angry orange, they found themselves drawn to the local library, seeking answers in the hushed silence of the stacks. They pulled books on sleep disorders, on the psychology of fear, even venturing into the dimly lit corners dedicated to folklore and local legends. They read about night terrors, about the subconscious mind's ability to conjure terrifying images, but a persistent question remained. Why the same image, the same feeling, shared across two separate minds in the same small apartment? They found nothing that truly satisfied their growing unease, no scientific explanation that fully accounted for the chilling synchronicity of their experiences, no local lore that spoke of a shared nocturnal torment. The books offered explanations, but they felt hollow, inadequate in the face of the visceral fear that continued to gnaw at them. Back in their apartment, the familiar comfort of their shared space felt tainted, a subtle shift in the atmosphere that made them both feel perpetually on edge. Every creak of the old building, every shadow that danced in the periphery of their vision, now carried a hint of menace. They found themselves constantly checking on each other, their sleep patterns disrupted, their nights punctuated by fitful awakenings and anxious whispers. "Maybe we should talk to someone," Sarah suggested late that night, her voice barely audible in the darkness. "A doctor? A therapist?" Mark nodded slowly. "Yeah, maybe you're right. But what do we tell them? That we're both seeing the same shadow in our nightmares." He sighed, the sound heavy with frustration and a growing sense of helplessness. "They'll think we're crazy." But the alternative, the thought that they were not crazy, that something real, something terrifying, was happening to them, was far more unsettling. The chilling coincidence of their shared terror had sown a seed of fear that was beginning to sprout roots deep within their minds, a seed that threatened to poison the very foundation of their peaceful life together. They were no longer just Sarah and Mark, a couple building a life in Brooklyn. They were two witnesses to an inexplicable horror, bound together by a shared nightmare that was blurring the lines between the waking world and the terrifying landscape of the subconscious, leaving them to wonder what darkness lay just beyond a veil of sleep, and why it had chosen to visit them together. Chapter 3. Breath in the Dark. The unease that settled over Sarah and Mark's apartment in the wake of their shared nocturnal terror began to seep into the daylight hours, casting a pall over their once vibrant routines. The easy laughter that had once filled their loft felt strained, replaced by hesitant glances and conversations that often trailed off into worried silence. The vibrant colors of Sarah's design work seemed less saturated. The melodies Mark coaxed from his guitar carried a melancholic undertone. The sanctuary they had so carefully crafted now felt subtly tainted, a space where the air itself seemed to hum a low, almost imperceptible vibration of fear. Sleep became a battleground. Each night, as they climbed into bed, a knot of anxiety tightened in their stomachs. The darkness, once a comforting blanket, now felt like a lurking presence, a canvas upon which their shared nightmare could replay itself. They tried different tactics to ward off the encroaching dread. Sarah began reading before bed, hoping to exhaust her mind into a deeper, dreamless sleep. Mark experimented with white noise apps, hoping the monotonous sound would create a barrier against the intrusive whispers of the night. But their efforts felt futile, like building sandcastles against an incoming tide. One particularly oppressive Tuesday night, the humidity hanging heavy in the air despite the whirring of their window AC unit, Sarah found herself once again teetering on the edge of sleep. The familiar weight began to press down on her chest, the suffocating paralysis creeping through her limbs. But this time, there was a new element, a subtle auditory intrusion that sent a fresh wave of terror washing over her. It was a sound of breathing, slow and deliberate, seemingly coming from right beside her ear. It wasn't Mark's steady, rhythmic breathing. This was ragged, almost labored, with a faint, wet quality that made her skin crawl. Her eyes snapped open, though the darkness remained absolute. The paralysis held her captive, her body a leaden weight beneath the invisible pressure. The breathing continued, closer now, as if the unseen presence had leaned in. She strained her ears, trying to discern any other sounds, but the labored breaths were all-encompassing, filling the small space around her head. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. She tried to scream, to alert Mark sleeping just inches away, but her vocal cords remained stubbornly unresponsive. The breath hitched, a slight pause, and then resumed, closer still, carrying a faint, almost sickly sweet odor that made her stomach churn. The terror intensified, morphing into a primal, visceral fear of the unknown. Her mind raced, desperately trying to make sense of the sensation. Was she truly awake? Was this still a nightmare, a particularly vivid hallucination conjured by her subconscious? Or was something else, something tangible and terrifying, sharing the darkness with her? Just as the suffocating fear reached its peak, the paralysis began to recede, a slow, agonizing thaw. Her fingers twitched, then her hand, then her arm. With a gasp, she lurched upright, scrambling away from the space beside her pillow. The labored breathing stopped abruptly, leaving only the frantic rhythm of her own breath echoing in the darkness. She fumbled for the bedside lamp, her hand shaking so violently she could barely grasp the switch. The sudden burst of light illuminated the room, casting harsh shadows that danced on the walls. Mark stirred beside her, groaning softly as he shielded his eyes from the sudden brightness. "Sarah? What's wrong?" he mumbled, his voice thick with sleep. Sarah, her chest heaving, her eyes wide with lingering terror, could only point to the space beside her pillow, her breath catching in her throat. I heard it," she finally managed to whisper, her voice trembling. "Breathing. Right here." Mark sat up, his sleepiness instantly replaced by a look of concern. "Breathing? My breathing." Sarah shook her head vehemently. "No, not yours. It was wet, heavy, like something was right next to me." Tears welled in her eyes, the memory of the suffocating presence, and the chilling sound still vividly real. Mark reached out, his hand finding hers, his touch surprisingly steady. "Sarah, are you sure you weren't dreaming?" The question, though gentle, felt like a dismissal, a return to the realm of rational explanation that offered no comfort. "I was awake, Mark. I couldn't move. I heard it. I felt it." The conviction in her voice was unwavering. Across the thin wall that separated their bedroom, Mark, too, was experiencing a nightmarish escalation. He had fallen asleep relatively easily, lulled by the rhythmic hum of the white noise app he had downloaded. But his sleep soon became troubled, filled with a recurring dream of being trapped in a narrow, airless space. The walls seemed to close in on him, the darkness pressing against his skin like a physical weight. He could hear his own breathing, amplified and distorted, echoing in the suffocating confines. Then a new sound emerged, a faint, rasping inhalation that didn't belong to him. It was close, intimately so, as if someone or something was pressed against the other side of the wall, sharing his confined space. The rasping grew louder, more insistent, accompanied by a subtle clicking sound, like fingernails scraping against a rough surface. He tried to move, to escape the claustrophobic dream, but his limbs were heavy and unresponsive. The rasping breath intensified, filling the suffocating darkness, and the clicking sound grew more frantic, closer now, as if the unseen presence was trying to claw its way through the wall. A wave of pure, unadulterated panic washed over him. He was trapped, suffocating, and there was something right beside him, breathing in the dark. Suddenly, the rasping stopped, replaced by a low, guttural sigh that seemed to vibrate through the very air around him. The pressure on his chest intensified, mirroring Sarah's experience, and he felt an invisible weight pressing down on him, stealing his breath. He fought to open his eyes, to break free from the dream's suffocating grip, and finally, with a jolt, he awoke. He sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for air, his heart pounding in unison with the frantic rhythm of the white noise app. The room was dark, but the lingering sensation of being trapped, of something breathing close by, remained chillingly real. He glanced toward the wall he shared with Sarah's side of the bed, a prickle of unease crawling up his spine. The next morning, the shared terror hung heavier than ever. The fact that Sarah had heard breathing in the darkness, a sensation so intimately tied to his own nightmarish experience of suffocating confinement and rasping breaths, sent a fresh wave of icy dread through them both. It was no longer just a shared visual hallucination. Now, their auditory experiences were beginning to converge, to mirror each other in terrifying detail. It was like something was right there, Sarah repeated, her voice still shaky as they sat at the breakfast table, the uneaten toast growing cold on their plates. Breathing right next to my ear. I could almost feel it. Mark shuddered. Last night, in my dream, there was this rasping sound, like something was struggling to breathe right beside me. And then, the pressure on my chest, it was just like you described. The color drained from Sarah's face. You felt it too? They stared at each other, the realization dawning that whatever was happening to them was not random, not a mere trick of their individual minds. Their nightmares were bleeding into each other's experiences, their senses converging on a shared point of terror in the darkness. The chilling coincidence had deepened into a terrifying synchronicity, suggesting a connection far more profound and sinister than they had initially imagined. The question that now hung in the air was no longer what was happening, but why was it happening to them, and what would happen next as this unseen, unheard presence continued to breathe in the dark, drawing closer with each passing night. The fragile wall of their normalcy was crumbling, and the abyss of the unknown was beginning to beckon, its breath cold and heavy against their skin. Chapter 4. The Chilling Coincidence. The fragile attempt at normalcy that had clung to Sarah and Mark's days following their initial shared nightmare began to fray, unraveling thread by thread under the persistent weight of their increasingly disturbing nights. The mundane routines of their Brooklyn life, the hurried breakfast, the separate commutes, the brief text messages exchanged during the workday, now felt like a carefully constructed facade, a desperate attempt to maintain a semblance of control in a reality that was rapidly slipping beyond their grasp. The laughter that once echoed through their apartment was now a rare and hesitant sound, often cut short by a shared, unspoken anxiety that hung in the air like a palpable presence. Sleep, once a nightly respite, had become a source of profound dread. The simple act of turning off the lights and settling into bed was now fraught with a gnawing anticipation of the terror that awaited them in the darkness. They found themselves clinging to the last vestiges of wakefulness, scrolling endlessly through their phones, watching inane television shows, anything to delay the inevitable descent into a realm of uneasy slumber. But exhaustion eventually claimed them, dragging them back into the shadowy landscape where their shared nightmares seemed to reside. The night after Sarah heard the chilling breath beside her and Mark felt the suffocating pressure, a new and unsettling element manifested in their shared torment. Sarah woke first, a familiar paralysis gripping her limbs, the oppressive weight pressing down on her chest. But this time, the darkness that enveloped her was not absolute. A faint, flickering light emanated from the corner of the room, a soft, ethereal glow that seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm. As her eyes struggled to focus, she made out a shape within the light, a tall, indistinct figure that seemed to writhe and shift in the periphery of her vision. It wasn't a static shadow she had seen before. This was fluid, almost alive, its form constantly changing, like smoke caught in a gentle breeze. A new sensation accompanied the visual disturbance, a low, almost imperceptible hum that vibrated through her very bones. It wasn't a sound she heard with her ears, but rather a resonance within her, a deep, unsettling vibration that seemed to emanate from the light itself. The hum grew in intensity, and with it, a feeling of profound unease, a sense that she was in the presence of something ancient and unknowable. Across the room, Mark was experiencing a similar, yet subtly different, descent into terror. He found himself trapped in a dreamscape that mirrored their bedroom, but distorted and alien. The walls seemed to breathe, the shadows stretched and contorted into grotesque shapes, and the air thrummed with the same low, resonant hum that vibrated through Sarah's paralyzed body. He couldn't see a figure, not directly, but he felt an undeniable presence, a sense of being watched by multiple unseen eyes. The feeling was suffocating, not just physically, but emotionally, a sense of being scrutinized, judged by something cold and indifferent. Then, a new auditory hallucination pierced the humming silence. It was a faint whispering, just at the edge of his hearing, a sibilant murmur that seemed to weave its way through the fabric of the dream. He couldn't make out any distinct words, but the tone was unmistakable, malevolent, taunting, as if unseen voices were mocking his helplessness. The whispering intensified, swirling around him, a chorus of unseen tormentors reveling in his fear. The following morning, the exhaustion that clung to them was heavier than usual, their eyes shadowed with fear that sleep had failed to dispel. They sat in their kitchen, the silence punctuated only by the clinking of their silverware against their untouched plates. Finally, Sarah broke the silence, her voice barely a whisper. "Last night there was light." Mark looked up, his gaze meeting hers, a flicker of recognition in his tired eyes. "Light? In your episode?" Sarah nodded, her skin crawling at the memory. "Flickering. In the corner. And this humming. It felt like it was inside me." Mark's hand, holding his fork, trembled slightly. "Humming. I felt that too, like a vibration. And whispering. Did you hear whispering?" Sarah's breath hitched. "Whispering? I don't think so. Just the light and the humming. But you heard whispering?" The subtle divergence in their experiences, while still undeniably linked by the shared humming sensation, added another layer of unsettling complexity to their shared terror. It was as if the entity, or whatever was that plagued them, was tailoring its torment, speaking to their individual fears while still maintaining a disturbing connection. That evening, they decided to try and document their experiences more meticulously. They placed a notepad and pen by their bedside, hoping that in the immediate aftermath of an episode, one of them would be able to jot down details that might otherwise fade into the fog of waking consciousness. They also discussed trying to stay awake together, to act as witnesses for each other, but the sheer unpredictability of the episodes made this seem like a futile endeavor. Exhaustion, they knew, would eventually claim one, if not both of them. As they lay in bed that night, the darkness felt thick and expectant. Every creak of the old building, every rustle of the leaves outside their window, amplified by their heightened senses, seemed to carry a potential threat. They lay stiffly beside each other, their bodies tense, their minds racing, waiting for the inevitable descent into the terrifying landscape of their shared nightmare. Sarah was the first to succumb. She felt the familiar weight pressed down on her, the paralysis stealing her ability to move. The faint, pulsating light reappeared in the corner, and the low hum began to vibrate through her. But this time, the figure within the light seemed more defined, its form coalescing into a tall, gaunt silhouette with long, spindly limbs. It turned its head slowly, and though she could discern no features, she felt an intense, piercing gaze fixed upon her, a gaze that seemed to penetrate her very soul. Suddenly, the humming intensified, and the figure in the light raised a long, skeletal hand, pointing directly at her. A jolt of pure terror shot through her, more intense than anything she had experienced before. It felt like a direct communication, a malevolent intent focused solely on her. Across the room, Mark, still teetering on the edge of sleep, was jolted awake by a sudden, sharp pain in his chest, as if an invisible hand had clenched around his heart. He gasped for air, his eyes snapping open. The room was dark, but the air felt heavy, charged with a palpable sense of dread. He heard a faint whispering, closer now, more distinct. He strained his ears, desperately trying to decipher the sibilant murmurs. Then one word cut through the whispering, clear and chilling. "Watch." His blood ran cold. He instinctively turned his gaze toward Sarah, his heart pounding with a primal fear. He couldn't see the light, couldn't see the figure she was witnessing in her paralyzed state. But he felt the oppressive presence in the room, the same suffocating dread that had become their unwelcome nightly companion. The subtle divergence in their hallucinations, the light and the figure for Sarah, the whispering and the physical pain for Mark, coupled with the shared humming sensation and the undeniable feeling of malevolent presence, served only to deepen the mystery and intensify their fear. It was no longer a simple case of shared nightmares. Something else was at play, something that seemed to be targeting them individually, while still maintaining a terrifying, inexplicable link between their experiences. The chilling coincidence had evolved into a sinister orchestration, and they were the unwilling participants in a terrifying performance played out in the darkness of their own bedroom. The question that loomed now was not just what this entity was, but what it wanted, and what lengths it would go to in its silent, terrifying invasion of their lives. Chapter 5. Faint Sketches of Fear. The morning after Mark heard the chilling command to watch, a palpable shift occurred in the dynamic between him and Sarah. The shared terror, instead of solely binding them in fear, began to foster a desperate need for tangible proof, a way to anchor their increasingly surreal experiences to the concrete reality of their waking lives. The whispered word, hanging in the air of Mark's memory like a phantom echo, had injected a new level of urgency into their predicament. They were being watched, not just in the helpless confines of sleep paralysis, but perhaps even now, in the relative safety of daylight. Over a breakfast of cold toast and even colder dread, Sarah suggested an idea, her voice hesitant but carrying a flicker of determination. Maybe if we try to draw it, the shadow, the figure, whatever we see, if we both draw what we experienced, maybe we can find more similarities. Something concrete. Mark, who had been staring absently at the intricate patterns of the condensation on his water glass, looked up, a spark of reluctant hope igniting in his eyes. "It's worth a try," he conceded, the skepticism in his tone tempered by a growing desperation for answers. "Anything is better than just feeling this." They cleared the small table, spreading out sheets of drawing paper and a collection of pens and pencils. The silence in the apartment was thick with anticipation, the scratching of their drawing implements the only sound. They worked separately at first, each lost in their own memory of the terror that had gripped them in the darkness. Sarah closed her eyes, focusing on the fleeting image of the figure in the pulsating light, the way its form shifted and writhed, the unnerving length of its limbs, the sense of an intense, unseen gaze. She pressed her pen to the paper, her hand moving slowly at first, then with increasing urgency as the image in her mind began to solidify. She sketched the faint, flickering aura of light, the tall, gaunt silhouette within it, the long, spindly fingers of the hand that had pointed directly at her. She focused on the feeling it had evoked, a cold, targeted malevolence that had pierced through her paralysis. Mark, meanwhile, wrestled with the memory of the oppressive darkness and the feeling of unseen eyes upon him. He tried to capture the sensation of being scrutinized, the suffocating feeling of a presence surrounding him. He drew the distorted shapes he had perceived in the shadows, the sense of a swirling, malevolent energy. He then attempted to sketch the feeling of the sharp pain in his chest, a dark, jagged line piercing a rough outline of his torso. Finally, he tried to render the sensation of the whispering, not as words, but as swirling, sibilant lines that seemed to ride across the page. After what felt like an eternity, they laid their drawings side by side on the table. The similarities were unsettling. Both sketches depicted a tall, elongated figure, though Sarah's had the context of the pulsating light, while Mark's was shrouded in shadow. There was a shared sense of distortion, an unnatural quality to the limbs and the overall form. Even more chilling was a feeling of malevolence that seemed to emanate from both drawings, a sense of something cold and predatory. "The height, the thinness," Sarah murmured, tracing the outline of Mark's shadowy figure with her finger. "It's similar." Mark nodded, his gaze fixed on Sarah's drawing of the pointed hand. "And the feeling, that sense of being targeted. I felt that too, even without seeing the hand. Just a word. Watch." The drawings, though faint and subjective interpretations of their terrifying experiences, offered a tangible link, a disturbing confirmation that they were indeed sharing something beyond the realm of individual nightmares. The chilling coincidence had deepened into a shared visual and emotional language of fear. The act of drawing, however, also brought a new wave of unease. By giving form to their terror, they had somehow made it more real, more present in their waking lives. The sketches on the table felt like a tangible manifestation of the darkness that haunted their nights, a constant reminder of the unseen presence that lurked just beyond a veil of consciousness. That afternoon, driven by a need to understand the potential source of their torment, they decided to delve into the history of their apartment building and the surrounding neighborhood. They spent hours at the local historical society, poring over old maps, newspaper clippings, and census records. They learned that their building had been constructed in the late 19th century, originally intended as a boarding house for factory workers. There were no sensational stories of tragedy or violence associated with the building itself, but the neighborhood had seen its share of hardship and loss over the decades. They also researched local folklore and urban legends, searching for any tales of hauntings or supernatural occurrences in their specific area of Brooklyn. They found a few vague stories of strange occurrences in older buildings, whispers of lingering spirits and unexplained phenomena, but nothing that directly mirrored their shared experience of a tall, shadowy figure and the accompanying sensations of paralysis and dread. Their research yielded no concrete answers, but it did unearth a sense of unease about the history that lay beneath their seemingly ordinary lives. The layers of the past, the countless lives lived and lost in the same streets and buildings, seemed to hold a silent potential for the uncanny. That evening, back in their apartment, the sketches of their shared terror lay on the coffee table like unsettling artifacts. They sat in silence, the weight of their inexplicable experiences pressing down on them. The act of giving form to their fear had not brought clarity, but rather a deeper sense of the unknown. Suddenly, a faint sound broke the silence, a soft scratching coming from the wall they shared with the neighboring apartment. It was the same subtle scratching sound Mark had heard in his sleep paralysis episode. They both froze, their eyes meeting across the room, a shared look of apprehension passing between them. They held their breath, straining to hear. The scratching continued, a persistent, almost rhythmic sound, like tiny claws scraping against a hard surface. It lasted for several minutes, then abruptly stopped, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. "Did you hear that?" Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. Mark nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on the wall. "The scratching? I heard it in my, The convergence of their waking and sleeping experiences, the scratching sound now manifesting in their shared reality, sent a fresh wave of icy dread through them. It was no longer confined to the realm of dreams. Whatever was happening was beginning to bleed into their waking lives, leaving tangible traces of its presence. The faint sketches of fear on the table now seemed to hold a new significance, no longer just representations of their nightmares, but perhaps faint outlines of a terrifying reality that was slowly, inexorably, encroaching upon their world. The command to watch now echoed with a chilling resonance, suggesting that they were not just passive victims, but subject to an unseen, malevolent observation that was beginning to manifest in ways they could no longer ignore. The comfortable anonymity of their Brooklyn apartment was dissolving, replaced by a growing sense of being exposed, vulnerable to a terror that was both shared and intensely personal, a darkness that was slowly drawing its breath in the thin walls between their sleep and their waking hours. Chapter 6. Whispers of the Night. The scratching sound against the shared wall lingered in the air long after it ceased, a phantom echo that amplified the already palpable tension within Sarah and Mark's apartment. It served as a chilling bridge between the terror of their individual sleep paralysis episodes and the unsettling reality of their waking hours, a tangible manifestation of the unseen presence that seemed to be encroaching upon their lives. The sketches of their shared nightmare, still lying on the coffee table, now seemed less like abstract representations of fear and more like crude warnings, faint outlines of a darkness that was slowly solidifying around them. That night, sleep was an even more elusive prey. They lay in bed, stiff and alert, the silence of the apartment punctuated by the rhythmic ticking of the old grandfather clock in the hallway, each tick seeming to count down to an unknown horror. Every creak of the building, every distant siren wail from the city below, sent a jolt of anxiety through them. They clung to the edges of wakefulness, their minds racing with fearful possibilities, the shared question hanging heavy between them. What was happening, and what could they possibly do about it? It was Mark who first succumbed to the relentless pull of exhaustion. Sarah, lying beside him, her senses on high alert, felt his breathing deepen and slow, the subtle shift that signaled his descent into sleep. A wave of protectiveness washed over her, quickly followed by a surge of fear for what he might encounter in the darkness. She kept her eyes open, staring into the inky blackness of their bedroom, straining to hear any unusual sounds, to perceive any subtle shift in the atmosphere. As Mark drifted deeper into sleep, his dreams took a familiar, terrifying turn. He found himself standing in a vast, empty space, the darkness stretching out in all directions, an oppressive void that felt both infinite and suffocating. The low, resonant hum that had become a hallmark of his sleep paralysis episodes vibrated through the nothingness, a deep, unsettling thrum that resonated in his very bones. He felt a familiar sensation of unseen eyes upon him, a multitude of cold, indifferent gazes piercing the darkness. Then the whispering began. It was faint at first, a sibilant murmur just at the edge of his awareness, like the rustling of dry leaves in a phantom wind. But it grew in intensity, swirling around him, a chorus of indistinct voices that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the darkness. He strained his ears, desperate to make out any discernible words, but it remained a cacophony of hushed, malevolent sounds, a language of pure dread. Suddenly, one voice rose above the others, clearer, more distinct, though still chillingly soft. It seemed to come from directly behind him, so close he could almost feel the breath against his ear. Closer, it whispered, the sibilant drawing out into a prolonged hiss. A wave of icy terror washed over Mark. He tried to turn, to face the source of the voice, but the familiar paralysis gripped him, locking his limbs in place. The whispering intensified, swirling around him, the single word echoing in the suffocating darkness, each repetition closer, more insistent, more threatening. Across the room, Sarah, still awake and hypervigilant, suddenly felt a profound shift in the atmosphere of their bedroom. The air grew noticeably colder, a chill that had nothing to do with the window AC unit. A faint, almost imperceptible vibration hummed through the floorboards, resonating up through the mattress. And then she heard it, a faint whispering, just at the edge of her hearing, seemingly coming from the corner of the room where she had seen the flickering light and the gaunt figure. It was soft, sibilant, the words indistinguishable, but the tone was undeniably malevolent, carrying a weight of ancient dread. She strained her ears, her heart pounding in her chest, trying to decipher the hushed murmurs. The whispering seemed to ebb and flow, sometimes fading to a barely audible murmur, then rising again in a susurrus. Suddenly, one word cut through the sibilant whispers, clear and chilling, seemingly directed right at her. Closer. Sarah's blood ran cold. The exact same word Mark had heard in his paralyzed dream, spoken in the same whisper, now echoed in her waking reality. The chilling coincidence had escalated into a terrifying, undeniable link, a shared auditory hallucination that transcended the boundaries of sleep and wakefulness. She instinctively reached out, her hand finding Mark's arm. His skin was clammy, his breathing shallow and uneven. She shook him gently. "Mark! Mark, wake up!" He stirred slowly, groaning softly as he surfaced from the depths of his terrifying dream. His eyes fluttered open, his gaze unfocused and filled with a lingering fear. "Sarah, I heard it whispering." "Me too," she whispered back, her voice trembling. The same word, closer. The shared auditory experience, the exact same chilling word echoing in both their sleeping and waking consciousness, shattered any remaining vestiges of doubt. This was no mere coincidence, no trick of their individual imaginations. Something was happening to them, something real and terrifying, and it was actively communicating, its presence seeping into the very fabric of their shared reality. They sat up in bed, the darkness around them now feeling thick with an unseen presence. The whispering had stopped, but the chilling word hung in the air, an unspoken threat. They turned on the bedside lamp. The sudden burst of light, doing little to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. "What does it mean?" Sarah whispered, her eyes wide with fear. "Closer." "Closer to what?" Mark shook his head, his face pale in the lamplight. "I don't know, but it doesn't feel good." They spent the rest of the night huddled together, the bedside lamp casting long, uneasy shadows on the walls. Sleep remained a distant, unwelcome prospect. The whispers of the night had breached the barrier between their dreams and their waking lives, leaving them with a chilling certainty. They were not alone, and whatever presence haunted their nights was drawing nearer. The faint sketches of fear on their table now felt like a desperate plea for understanding in the face of an encroaching darkness that was beginning to speak their names. The comfortable silence of their apartment had been replaced by the whispers of the night, a constant reminder of the unseen entity that was slowly tightening its grip on their shared reality. Chapter 7. The feeling of being watched. The chilling whisper of the word, "closer," lingered in the air of their apartment long after the sun had risen, casting a pall over the new day. The shared auditory hallucination had crossed a terrifying threshold, seeping from the shadowy realm of their sleep paralysis into the stark reality of their waking hours. The comfortable anonymity of their Brooklyn loft had been irrevocably shattered, replaced by a gnawing feeling of exposure, a constant, unsettling awareness of being observed by unseen eyes. The morning routine felt alien, each familiar action, brewing coffee, checking emails, the brief exchange of morning greetings, performed under the weight of this newfound, pervasive paranoia. Sarah found herself constantly glancing over her shoulder, her gaze darting to the corners of the room, half expecting to see a flicker of shadow, a subtle movement that would confirm their growing fear. Mark, usually lost in his musical ideas, found his focus fractured, his fingers hovering over his guitar strings without producing a melody, his ears straining for any unusual sound, any repetition of that sinister whisper. The sketches of their shared nightmare still lie on the coffee table, seem to mock their attempts at normalcy, tangible reminders of the unseen entity that was slowly tightening its grip on their lives. They discussed the previous night's chilling event in hushed tones, their voices barely above a whisper themselves, the word "closer" hanging between them like an unspoken accusation. "It was the same voice, Mark," Sarah insisted, her eyes wide with fear that sleep had failed to diminish. "The same breathy, ominous sound." Mark nodded slowly, his face drawn and pale. "I know. It was right behind me. I could almost feel it." He rubbed the back of his neck, as if trying to erase the phantom sensation. "But how? How could we both hear when we're awake?" The question hung unanswered, a gaping void in their understanding. The scientific explanations they had clung to, sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, now felt woefully inadequate. How could a trick of the mind manifest so vividly, so consistently, across two separate consciousnesses, bleeding into the waking world with such chilling precision, driven by a desperate need for external validation, for someone to tell them they weren't losing their minds? They decided to confide in Liam, a close friend who lived a few neighborhoods over. Liam was a pragmatic, grounded individual, a software engineer with a healthy dose of skepticism towards anything that couldn't be explained by logic and data. They hoped that his rational perspective might offer some semblance of comfort, a way to ground their increasingly surreal experiences in reality. They met Liam at a familiar coffee shop, the bustling atmosphere a stark contrast to the oppressive quiet of their apartment. They recounted their experiences, their voices low and hesitant at first, then gaining a desperate urgency as they described the shared shadow, the paralysis, the chilling breath, and finally, the menacing whisper that had echoed in both their sleeping and waking minds. Liam listened intently, his brow furrowed in concern. He asked probing questions about their sleep habits, their stress levels, any recent changes in their environment. He suggested sleep studies, stress management techniques, even the possibility of carbon monoxide poisoning, his voice calm and reassuring, attempting to find a rational explanation for their unsettling claims. But when they described the identical shadow and the shared whisper, a flicker of unease crossed Liam's usually composed face. "That's odd," he admitted, his skepticism wavering slightly. "The same hallucination, the same word, that's not typical of sleep paralysis." He offered to do some research, to look into documented cases of shared hallucinations or unusual sleep phenomena. While his initial reaction hadn't been the outright dismissal they had feared, his inability to offer a concrete, rational explanation only amplified their growing sense of dread. Even the pragmatist was stumped. Returning to their apartment felt like stepping back into the eye of a storm. The feeling of being watched intensified, a constant prickling sensation on the back of their necks, a feeling that unseen eyes were following their every move. They found themselves drawing the curtains more frequently, their once-airy loft feeling increasingly claustrophobic. They spoke in hushed tones, as if afraid of being overheard, even when they were alone. One evening, as Sarah was working on her laptop, a sudden, inexplicable chill swept through the living room. Despite the warm temperature outside, the hairs on her arms stood on end, and a wave of profound unease washed over her. She looked around, her heart pounding, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. Mark was in the kitchen, humming softly as he prepared dinner. Yet, the feeling persisted, a cold, unwelcome presence in their shared space. At the same moment, Mark dropped the knife he was holding, the sharp clang echoing in the sudden silence of the kitchen. He stared at his hand, his brow furrowed in confusion. "I just felt this cold," he said, his voice low, a tremor in his tone, like a gust of icy air. They looked at each other, the unspoken fear in their eyes mirroring their shared experience. The cold spot, the sudden chill, happening simultaneously in different parts of the apartment. It felt like another escalation, another way in which the unseen presence was making itself known, seeping beyond the confines of their sleep and into their waking reality. That night, sleep offered no escape. Sarah found herself trapped in another episode of sleep paralysis, the familiar weight pressing down on her, the darkness thick and suffocating. But this time, she didn't see the light or the gaunt figure. Instead, she felt an intense pressure on her eyes, as if unseen fingers were pressing down on her eyelids, trying to force them open. And then, she heard the whispering again, closer than ever, swirling around her head, a chorus of eerie murmurs. Though she still couldn't discern any distinct words, the intent was clear. They were watching her. Across the room, Mark dreamt he was standing in their living room, but the furniture was draped in black cloth, and the air was thick with the smell of decay. He felt an overwhelming sense of being observed, a multitude of unseen eyes focused on him. He tried to move, to escape the oppressive atmosphere, but his feet were rooted to the floor. Then he saw it. A faint shimmer in the corner of the room, a subtle distortion in the air, as if something invisible was slowly materializing. The feeling of being watched intensified, morphing into a terrifying certainty that he was in the presence of something truly sinister. The following morning, the exhaustion was compounded by a gnawing sense of being constantly scrutinized. The feeling of being watched permeated their every waking moment, casting a shadow over their once bright lives. They moved through their apartment like actors on stage, acutely aware of unseen observers, their privacy utterly violated. The whispers of the night had not only breached the barrier of sleep, but had also poisoned the sanctuary of their home with a pervasive sense of being watched, a chilling reminder that they were no longer alone in their terror. The faint sketches of fear now felt like self-portraits under the gaze of an unseen, foreboding audience. Chapter 8. When Dreams Become Real. The oppressive feeling of being watched clung to Sarah and Mark like a second skin, a constant, unnerving awareness that permeated their waking hours. The once familiar comfort of their apartment had dissolved, replaced by a pervasive sense of vulnerability, as if the very walls had become porous, allowing unseen eyes to penetrate their privacy. The chilling whispers of the night, now echoing in their waking memories, serve as a constant reminder that the terror was no longer confined to the shadowy realm of sleep. Liam's inability to offer a rational explanation for their shared experiences, while validating their unease, had inadvertently amplified their fear. The grounded pragmatist was stumped, leaving them adrift in a sea of the inexplicable. They felt isolated, trapped in a nightmare that seemed to be bleeding into their reality, with no one to truly understand or offer a tangible solution. Driven by a desperate need for control, for a way to actively combat the unseen force that was tormenting them, Mark suggested setting up a camera in their bedroom. Maybe if we can record something, he reasoned, his voice tight with a mixture of fear and determination. Maybe we can finally see what's happening. Have proof. Sarah, initially hesitant at the thought of capturing their terror on video, ultimately agreed. The idea of tangible evidence, something beyond their subjective experiences, offered a sliver of hope in the encroaching darkness. They purchased a small, discreet security camera and positioned it in the corner of their bedroom, its lens focused on their bed. They hoped that if the shadowy figure, the pulsating light, or any other manifestation of their shared nightmare appeared, the camera would capture it. The first few nights with the camera yielded nothing. They slept fitfully, acutely aware of the small lens recording their every movement, but the terror remained confined to familiar landscape of their sleep paralysis episodes. Sarah continued to experience the crushing weight, the suffocating paralysis, and the feeling of unseen eyes pressing against her eyelids. Mark was still plagued by the vast, empty darkness, the low resonant hum, and the chilling whispers that seemed to emanate from a void. But the camera remained stubbornly inert, recording only their restless slumber. Then, on a particularly unsettling Thursday night, something changed. Sarah awoke in a familiar grip of sleep paralysis, the oppressive weight heavy on her chest. But this time, the darkness of the room seemed different. It wasn't the usual absence of light. It felt thick, almost viscous, as if the air itself had solidified. A faint, swirling pattern began to coalesce above her, a vortex of deeper black within the surrounding gloom. As she struggled against the paralysis, her eyes fixed on the swirling darkness, a sense of profound dread washed over her. It felt like a doorway, an opening into something ancient and malevolent. Across the room, Mark was experiencing a nightmare that mirrored Sarah's waking paralysis with terrifying accuracy. He dreamed he was lying in their bed, unable to move, a heavy, suffocating darkness pressing down on him. Above him, a swirling vortex of shadow began to form, its edges indistinct, its depths seemingly infinite. He felt an irresistible pull towards it, a sense that something was trying to draw him into its dark embrace. Suddenly, a faint, ethereal glow emanated from the swirling darkness above Sarah. It wasn't the harsh, pulsating light she had seen before. This was softer, almost luminescent, and it cast long, distorted shadows across the room. Within the glow, the tall, gaunt figure began to materialize, its form more defined than ever before. Its long, spindly limbs seemed to writhe and twitch, and though its face remained obscured by shadow, Sarah felt an intense, focused malevolence directed solely at her. As the figure in Sarah's paralyzed vision began to reach out a long, skeletal hand, a sharp, agonizing pain shot through Mark's chest in his dream. He gasped silently, the pain so intense it felt like his very soul was being ripped apart. He saw a shadowy tendril extend from the swirling vortex above him, reaching down towards his chest. Then the unthinkable happened. As the shadowy hand in Sarah's vision made contact with her paralyzed chest, a faint, translucent shadow seemed to detach itself from Mark's sleeping form across the room. It writhed and stretched, its form mirroring the gaunt figure Sarah was witnessing, and began to drift slowly towards her side of the bed. Sarah, trapped in her paralyzed state, watched in horror as the translucent shadow seemed to merge with a more solid figure in ethereal light. The feeling of oppressive weight on her chest intensified, and the air around her grew icy cold. At that precise moment, the security camera in the corner of the room, which had remained dormant for the previous nights, flickered to life. A faint, almost imperceptible static filled the recording for a few seconds, and then it captured something that would forever shatter their understanding of reality. On the grainy infrared footage, a faint, swirling distortion appeared above Mark's sleeping form. Then, a translucent, vaguely humanoid shape seemed to detach itself from his body and drift across the room toward Sarah's side of the bed. As it moved, the image became slightly clearer, revealing a tall, gaunt form that eerily matched the sketches they had made. The camera then captured a faint, ethereal glow emanating from above Sarah, illuminating the shadowy figure as it seemed to lean over her. The recording was brief, only a few seconds long, and the image quality was poor, but the implications were terrifyingly clear. What they had been experiencing in the shadowy realm of sleep paralysis was not just a trick of the mind. Something was happening, something real, and their shared nightmares were a terrifying window into its presence. The following morning, they reviewed the footage in stunned silence, the grainy images on a laptop screen, confirming their deepest fears. The translucent figure drifting from Mark's body toward Sarah, the faint ethereal glow. It was all there, captured in the cold, unblinking eye of the camera. "It's real," Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible, her eyes wide with disbelief and terror. "It's actually real." Mark stared at the screen, his face ashen. "But what is it? What was leaving my body?" The implications were horrifying. Their shared terror was not just a psychological phenomenon. It was something tangible, something that could be captured on video. The boundaries between their dreams and reality had blurred, and the entity that haunted their nights had, in some terrifying way, manifested itself in their waking world. The sketches of their fear had become a chilling prophecy, and the feeling of being watched had taken on a terrifying new dimension. They were not just being observed. They were being actively targeted, and whatever this entity was, it seemed to be drawing closer, its presence no longer confined to the shadows of their sleep. The camera, intended as a tool for reassurance, had instead provided irrefutable proof of a nightmare made real. Chapter 9. Cracks in Trust. Seeing the grainy footage, the undeniable visual evidence captured by that small, unblinking eye in the corner of their bedroom, was like watching the floor disappear from beneath their feet. It wasn't a subtle shift. It was an earthquake that shattered the last fragile pane of glass, separating their terrifying nightmares from the solid ground reality. They sat on the edge of the bed, huddled together in the pre-dawn gloom, the laptop screen glowing with that horrifying loop. The faint, swirling distortion above Mark's sleeping form, the translucent shadow detaching itself, drifting with an unnerving slowness across the few feet of carpet, coalesced with the ethereal glow above Sarah, leaning over her prone body. It played over and over, a silent, monochrome indictment of their sanity, yet the undeniable proof of their terror. The initial shock was a numbing blanket, a temporary shield against the full, gut-wrenching implications. They watched it dozens of times, their eyes wide and unseeing, their minds struggling to process what their eyes were showing them. It defied logic. It defied everything they understood about the world, about physics, about the human body, about dreams. Dreams weren't supposed to detach from you, to drift across a room, to interact with something seen by another person in a paralyzed state. Entities weren't supposed to be translucent shadows captured on an infrared camera. It was too much, utterly and completely too much, and for a long time, they simply existed in that space of stunned disbelief, the horrifying images replaying silently, etching themselves onto their retinas, onto their very souls. But the numbing blanket eventually lifted, and the cold reality of their situation washed over them with brutal force. This wasn't a shared delusion. This wasn't a bizarre psychological phenomenon. This was real. And if this was real, what did that mean? What was that thing? What was it doing? What did it want? The questions, previously abstract and terrifying in the darkness, now felt concrete and immediate, demanding answers they were utterly unequipped to provide. The fear, which had been a visceral, primal response to the unknown, transformed into a gnawing, intellectual dread, a horrifying understanding that they were dealing with something that existed outside the realm of their comprehension, something that found a way to bridge the gap between dimensions, between consciousness and physicality, and had set its sights on them. The exhaustion that had been a constant companion for weeks now deepened into a bone weariness that felt existential. Sleep offered no rest, only the terrified potential for another encounter, another moment of being a helpless observer or, even worse, a participant in something they didn't understand. The lack of sleep, coupled with the relentless stress of living under the weight of a shared, documented terror, began to fray at the edges of their relationship. The easy intimacy, the shared laughter, the quiet moments of comfort. They were still there, but they felt fragile, brittle, easily shattered by the underlying tension that now permeated their interactions. It started subtly, with short tempers and snapping at each other over trivial things. A misplaced mug, a forgotten errand, a slightly critical tone in their voices. Small things that would have been easily overlooked or resolved with a gentle word before now felt amplified, weighted down by the unspoken fear that simmered beneath the surface. The constant vigilance, the feeling of being watched, made them irritable on edge, and unfortunately, the person closest to them bore the brunt of that frayed emotional state. One morning, Sarah was reviewing the camera footage again, staring intently at the blurry image of the translucent shadow. "Look," she said, her voice strained, pointing at a flicker in the image. "Do you see that? It almost looks like something is reaching out from it." Mark, who had been trying to focus on an email on his phone, sighed, a sound that was more weary than impatient. But in the tense atmosphere of the apartment, it landed heavily. "Sarah, we've watched that 100 times. It's grainy. It's probably just interference." Sarah flinched, pulling back slightly. "Don't dismiss it, Mark. We saw it. We saw something leave your body and go over there. We can't pretend this isn't happening." There was an edge to her voice, a hint of accusation that stung him. Mark put his phone down, meeting her gaze. His own eyes were shadowed with exhaustion and a deep-seated fear that mirrored hers. "I'm not dismissing it, Sarah. How could I? I lived it too, remember? I felt it. I saw it. But staring at the same blurry video isn't going to give us answers. It's just driving us crazy." "Maybe we are crazy," Sarah said, the words hanging in the air between them. A terrifying possibility they both considered but never voiced aloud. Maybe the video is some weird anomaly. Maybe we're both just having a shared breakdown. Mark's jaw tightened. The suggestion, even tentative, felt like a betrayal, a step back from the terrifying reality they had both witnessed. "You saw it, Sarah. You saw it leave me. How was that breakdown?" There was hurt in his voice, a subtle vulnerability that the stress had exposed. "I don't know, Mark." Sarah's voice rose, the frustration and fear bubbling to the surface. "That's the point. We don't know anything. And it's like you're handling it better than I am. You're trying to be rational, and I just feel like I'm drowning in this fear." The comparison, the perceived difference in their coping mechanisms, struck a nerve. Mark felt a surge of defensiveness. He wasn't handling it better. He was just trying to find a way forward, to grasp onto something, anything, that wasn't pure, unadulterated panic. "I'm not handling it better, Sarah. I'm just trying not to fall apart. We have to try and think clearly. We have to figure out what this is." "Think clearly?" Sarah's voice was laced with a bitter sarcasm that stung him. "How can we think clearly when we're being haunted? When something is leaving your body and coming into mine in the middle of the night?" Her words hit him like a physical blow, highlighting the horrifying and deeply personal nature of their shared torment. The argument escalated, fueled by their exhaustion, their fear, and the unspoken accusations that lingered between them. They lashed out, saying things they didn't mean, words born of stress and desperation. The fragile threads of their relationship, once strong and resilient, were beginning to fray under the relentless pressure of the shared terror. The entity, whatever it was, seemed to be subtly exploiting these cracks, its presence perhaps feeding on their fear and their growing discord. Later that day, they attempted to show the video to Liam. They had hesitated, knowing how unbelievable it was, but the need for external validation, for someone else to witness what they had seen, was overwhelming. They carefully explained everything, from the initial shared nightmares to the physical sensations, the chilling whispers, and finally, they played the video. Liam watched in silence, his usual pragmatic demeanor replaced by a look of stunned disbelief. He watched the short clips several times, his brow furrowed in concentration. When the video ended, he sat back, his arms crossed, a skeptical frown on his face. "Okay," he said slowly, his voice measured, attempting to regain his composure. "Look, I believe that you saw this. I believe that you're genuinely scared and that you're experiencing something very real to you." Sarah's heart sank. It was the classic dismissal, the polite way of saying they didn't believe what the video seemed to show. "But the video, Liam," she pleaded, gesturing toward the laptop screen. "You can see it. Something is moving." Liam leaned forward, peering at the screen again. "I see a distortion, some kind of motion blur. Maybe dust reflecting the infrared light. Or, I don't know. It's not clear enough to be definitive proof of whatever you think it is." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "Have you considered that maybe one of you is playing a prank? Or that you're both unconsciously creating this somehow?" The stress, the suggestion, however gently phrased, felt like a slap in the face. The implication that one of them was capable of orchestrating such a cruel and elaborate hoax, or that their shared breakdown was somehow manifesting as a visible, moving shadow on video, was devastating. It felt like he was accusing them of lying or being utterly detached from reality. A prank. Mark's voice was low and dangerous. "You think we're doing this to ourselves? To each other? After everything we've been through?" The hurt and anger in his voice were palpable. Liam held up his hands defensively. "I'm just exploring possibilities, guys. It's a highly unusual situation. From a rational perspective, this video, it's not conclusive evidence of anything supernatural. There could be a dozen logical explanations for that distortion." His words, intended to be reassuring, only deepened the chasm between them and the rest of the world. They had offered irrefutable proof, or what they believed to be irrefutable proof, and it had been dismissed, explained away by a friend who simply couldn't accept the terrifying implications. It solidified their isolation, reinforcing the terrifying notion that they were alone in this, facing something that existed beyond the boundaries of conventional understanding. The rejection from Liam, the subtle disbelief veiled in concern, exacerbated the existing cracks in their trust. Sarah found herself looking at Mark, and he at her, a flicker of doubt, a hint of suspicion, passing between them, born of Liam's suggestion. Could one of them, perhaps unconsciously, be influencing the other? Could one of them be experiencing something so profound, so terrifying, that it was somehow manifesting in the other's mind, even projecting itself onto a camera? The thought was horrifying, but in the absence of any other explanation, it lingered, a poisonous seed of doubt. That night, the feeling of being watched intensified to an almost unbearable degree. It wasn't just a prickling on the back of their necks. It felt like physical pressure, a weight pressing down on them even when they were standing. The air in the apartment felt heavy, thick with an unseen presence. They avoided each other's gaze, the unspoken accusations, and the lingering doubt hanging between them like a suffocating shroud. They tried to go to bed, but the tension was unbearable. The camera sat in the corner, a silent witness to their terror, but also, perhaps, a catalyst for their growing discord. Mark sat on the edge of the bed, his head in his hands. "I don't know what to do, Sarah," he said, his voice muffled. "Liam doesn't believe us. No one will believe us." Sarah sat beside him, but didn't touch him. The space between them felt wider than the few inches that separated their bodies. "Maybe we shouldn't have shown him," she said softly, her gaze fixed on the camera. "Maybe it just made things worse." Made things worse. Mark looked up, his eyes flashing with frustration. "How could it get worse, Sarah? We're being haunted. Something is leaving my body. We saw it on video." "And he didn't believe it," Sarah retorted, her voice rising. He thinks we're crazy. He thinks one of us is messing with the other. The accusation hung in the air, sharp and painful. Mark flinched as if she had struck him. "You think that?" he asked, his voice low and hurt. "You think I'm doing this? To you?" Sarah's eyes filled with tears. "I don't know, Mark. I don't know what to think anymore. This is too much. It's breaking us." The words hung in the suffocating silence, a brutal acknowledgement of the toll their shared terror was taking on their relationship. The cracks in their trust had widened into gaping fissures, the foundation of their connection crumbling under the relentless pressure of the inexplicable. The entity, whatever it was, seemed to be winning, not just by terrifying them, but by driving a wedge between them, isolating them in their shared nightmare. They sat there in the oppressive darkness, the camera silently recording their distress, their fear, and the painful, undeniable truth of their fracturing relationship. The shared terror had brought them together in a fight for their sanity, but was also slowly, irrevocably tearing them apart. The next night, they knew, would bring more darkness, more fear, and perhaps more whispers in the void between them, amplifying the cracks and pushing them further into the isolating abyss of their shared nightmare. The feeling of being watched was no longer the only threat. The fear of losing each other to the encroaching darkness, to the insidious erosion of trust, was equally terrifying. This emotional and relational fallout sets the stage for the next chapter, where their personal struggle against the entity will be compounded by the internal conflict within their relationship. Chapter 10. The Invisible Encirclement. The fragile truce that Liam's research had offered quickly dissolved in the chilling aftermath of their separate nights. Sarah's brief respite from the shared nightmare only served to amplify Mark's growing terror and the insidious seed of doubt that had taken root between them. The entity's whispered words, "You are the vessel, you are the gateway," echoed in the silence of their apartment, an invisible accusation that hung heavy in the air, poisoning the already strained atmosphere. The following morning, the unspoken tension was a tangible presence in the small space. They avoided each other's gaze, their movements stiff and self-conscious. Breakfast was a silent affair, the clinking of silverware against plates the only sound in the oppressive quiet. Sarah felt a lingering unease, a sense that the reprieve she had experienced was temporary, a lull before another, perhaps more intense, storm. Mark, his face pale and drawn, carried the weight of the entity's words, a chilling certainty that he was somehow intrinsically linked to their torment. Did you have another episode last night?" Sarah finally asked, her voice hesitant, her gaze fixed on the swirling patterns of the coffee in her mug. Mark nodded slowly, his eyes shadowed with a deep-seated fear. "It was different. It spoke to me. Inside my head." He hesitated, struggling to articulate the chilling message. It said, "I was the vessel, the gateway." Sarah's breath caught in her throat. The words hung in the air, confirming her deepest, most unsettling fears. Was Mark somehow the conduit through which this terror was manifesting? Was their shared nightmare not shared experience at all, but something emanating from him, infecting her sleep? The suspicion that had flickered in her eyes after watching security footage now flared into a more defined, though still unspoken, accusation. She looked at Mark, truly looked at him, and saw not just a man she loved, but a potential source of the terrifying darkness that was engulfing their lives. Mark, sensing the shift in her gaze, the hardening of her expression, felt a wave of despair wash over him. The isolation he had felt after the entity's chilling message intensified. He was not only a victim of this unseen terror, but now he felt like a pariah in his own home, suspected by the very person he should be able to trust the most. They moved through the day in a state of strained silence, each lost in their own thoughts, the invisible wall between them growing higher and thicker. The apartment, once their sanctuary, now felt like a prison, each room holding potential for a terrifying encounter, each shadow seeming to conceal a malevolent presence. That evening, Liam called again. He had found another account, this one detailing a couple who had experienced shared sleep paralysis episodes accompanied by auditory hallucinations and a persistent feeling of being watched. The account mentioned a possible connection to the history of their building, which had reportedly been built on land once used as a temporary morgue during a flu epidemic. The negative energy, the residual trauma of so much death concentrated in one place, was suggested as a potential catalyst for the paranormal activity. Liam's findings offer a glimmer of hope, a potential external source for their torment that didn't involve blaming each other. He suggested they research the history of their specific building and the land it was built upon with renewed intensity. He also reiterated his suggestion to consult with a parapsychologist, someone who might have experience with such phenomena. Armed with this new lead, Sarah and Mark tentatively agreed to put aside their burgeoning mistrust and work together again. The possibility of an external cause, however remote, offered a shared enemy, a focus of their fear that wasn't each other. They spent the evening poring over old city records and online archives, searching for any mention of their building's past. They discovered that their loft was indeed located in a historically significant area of Brooklyn, one that had seen significant changes over the centuries. They found records of various industries that had occupied the area, including a smallpox hospital in the 18th century located several blocks away. But they found no direct link to their specific building and any tragic or traumatic events. As the night wore on, a new and unsettling phenomenon began to manifest in their apartment. It started subtly, a faint scratching sound from within the walls, not the shared wall of the neighbors, but the internal walls of their loft. The scratching was erratic, sometimes a rapid, frantic scurrying, other times a slow, deliberate scraping. They both heard it, their heads snapping towards the walls whenever the sound occurred. It was a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, an invisible presence moving within the very structure of their home. The scratching intensified, accompanied by faint creaking sounds, as if something was moving within confined spaces of the walls. A profound sense of unease settled over them. The terror was no longer confined to the darkness of their sleep. It was now audibly invading their waking hours, making its presence known in the very fabric of their home. The feeling of being watched intensified, morphing into a chilling certainty that they were surrounded, encircled by something unseen and malevolent. That night, sleep offered no escape. Sarah found herself once again in the grip of sleep paralysis, the oppressive weight crushing her chest. But this time, she saw not the gaunt figure or the pulsating light, but faint, shadowy shapes moving in the periphery of her vision, as if multiple unseen entities were surrounding her. The low resonant hum vibrated through her, and the whispering returned, closer than ever, a chorus of murmurs that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. Across the hall, Mark, despite sleeping in the spare bedroom, was plunged into an even more terrifying episode. He found himself standing in their living room, but the walls were pulsating, the shadows writhing. The air was thick with the smell of decay, and the scratching sounds were deafening, seeming to come from all around him. He felt an overwhelming sense of being watched, not by a single entity, but by a multitude of unseen eyes that seemed to pierce through the very darkness. The chilling whisper returned, but this time it wasn't just a single word. It was a chorus of voices, speaking in a language he didn't understand, yet the intent was terrifyingly clear. They were trapped, and there was no escape. The invisible encirclement was complete. The terror had breached the walls of their sleep, seeped into their waking hours, and now seemed to be emanating from the very structure of their home. The faint sketches of fear had become a stark reality, and the feeling of being watched had solidified into a chilling certainty that they were surrounded by an unseen, malevolent presence, its whispers echoing in the very walls that were meant to protect them. The first stage of their shared terror had reached its terrifying crescendo, leaving them isolated, afraid, and completely encircled by a darkness they could neither see nor understand. The next stage, they could only imagine, would be even more horrifying. Stage 2, decoding the mystery. Chapter 11, seeking answers. The invisible encirclement they had felt at the end of the first stage of their shared terror left Sarah and Mark reeling. The scratching within the walls, the chorus of unintelligible whispers that seemed to emanate from the very structure of their apartment, the feeling of being constantly watched by unseen eyes. It had all culminated in a chilling certainty that they were no longer dealing with mere nightmares. The security camera footage, the translucent figure leaving Mark's body, serve as a horrifying confirmation that something tangible, something external, was at play. The fragile rift in their trust, though still present, were momentarily overshadowed by a desperate need for answers, a unified desire to understand the nature of the entity that had so thoroughly invaded their lives. The morning after their intensely disturbing nights, the apartment felt heavy, the air thick with unspoken fear. The scratching within the walls had ceased, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake, a silence that felt more ominous than the preceding cacophony. They sat at the kitchen table, the untouched remnant of breakfast mirroring their lack of appetite, their gazes distant and filled with a shared anxiety. "We have to do something," Sarah finally said, her voice barely above a whisper, breaking the oppressive silence. "We can't just live like this." Mark nodded slowly, his face still pale from the night's terror. Liam was right. We need to talk to someone who understands this kind of thing. The chilling words, "You are the vessel, you are the gateway," still echoed in his mind, fueling his unease. But the immediate threat of the encroaching presence overshadowed his personal fear of being the source. They spent the morning researching parapsychologists and paranormal investigators in the New York City area. The internet, usually a source of comfort and information, now felt like a rabbit hole of unsettling theories and unverifiable claims. They found websites filled with tales of hauntings, demonic entities, and psychic phenomena, each more outlandish and terrifying than the last. Sifting through the noise to find someone credible felt like an impossible task. Finally, they stumbled upon the website of Dr. Eleanor Vance, a parapsychologist with a Ph.D. and several published papers on anomalous experiences and shared consciousness phenomena. Her approach seemed more academic and less sensational than many of the others they had encountered. She emphasized the scientific methodology while acknowledging the limitations of current understanding when dealing with the unexplained. Her website featured testimonials from individuals and couples who had experienced unusual and disturbing events, many of which echoed their own experiences of shared perceptions and a sense of an external malevolent presence. Hesitantly, they decided to reach out. Sarah drafted a detailed email outlining their experiences, from the initial shared sleep paralysis episodes to the chilling whispers and the disturbing security camera footage. She tried to maintain a factual and objective tone, despite the underlying fear that permeated every word. They attached a heavily redacted version of the video, hoping it would lend credence to their claims without revealing too much personal information initially. The wait for Dr. Vance's response felt agonizing. Each creak of the building, each shadow that flickered in their peripheral vision, amplified their anxiety. They found themselves constantly checking their email, the anticipation a tangible weight in the already oppressive atmosphere of their apartment. 2 days later, a reply arrived. Dr. Vance expressed a concern and interest in their case, acknowledging the unusual nature of their shared experiences and the corroborating video evidence. She requested a meeting, suggesting an initial consultation at her office in Manhattan. A wave of relief, mixed with a fresh surge of apprehension, washed over Sarah and Mark. They had found someone who might be able to help, but the prospect of delving deeper into the terrifying reality of their situation was daunting. The drive into Manhattan felt surreal. The vibrant energy of the city, the throngs of people going about their daily lives, seemed utterly detached from the silent terror that had consumed their world. They felt like outsiders, carrying a dark secret into the light. Dr. Vance's office was located in a quiet, unassuming brownstone in Greenwich Village. The interior was surprisingly homey, filled with bookshelves overflowing with volumes on psychology, philosophy, and the paranormal. Dr. Vance herself was a woman in her late 50s, with kind eyes and an air of quiet intelligence. She listened intently as Sarah and Mark recounted their experiences, her expression thoughtful and non-judgmental. She asked detailed questions about the timeline of events, the specific sensations they had felt, and their emotional states. She reviewed the redacted security footage, her gaze steady and analytical. "Your case is unusual," she admitted after they had finished speaking. The shared nature of your sleep paralysis, coupled with corroborating visual and auditory elements, suggests something beyond typical hypnagogic hallucinations. She paused, her gaze meeting theirs. The footage is compelling. While it's difficult to draw definitive conclusions from infrared video, the appearance of a seemingly non-corporeal form leaving one of your bodies and moving toward the other is certainly outside the realm of conventional explanation. Dr. Vance explained some of the theories surrounding shared anomalous experiences, touching upon concepts like psychic resonance, environmental influences, and even the possibility of intelligent non-physical entities. She emphasized that the field of parapsychology was still largely unexplored, and definitive answers were often elusive. She suggested a multi-pronged approach. First, she recommended a thorough environmental assessment of their apartment, looking for any unusual electromagnetic fields or other potential physical anomalies that might be contributing to their experiences. She also suggested they keep a detailed journal of their experiences, noting the time, specific sensations, visual and auditory details, and their emotional states. Finally, she proposed a series of private sessions with her to explore the psychological and potential psychic aspects of their situation. Leaving Dr. Vance's office, Sarah and Mark felt a fragile sense of hope. They had found someone who took their experiences seriously, someone who wasn't dismissing them as simply stressed or delusional. The path forward was uncertain, but for the first time in a long time, they felt like they weren't entirely alone in their terror. The quest for answers had begun, and though the mystery surrounding their shared nightmare remained daunting, they now had a guide to help them navigate the unsettling terrain. The invisible encirclement still felt present, a constant, chilling awareness, but now they had a weapon against it: the pursuit of understanding. Chapter 12. The Environmental Scan. Returning to their Brooklyn apartment after their meeting with Dr. Vance felt different. A sliver of hope had been injected into the oppressive atmosphere, a sense that they were no longer entirely helpless against the unseen force that plagued them. Dr. Vance's methodical approach and her willingness to acknowledge the validity of their experiences had provided a much-needed anchor in the swirling chaos of their shared terror. The invisible encirclement still felt present, a subtle chill in the air, a persistent feeling of being watched, but now it was accompanied by a sense of purpose, a plan of action. Following Dr. Vance's recommendations, their first step was the environmental assessment of their loft. She had provided them with the contact information of a certified building biologist, a specialist in identifying potential environmental factors that could contribute to unusual sensory experiences and psychological distress. A few days later, a woman named Maya arrived at their doorstep, her demeanor calm and professional, her equipment a collection of strange-looking meters and sensors. Maya spent several hours meticulously examining their apartment. She checked for unusual electromagnetic fields emanating from wiring or appliances, tested the air quality for any unusual chemical compounds or mold spores, and even measured the ambient sound levels at different times of the day and night. She took readings in every room, her brow furrowed in concentration as she meticulously recorded her findings. Sarah and Mark followed her around, their anxiety a palpable presence in the air. They pointed out the areas where they had experienced the most intense feelings of unease, the corners of the bedroom where the shadowy figure had appeared, the wall from which the chilling whispers seemed to emanate. Maya listened patiently, her expression neutral, offering no immediate explanations or reassurances. The results of Maya's assessment were largely inconclusive. She detected slightly elevated levels of electromagnetic fields near an old electrical outlet in their bedroom and identified trace amounts of a common mold in the corner of the bathroom, but nothing that would typically cause the intense and specific hallucinations they had described. The air quality was within normal ranges, and the ambient sound levels were consistent with a typical urban environment. While there are minor anomalies, Maya explained, her voice calm and professional, nothing here would definitively account for the experiences you've been having. Elevated EMFs can sometimes contribute to feelings of unease or mild sensory disturbances in sensitive individuals, and certain molds can affect air quality, but the intensity and nature of your hallucinations are beyond what we would typically associate with these factors. The inconclusive results were both a relief and a disappointment. On one hand, it ruled out any obvious environmental culprits, but on the other, it left the mystery of their shared terror unresolved, pushing them further into the realm of the unexplained. Their next step was to diligently maintain a detailed journal of their experiences, as Dr. Vance had instructed. This proved to be a challenging and emotionally draining task, reliving the terror of their nights, transcribing the fragmented memories of paralysis, shadows, whispers, and the pervasive feeling of being watched, forced them to confront the full weight of their ordeal. Sarah's entries detailed the recurring crushing weight on her chest, the suffocating paralysis, and the chilling sensation of unseen eyes pressing on her eyelids. She meticulously described the faint, pulsating light and the gaunt figure that sometimes materialized within it, noting any subtle changes in its form or the intensity of malevolence she felt emanating from it. She also documented the times she heard the whispers, tried to recall any discernible sounds or patterns within the sibilant murmurs. Mark's journal entries chronicled the vast, empty darkness of his sleep paralysis, the low resonant hum that vibrated through him, and the increasingly distinct whispers that seemed to speak directly into his mind. He focused on the chilling words he had heard, closer, and the more disturbing, "You are the vessel, you are the gateway," and the profound sense of violation and being used that accompanied them. He also noted the times he felt the sharp, inexplicable pain in his chest and the recurring sensation of being watched by multiple unseen eyes. As they meticulously documented their nights, a disturbing pattern began to emerge. While the specific manifestations of their terror differed, the timing of their episodes often coincided. On nights when Sarah experienced a particularly intense encounter with the gaunt figure, Mark would often report a heightened sense of being watched or more distinct whispers. The low, resonant hum seemed to be a constant undercurrent in both their experiences. This temporal correlation further solidified the idea that their terrors were somehow linked, a shared phenomenon that defied conventional explanation. Meanwhile, they continued to live under the oppressive weight of the feeling of being watched. It permeated their waking hours, making them feel constantly exposed and vulnerable. They found themselves drawing the curtains more frequently, their once-airy loft feeling increasingly like a suffocating box. They spoke in hushed tones, their conversations often punctuated by nervous glances at the shadows that danced in the periphery of their vision. One afternoon, while Sarah was working on her laptop, she had the distinct sensation of someone breathing down her neck. The air behind her felt cold, and the faint scent of something metallic, something vaguely unpleasant, filled her nostrils. She whipped around, her heart pounding in her chest, but there was no one there. Mark was out grocery shopping, and the apartment was silent. The sensation, though fleeting, left her deeply shaken, a chilling reminder that the unseen presence was not confined to their sleep. That evening, Mark reported a similar experience while he was trying to work on his music. A sudden, intense pressure pressed down on his shoulders, as if unseen hands were trying to restrain him. The feeling lasted for only a few seconds, but was undeniably real and left him feeling breathless and anxious. These waking hour manifestations of their terror served to heighten their desperation for answers. The unseen entity was no longer content to haunt their sleep. It was beginning to intrude upon their waking lives in increasingly tangible and disturbing ways. The invisible encirclement was tightening, and the need to understand and combat this presence had become more urgent than ever. Their detailed journals, filled with the chilling accounts of their nights, were becoming a testament to a reality that defied logic, a chronicle of shared nightmare that was relentlessly seeping into the light of day. Their hope now rested on Dr. Vance and the potential insights she could offer into the terrifying mystery that had enveloped their lives. Chapter 13, the first session. The day of their first private session with Dr. Vance arrived with a palpable sense of anticipation and trepidation. The environmental scan had yielded no concrete answers, and their detailed journals, while revealing unsettling patterns in their shared experiences, offered no explanation for the entity that haunted their nights and was now subtly intruding into their waking hours. Dr. Vance represented their best hope for understanding, a potential guide to the terrifying labyrinth of their shared nightmare. Her office, with its comforting clutter of books and the soft glow of natural light filtering through the window, felt like a sanctuary compared to the increasingly oppressive atmosphere of their apartment. Dr. Vance greeted them with a warm smile, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to their frayed nerves. She offered them tea and settled into a comfortable armchair, her gaze attentive and reassuring. "Thank you for coming in today," she began, her voice gentle but professional. "I've reviewed your journals and the redacted video again. The consistency in your accounts, despite the individual variations in your experiences, is quite remarkable. And the video, while not definitive, it certainly lends credence to the idea that you are experiencing something beyond typical sleep disturbances." She explained that their sessions would involve exploring their individual and shared experiences in detail, looking for potential psychological triggers, subconscious connections, and any underlying emotional or relational dynamics that might be amplifying their susceptibility to this phenomenon. She also mentioned the possibility of exploring hypnotic regression in future sessions, to delve into any potential past traumas or suppressed memories that might be linked to their current situation. Their first session focused primarily on their personal histories, their relationship, and the timeline of their shared terror. Sarah spoke of a relatively normal upbringing, a close-knit family, and no history of significant trauma. She described her artistic temperament, her occasional bouts of anxiety related to deadlines and creative blocks, but nothing that felt particularly relevant to their current predicament. Mark shared a more complex history, mentioning a period of intense stress during his early attempts to break into the music industry and occasional bouts of insomnia. He also spoke of a vivid imagination and a lifelong fascination with the unexplained, often indulging in horror fiction and paranormal documentaries. Dr. Vance listened intently, occasionally asking clarifying questions, her expression thoughtful and analytical. When they discussed their relationship, they both emphasized the deep connection they shared, the strong foundation of love and trust that had always defined their bond. However, they also acknowledged the strain that their shared terror had placed upon them, the subtle undercurrent of suspicion that had briefly threatened to erode their intimacy. Dr. Vance nodded understandingly. "It's not uncommon for intense, shared experiences, especially negative ones, to create both a stronger bond and potential points of friction," she explained. "The stress and fear can amplify existing anxieties and even create new ones. The fact that you both experienced a brief period of mistrust is understandable, given the unusual nature of your situation." She then guided them through a detailed recounting of the initial sleep paralysis episodes, asking about the specific sensations, the visual and auditory details, and their emotional responses. She noted the similarities in their descriptions of the oppressive weight, the paralysis, and the feeling of a malevolent presence. She also explored the individual variations, Sarah's perception of the gaunt figure and the pulsating light, Mark's experience of the vast darkness and the chilling whispers. "The fact that you both perceive a tall, dark presence, albeit with different visual contexts, is significant," Dr. Vance noted. "It suggests a shared element, a core entity that your individual subconscious minds might be interpreting in slightly different ways." They then discussed the escalation of their experiences, the scratching within the walls, the feeling of being watched, and the chilling word "closer." Dr. Vance paid particular attention to the timing of these events, noting the correlation between Sarah's intensified visual encounters and Mark's more direct auditory experiences. When they finally broached the subject of the security camera footage and the entity's whispered message to Mark, "You are the vessel, you are the gateway," Dr. Vance's expression became more serious. She leaned forward, her gaze intense. "Mark," she said gently, "how did those words make you feel?" Mark hesitated, a shiver tracing its way down his spine. "Violated," he admitted, "like I was being used, like something was inside me or passing through me." Dr. Vance nodded slowly. "That feeling is important. It suggests a potential connection, a perceived link between you and this entity. We need to explore that further. She explained that the concept of being a vessel or a gateway was common in many paranormal and spiritual traditions, often referring to individuals who are believed to have a heightened sensitivity to non-physical energies or entities. She emphasized that this didn't necessarily mean Mark was intentionally causing their torment, but rather that he might possess a unique susceptibility, a kind of psychic openness that was making him a focal point for this phenomenon. The session lasted for over 2 hours, and by the end, Sarah and Mark felt a mixture of exhaustion and a fragile sense of understanding. Dr. Vance had not provided any definitive answers, but she had offered a framework for exploring their experiences, a way to make sense of the seemingly senseless terror that had gripped them. They left her office with a sense of purpose, a feeling that they were finally on a path towards unraveling the mystery of their shared nightmare. The invisible encirclement still lingered, but now they had an ally, a guide to help them navigate the darkness. Their first session had been a crucial step, a tentative reaching out into the unknown, seeking illumination in the face of encroaching shadows. Chapter 14. Delving Deeper. Following their initial session, Sarah and Mark approached their situation with a renewed sense of purpose, a fragile hope that Dr. Vance could guide them to the terrifying labyrinth of their shared experiences. The concept of Mark potentially being a vessel or gateway was unsettling, yet it offered a potential explanation that didn't involve blame, a shared vulnerability to an external force. They diligently continued to document their nightly terrors, their journals becoming a detailed chronicle of the encroaching darkness. Their subsequent sessions with Dr. Vance delved deeper into their personal histories and their relationship dynamics. She employed various techniques, including guided imagery and relaxation exercises, to help them access subconscious memories and emotional states that might be linked to their current predicament. She explored their childhoods, their significant life events, and the evolution of their relationship, looking for any potential traumas or unresolved conflicts that could be manifesting in this unusual way. Sarah spoke of a recurring childhood nightmare involving a shadowy figure standing in the corner of a room, a detail she had initially dismissed as insignificant, but now seemed eerily familiar. Mark recounted a period of intense anxiety and insomnia following the death of his grandfather, a time when he experienced vivid and disturbing dreams. Dr. Vance noted these details, suggesting they might represent pre-existing vulnerabilities or sensitivities. She also explored their emotional connection, the intensity of their bond, and any periods of significant stress or conflict they had experienced as a couple. She explained that strong emotional connections could sometimes act as conduits for shared experiences, amplifying both positive and negative energies. The stress of their recent move and Mark's ongoing struggles with his music career were identified as potential contributing factors, creating a state of heightened emotional sensitivity. One session focused specifically on the night the security camera captured the translucent figure leaving Mark's body. Dr. Vance guided Mark through a hypnotic regression, gently leading him back to the emotional state he was in that night. Under hypnosis, Mark described a feeling of intense pressure building within him, a sense of something trying to push its way out. He spoke of a cold, empty void opening up inside him, and a feeling of being drained, weakened. He didn't recall seeing the shadowy figure, but the emotional resonance with Sarah's visual experience was undeniable. Dr. Vance explained that hypnosis could sometimes allow access to subconscious perceptions and emotional memories that were not readily available in a conscious state. Mark's description of pressure and a void seemed to correlate with the idea of something leaving his body, aligning with the visual evidence captured by the camera. As their sessions progressed, Dr. Vance also explored the possibility of external influences. She discussed the history of their apartment building and the surrounding area, delving into local lore and historical records, much like Sarah and Mark had done independently. She explained that certain locations could sometimes retain residual energy from past events, creating an environment conducive to unusual phenomena. While their own research had yielded little significance regarding their specific building, Dr. Vance suggested that the overall history of Brooklyn, with its long and varied past, could potentially play a role. She also introduced the concept of thought forms, entities created and sustained by collective thought and emotion. She explained that intense fear and anxiety, especially shared between individuals with a strong emotional bond, could potentially coalesce into a tangible, albeit non-physical entity. While this theory was speculative, it offered another potential framework for understanding their shared nightmare. Meanwhile, the unsettling phenomena in their apartment continued, albeit sporadically. The scratching within the walls would return without warning, sometimes a frantic scurrying, other times a slow, deliberate scrape, always leaving them on edge. The feeling of being watched persisted, a constant prickling sensation that made them feel exposed and vulnerable in their own home. The whispers remained infrequent, but carried a chilling weight whenever they occurred, often seeming to respond to their fear or their attempts to understand what was happening. One evening, while they were reviewing their journals together, a new and disturbing event occurred. A framed photograph on their bedside table, a picture of them smiling happily on their recent vacation, suddenly fell to the floor with a loud crash. There was no discernible cause, no draft, no vibrations, nothing to explain why it would have simply fallen from its stable position. They stared at the shattered glass and the overturned frame, a fresh wave of unease washing over them. It felt like a deliberate act, a subtle yet menacing communication from the unseen presence. The incident with the photograph served to heighten their sense of urgency. The entity was no longer confined to their sleep or subtle auditory and tactile sensations. It was beginning to interact with their physical environment. The invisible encirclement was tightening, and the need to understand and confront this force had become paramount. Their next session with Dr. Vance focused on the possibility of direct interaction with the entity. She explained various techniques used in parapsychological investigations, including attempts at communication through focus intention and energy work. She emphasized that such approaches could be risky and should only be undertaken with careful consideration and guidance. Dr. Vance suggested a controlled experiment. She provided them with a small, battery-operated voice recorder and instructed them to place it by their bedside at night. If either of them experienced any auditory phenomena during their sleep paralysis episodes, they were to try and mentally direct a question or a statement toward the entity, focusing their intention on getting a response. She cautioned them not to engage in any fear-based interactions or provoke the entity in any way. The prospect of actively trying to communicate with the unseen force that haunted them was terrifying, yet the desire for answers, for some form of control over their lives, outweighed their fear. They left Dr. Vance's office with a small voice recorder, a tangible tool in their increasingly desperate quest to unravel the mystery of their shared terror. The darkness that surrounded them felt more palpable than ever, but now they were no longer just passive victims. They were beginning to fight back, reaching out into the unknown in a desperate attempt to understand the whispers of the night. Chapter 15, The Recorded Silence. The small voice recorder felt heavy in Sarah's hand as she placed it on the bedside table that night. It was a tangible tool, a potential bridge to the unseen entity that had woven itself into the fabric of their lives. The idea of actively trying to communicate with it was both terrifying and exhilarating. It felt like taking a step out of the role of passive victims and into the arena of active investigation, however ill-equipped they might be. They had discussed the questions they would try to mentally project if either of them experienced an episode that night. Simple, direct inquiries. What do you want? Why are you here? What are you? Dr. Vance had emphasized the importance of maintaining a calm, non-confrontational mental state, cautioning them against fear or anger, which could potentially provoke a negative response. Sleep came fitfully, their minds buzzing with a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. Every creak of the building, every rustle of the leaves outside their window amplified their heightened senses. They lay in the darkness, acutely aware of the small device silently recording the ambient sounds of their bedroom, hoping it would capture more than just their restless breathing. Sarah was the first to succumb to the familiar paralysis. The oppressive weight settled on her chest, stealing her breath. The darkness was thick, but the usual visual disturbances, the faint light, the gaunt figure, did not immediately manifest. Instead, The low, resonant hum began to vibrate through her, stronger than she had felt it before. It felt like a physical presence, a deep thrumming that resonated in her bones. Remembering Dr. Vance's instructions, she focused her mind, trying to project a calm, clear thought. "What do you want?" She repeated the question silently, concentrating all her mental energy on the intent behind the words. The humming intensified momentarily, then subsided slightly. The oppressive weight on her chest remained, but there was no other discernible response. After what felt like an eternity, the paralysis receded, leaving her heart pounding in the silence. Across the room, Mark's night was equally unsettling, though different in its manifestation. He found himself in the familiar vast darkness of sleep paralysis, the low hum a constant undercurrent. The whispering began almost immediately, a chorus of sibilant murmurs swirling around him. This time, however, he focused his mental energy, trying to project the question, "Why are you here?" The whispering intensified, the individual voices seeming to coalesce into a single, clearer tone. He couldn't make out any distinct words, but the intent felt palpable, cold, malevolent, and dismissive. It was as if they were acknowledging his question, but had no intention of answering. The feeling of being watched intensified, the unseen eyes feeling closer, more intrusive. The paralysis eventually lifted, leaving him a profound sense of unease and the lingering echo of the chilling whispers. The next morning, they retrieved the voice recorder with a mixture of hope and dread. They plugged it into Mark's laptop and listened to the recording, the silence of their bedroom filling the speakers. For the majority of the recording, there was nothing but the faint sounds of their breathing and the occasional creak of the old building. Then, at the approximate times they had experienced their episodes, a subtle anomaly emerged. During the period when Sarah had focused her mental question, there was a brief, almost imperceptible shift in the ambient sound, a low, guttural rumble that seemed to vibrate just below the threshold of normal hearing. It lasted for only a second or two, but it was undeniably there, a deviation from the otherwise consistent silence. During the time when Mark had projected his question, the recording captured a faint, high-pitched whine, almost like feedback, layered beneath their breathing. It was fleeting and difficult to discern, but upon repeated listening, it seemed to coincide with the intensification of the whispering he had experienced. They played the recording for Dr. Vance during their next session, their anticipation evident in their tense expressions. She listened intently, her brow furrowed in concentration as she analyzed the subtle anomalies in the audio. "These are interesting," she said slowly, after listening to the recording several times. The low rumble during Sarah's episode could potentially be a subtle energetic response, a manifestation of some form of interaction. The high-pitched whine during Mark's, it could be interference, but it could also be a residual auditory element linked to the whispering he perceived. She cautioned them against drawing definitive conclusions, emphasizing the limitations of audio analysis in such situations. However, she acknowledged that the anomalies were unusual and warranted further investigation. Dr. Vance suggested a more focused approach for their next attempt at communication. She explained the concept of focused energy projection and guided them through a visualization exercise, teaching them how to consciously direct their mental energy outward. She proposed that during their next sleep paralysis episodes, instead of just asking questions, they try to project a feeling of calm, of non-aggression, toward the entity. The goal was to see if a change in their own energetic output would elicit a different response. The idea of actively projecting energy towards the unseen presence felt both empowering and terrifying. It was a step further into the unknown, a deliberate engagement with the force that haunted them. That night, as they lay in bed with the voice recorder beside them, a new layer of intensity permeated the darkness. They were no longer just observers or recorders. They were attempting to interact, to reach out into the void that surrounded them. The recorded silence of the previous night held a subtle promise, a hint that their attempts at communication might not be entirely futile. The invisible encirclement still felt present, but now they were armed with intention, ready to send a different kind of message into the darkness. Chapter 16, Projecting Calm. The weight of their intention hung heavy in the air that night. The small voice recorder sat on the bedside table, a silent witness to their planned experiment. Dr. Vance's guidance on projecting calm, on consciously directing their mental energy outward, felt like a fragile shield against the encroaching darkness. They lay in bed, the silence punctuated by the distant hum of the city, their minds focused on cultivating a sense of peace, a non-threatening energy to project into the unseen. Sleep came slowly, each of them acutely aware of the other's presence beside them, a silent pact forged in fear and a shared desire for understanding. When Sarah succumbed to familiar paralysis, the oppressive weight on her chest was accompanied by the low resonant hum. But this time, the darkness felt less menacing, less actively hostile. Remembering Dr. Vance's instructions, she closed her eyes and focused on a feeling of serenity, picturing a calm, peaceful light emanating from within her, extending outwards into the darkness. She repeated the mental affirmation, "We mean no harm. We seek understanding," trying to imbue the words with a genuine feeling of tranquility. The humming seemed to fluctuate in response, its intensity wavering, almost as if it were reacting to her projected calm. The oppressive weight on her chest lessened slightly, and the feeling of malevolent presence receded into the periphery. There were no visual manifestations, no gaunt figure in the corner, just a pervasive darkness and a fluctuating hum, now feeling almost curious rather than purely threatening. The paralysis eventually subsided, leaving her feeling drained but strangely neutral. Across the room, Mark's experience was equally unusual. He found himself in a familiar void of sleep paralysis, the low hum a constant presence. The whispering began, but it was different from the chorus he had encountered before. This time, the whispers were softer, almost hesitant, and the feeling of being watched was less intense, replaced by a sense of observation, as if the unseen eyes were waiting curious. Focusing his mind, Mark pictured a peaceful scene, a tranquil forest bathed in sunlight, the gentle rustling of leaves, a feeling of quiet acceptance. He mentally projected this image outwards, repeating the affirmation, "We mean no harm. We seek understanding," trying to radiate a sense of openness and peace. The whispering seemed to soften further, the sibilant murmurs almost fading into the background. The oppressive feeling of the vast darkness lessened, replaced by a sense of space. He felt less constricted, less trapped. The paralysis eventually lifted, leaving him with a lingering sense of the unusual stillness of the encounter. The next morning, they retrieved the voice recorder with a renewed sense of cautious optimism. As they listened to the recording, the initial silence of their bedroom was punctuated by subtle anomalies that seemed to correlate with their attempts at projecting calm. During Sarah's episode, the low guttural rumble that had been present in the previous recording was more pronounced this time, almost a sustained vibration beneath the ambient sounds. There was also a faint, rhythmic clicking sound that seemed to coincide with her mental affirmations, a subtle pattern within the silence. During Mark's episode, the high-pitched whine was present again, but it was less erratic, almost a steady tone underlying their breathing. More significantly, there were faint, almost inaudible sounds that resembled soft sighs or whispers, so quiet they were barely discernible from the background noise. They played the recording for Dr. Vance, their hope evident in their eager expressions. She listened intently, her brow furrowed in thought as she analyzed the subtle auditory anomalies. "This is significant," she said slowly after several listens. The more pronounced rumble during Sarah's projection, the rhythmic clicking, these could indicate a response to your focused energy. And the soft sighs or whispers during Mark's, it's possible that the entity is reacting to your calm projection, perhaps even attempting a form of communication, however rudimentary. Dr. Vance cautioned them against interpreting these subtle anomalies as definitive proof of communication. However, she acknowledged that the change in the nature of the auditory phenomena, coinciding with their attempt to project calm, was a promising development. She suggested they continue this approach in their subsequent nights, refining their visualization and mental projection techniques. She also proposed introducing simple, neutral questions into their mental broadcasts, focusing on clarity and a non-threatening intent. That night, a fragile sense of hope permeated their bedroom. The darkness still held its inherent unease, but now it felt less actively hostile, almost receptive. They lay in bed, focusing on projecting calm, their minds reaching out into the unseen, sending a silent message of peace and a desire for understanding. The small voice recorder on the bedside table felt less like a passive recording device and more like a potential instrument of contact, a way to capture the subtle echoes of their interaction with the entity that haunted their nights. The invisible encirclement still existed, but now they were attempting to push back, to meet the darkness with a different kind of energy, a silent offering of peace in the hope of understanding the whispers of the night. Chapter 17, Tentative Contact. The subtle shifts in the auditory phenomena captured by the voice recorder, coinciding with their attempts to project calm, instilled in Sarah and Mark a fragile sense of cautious optimism. The darkness that enveloped them each night still held its inherent unease, but the feeling of active malevolence seemed to have receded slightly, replaced by a sense of waiting, a potential interaction. The small voice recorder on their bedside table had become a focal point, a tangible link to the unseen presence that shared their nights. Following Dr. Vance's guidance, they continued their practice of projecting calm before sleep, focusing on peaceful imagery and repeating their mental affirmation. We mean no harm. We seek understanding. They also began to incorporate simple, neutral questions into their mental broadcasts, such as, "Are you there?" and "Can you hear us?" Their intent focused on clarity and a non-threatening openness. One particularly still night, as Sarah drifted into familiar paralysis, the low, resonant hum began its usual vibration. This time, however, as she projected her calm and mentally asked, "Are you there?" a new sound emerged from the darkness. It was faint, almost a whisper itself, but it was distinct from the usual sibilant murmurs. It sounded like a single, drawn-out vowel sound, something akin to a soft ooh or ah. It was fleeting, lasting only a second or two, but its presence in the oppressive silence was undeniable. Across the room, Mark experienced a similar anomaly. As he projected his calm and mentally asked, "Can you hear us?" the high-pitched whine that had become a recurring element of his episode shifted in tone. It became lower, more resonant, and seemed to pulse gently, almost like a faint echo. This subtle shift was accompanied by a fleeting sensation of pressure on his forehead, a gentle touch that vanished as quickly as it appeared. The next morning, their hands trembled slightly as they plugged the voice recorder into the laptop. The initial silence of their bedroom was once again punctuated by subtle anomalies, but this time they felt different, more responsive. During the time Sarah had experienced her episode, the low, guttural rumble was present, accompanied by the rhythmic clicking. But layered beneath these sounds, almost imperceptible, was a faint, drawn-out vowel sound she had heard in the darkness. It was so quiet it was easy to miss, but upon repeated listening with headphones, it was undeniably there, a soft, almost mournful tone. During Mark's episode, the high-pitched whine shifted in tone as he perceived. But even more surprisingly, beneath the whine and their breathing, there were two distinct soft clicks, separated by a brief pause. It was a simple response, but in the context of their previous recorded silences, it felt like a significant breakthrough. They played the recording for Dr. Vance, their excitement barely contained. She listened intently, her usual calm demeanor giving way to a flicker of intrigued curiosity. "This is remarkable," she said slowly, after analyzing the recorder with meticulous attention. The vowel sound coinciding with Sarah's mental query, the shift in the whine, and the distinct clicks during Mark's. These are far more direct responses than we've captured before. It suggests that the entity, or whatever it is you are encountering, is potentially acknowledging your presence and your attempts at communication. Dr. Vance cautioned them against jumping to conclusions, emphasizing that the interpretation of such subtle phenomena was still highly speculative. However, she acknowledged that this felt like a tentative form of contact, a possible opening in the wall of silence that had separated them from the unseen presence. She suggested they continue their attempt at communication, focusing on simple, direct questions that required a yes or no answer if possible. She proposed they establish a simple mental code, a sustained projection of calm for yes, and a more neutral, receptive state for no. They would then mentally ask their questions and observe any changes in the auditory phenomena captured by the recorder. That night, a new sense of focused anticipation filled their bedroom. The darkness still held its mysteries, but now it felt less like a purely hostile void and more like a space of potential interaction. They lay in bed, their minds focused, ready to send their silent inquiries into the unseen. The small voice recorder, a potential instrument of dialogue. The invisible encirclement hadn't vanished, but now they were no longer just feeling its pressure. They were reaching out, attempting to establish a connection, to understand the whispers of the night in a more direct way. The tentative contact had been made, and a fragile hope for understanding, however daunting the path ahead, had begun to bloom in the darkness. Chapter 18, A Fleeting Response. The tentative contact they believed they had established with the unseen presence fueled Sarah and Mark with a fragile sense of purpose. The possibility of communication, however rudimentary, offered a glimmer of hope in the oppressive darkness. They approached their nights with a focused intention, adhering to the simple mental code Dr. Vance had suggested. Sustained calm for yes, and a receptive neutrality for no. The small voice recorder on the bedside table now felt like a crucial instrument in their desperate quest for understanding. That night, as Sarah drifted into familiar paralysis, the low resonant hum began its usual vibration. Focusing her mind, she projected a sustained feeling of calm and mentally asked, "Are you malevolent?" The humming remained constant, but there was no other discernible auditory response. She then shifted her mental state to receptive neutrality and repeated the question. This time, the humming seemed to fluctuate slightly, its rhythm becoming uneven for a brief moment before returning to its steady drone. Across the room, Mark experienced a similar pattern. During his episode, as he projected sustained calm and mentally asked, "Are you attached to this apartment?" the high-pitched whine remained a steady tone. When he shifted to receptive neutrality and repeated the question, the whine seemed to waver in pitch for a fleeting second before stabilizing. The next morning, their anticipation was palpable as they listened to the voice recorder. During Sarah's episode, the low rumble and rhythmic clicking were present, but there was no distinct vowel sound this time. However, the subtle fluctuation in the humming during her neutral mental state felt significant, a potential no in their rudimentary code. During Mark's episode, the high-pitched whine was present, and the fleeting waver in pitch during his neutral mental state also seemed to align with a no response. The two soft clicks from the previous night were absent when they played the recording for Dr. Vance. She listened with cautious interest. The subtle changes in the humming and the whine, coinciding with her shifts in mental projection, could indeed be rudimentary responses, she acknowledged. It's far from definitive, but the consistency across both your experiences is intriguing. It suggests a potential awareness of your mental inquiries. She proposed they continue with simple yes or no questions, focusing on the nature of the entity and its connection to them and their apartment. She emphasized the importance of remaining calm and non-threatening in their mental projections. That night, a heightened sense of focused anticipation filled their bedroom. The darkness still held its mysteries, but now it felt like a space of potential dialogue, however subtle. They lay in bed, their minds reaching out into the unseen, attempting to engage in a silent exchange. As Sarah entered sleep paralysis, she projected sustained calm and mentally asked, "Do you want to harm us?" The low hum remained steady. Shifting to neutrality, she repeated the question. This time, the humming seemed to intensify slightly, accompanied by a faint, almost imperceptible vibration in the bed. Across the room, Mark projected sustained calm and mentally asked, "Were you here before we moved in?" The high-pitched whine remained constant. Shifting to neutrality, He repeated the question. The whine seemed to fluctuate in pitch, and he felt a fleeting sensation of coldness in the air near his face. The next morning, the voice recorder held more intriguing anomalies. During Sarah's episode, the intensified humming and the faint vibration in the bed during her neutral mental state felt like a more pronounced no. During Mark's episode, the wavering pitch of the whine and the fleeting coldness seemed to reinforce a no to his question as well. When they shared a recording with Dr. Vance, she expressed a cautious optimism. The more pronounced responses, the vibration and the coldness, coinciding with your no mental state, are encouraging, she said. It suggests a more direct form of communication is possible. However, we must proceed with caution. We still know very little about what we're dealing with. She advised them to continue with their simple questioning, focusing on gathering information about the entity without provoking it. She also suggested they start trying to project feelings of empathy and understanding, in addition to their calm demeanor, to see if that elicited any change in the entity's responses. That night, a fragile sense of connection permeated the darkness. The unseen presence no longer felt like a purely hostile force, but something perhaps trapped or misunderstood. They lay in bed, their minds reaching out with mixture of fear and a growing sense of pity. They projected calm, empathy, and their simple questions into the silence. The small voice recorder a silent witness to their tentative dialogue with the unknown. The invisible encirclement still existed, but now, within that circle, a fragile thread of communication had begun to form, a silent exchange in the whispers of the night. Chapter 19, A Glimmer of Understanding. Emboldened by the fleeting responses they seemed to be eliciting from the unseen presence, Sarah and Mark approached their nights with a mixture of trepidation and a burgeoning sense of purpose. The possibility of communication, however subtle, had shifted their dynamic with the entity from one of pure fear to one tinged with desperate hope for understanding. They continued their mental projections of calm and empathy, paired with simple yes or no questions. The small voice recorded their silent confidant. That night, as Mark drifted into sleep paralysis, the familiar low hum began. Focusing his mind, he projected calm and empathy, picturing a feeling of gentle understanding, and mentally asked, "Are you in pain?" The humming seemed to resonate deeper, and a faint, almost mournful sigh was captured on the voice recorder, a sound so subtle they almost missed it upon initial playback. Across the room, Sarah experienced her usual paralysis, the oppressive weight present but less intense. Projecting calm and empathy, she mentally asked, "Do you want to leave?" The low hum fluctuated in a single, distinct click, louder than any they had recorded before, echoed in the silence captured by the device. The next morning, the faint sigh on the recording during Mark's episode resonated with a profound sense of sadness, a stark contrast to the previous chilling whispers. The single, clear click during Sarah's episode felt like a more affirmative response than the subtle fluctuations they had previously encountered. When they shared the recording with Dr. Vance, she listened with a thoughtful expression. "The sigh, that carries a strong emotional resonance," she observed. "And the clearer click, it suggests a more direct form of acknowledgement. Your projections of empathy may be having an effect." She proposed they continue to focus on questions that explore the entity's state and desires, maintaining their calm and empathetic mental broadcasts. She also suggested they try projecting simple feelings of reassurance, letting the entity know they meant no harm and genuinely wanted to understand. That night, a sense of cautious hope filled their bedroom. The darkness still held its mysteries, but now it felt like a space where perhaps understanding could bloom. They lay in bed, their minds reaching out with calm, empathy, and reassurance. As Mark entered sleep paralysis, he projected these feelings and mentally asked, "Are you trapped here?" The low hum seemed to pulse gently, and on the recording, a faint, drawn-out yes sound, even more subtle than the previous, "ooh," was captured. Across the room, Sarah projected calm, empathy, and reassurance, mentally asking, "Can we help you?" The low hum softened in two distinct clicks, separated by a brief pause, echoed on a recording their clearest yes response yet. The next morning, the faint yes sound during Mark's episode and the clearer double clicks during Sarah's filled them with a mixture of relief and a profound sense of responsibility. They were potentially communicating with something that was in pain and trapped, and they had offered help. When they played the recording for Dr. Vance, she was visibly moved. This is a significant breakthrough," she said, her voice hushed with awe. "The clearer responses, the emotional resonance. It seems you have established a genuine connection." She cautioned them that they still knew very little about the entity, and that they needed to proceed with caution and respect. She suggested they focus their questions on understanding its needs and how they might be able to help it. That night, a sense of shared purpose filled their bedroom. The darkness no longer felt purely menacing, but rather like a space holding a being in distress. They lay in bed, their minds reaching out with calm, empathy, and a genuine desire to help. As Sarah entered sleep paralysis, she projected these feelings and mentally asked, "What can we do to help you?" The low hum softened, and on the recording, a faint, almost whispered word seemed to emerge from static. "Leave." Across the room, Mark projected the same feelings and question. The low hum pulsed gently, and the recording captured a series of soft, rhythmic taps, almost like a gentle knocking, emanating from the wall they shared with the hallway. The next morning, the whispered word "leave" and the soft, rhythmic taps sent a chill down their spines. The entity wanted them to leave. Was their presence somehow exacerbating its pain or its entrapment? When they shared the recording with Dr. Vance, her expression was grave. "This changes things," she said slowly. "The direct communication, the request for you to leave, it suggests a deeper connection to the space than we initially realized." She advised them to consider the implications of this request and to explore any potential historical connections to their apartment building that might explain the entity's presence and its desire for them to leave. The glimmer of understanding had illuminated a new and potentially more complex path forward. The invisible encirclement now felt less like a random haunting and more like an interaction with a being tied to their space, a being that wanted them gone. Chapter 20. Unearthing the Past. The whispered plea to leave and the soft, rhythmic taps emanating from the hallway wall hung heavy in the air of Sarah and Mark's apartment, a stark shift in their communication with the unseen presence. The tentative hope for understanding had now been tempered by a chilling request, suggesting a deeper entanglement with the space they inhabited than they had ever imagined. The entity wasn't just a random haunting. It seemed intrinsically tied to their home, and their presence was clearly unwanted. The urgency to understand the history of their building intensified. They revisited online archives and local historical societies, this time focusing specifically on any records of tragedy, loss, or unusual events directly connected to their address. They spent hours poring over old deeds, fire department records, and even obscure newspaper articles from decades past. Their initial searches yielded little of direct relevance. The building's construction in the late 19th century was documented, along with a list of previous occupants, none of whom seemed to have met with any particularly tragic or noteworthy fates within the apartment itself. The surrounding neighborhood's history remained somewhat turbulent, with a long-ago smallpox hospital and a later fire on a nearby lot, but no direct link to their specific building emerged. Frustration began to set in. The entity's clear request to leave implied a significant connection to the apartment, yet the historical record seemed stubbornly silent. It was as if the building's past held a secret it was unwilling to relinquish. Driven by a gut feeling, Sarah decided to explore the physical space of their apartment with a more critical eye. She ran her hands along the exposed brick walls, noticing the variations in texture and the subtle signs of age. She examined the old wooden floorboards, listening to the creaks and groans they emitted with each step. She paid particular attention to the wall they shared with the hallway, the source of the rhythmic tapping, noting the slightly different feel of the plaster in that section. It was in the basement, a dimly lit and dusty space they had largely ignored since moving in, that Sarah stumbled upon something significant. Tucked away in a dark corner, beneath a pile of discarded lumber, She found a small, leather-bound journal. Its pages were brittle and yellow with age, the ink faded but still legible. Carefully, she carried the journal upstairs, her heart pounding with a sense of anticipation. Together, they began to decipher the spidery handwriting. The journal belonged to a woman named Eleanor Ainsworth, who had resided in the building in the early 1920s. Her entries chronicle a life filled with both joy and profound sorrow. She wrote of her love for her husband, Thomas, a musician, and their dreams of a life filled with music in their Brooklyn apartment. As they continued reading, a darker narrative began to unfold. Eleanor's later entry spoke of Thomas falling gravely ill, a lingering respiratory illness that confined him to their apartment. She wrote of his labored breathing, his increasing weakness, and her own growing despair as she nursed him tirelessly. The entries became more fragmented, filled with grief and a sense of utter helplessness as Thomas's condition worsened. The final entries were the most chilling. Eleanor described Thomas's death in their apartment, the silence that followed his last breath, and her own overwhelming sorrow. She wrote of feeling his presence lingering, a sense of spirit being unable to find peace. She also mentioned strange sounds within the apartment, faint whispers and rhythmic tapping from the hallway wall, which she attributed to her grief-stricken imagination. A cold dread washed over Sarah and Mark as they pieced together Eleanor's story. The timeline aligned with the age of their building. Thomas, the musician, his labored breathing potentially echoing in Mark's sleep paralysis. The faint whispers Eleanor attributed to grief, now chillingly familiar, and the rhythmic tapping from the hallway wall, a sound Eleanor herself had noted. The connection was undeniable. The entity they had been communicating with was likely the lingering spirit of Thomas Ainsworth, trapped within the apartment where he had spent his final days and where his wife had mourned his loss. His plea for them to leave now carried a heartbreaking weight. Their presence in his former home, a place filled with the echoes of his suffering, was likely causing him distress, preventing him from finding peace. They shared their discovery with Dr. Vance, the weight of Eleanor's journal adding a new layer of complexity to their situation. Dr. Vance listened intently, her expression somber. This is a significant revelation," she said slowly. "It provides a context for the entity's presence and its desire for you to leave. The residual emotional energy, the unresolved grief, it could very well be what you've been encountering." She explained that spirits sometimes remain tethered to places where they had experienced intense emotions or unresolved trauma. Thomas's illness and death in the apartment, coupled with Eleanor's profound grief, could have created a psychic imprint, trapping his energy within those walls. The rhythmic tapping from the hallway wall, Dr. Vance suggested, might have been Thomas's way of trying to communicate even before Sarah and Mark moved in, a subtle manifestation of his lingering presence. Their own arrival, and perhaps Mark's sensitivity as a fellow musician, might have amplified the entity's activity, leading to the more intense manifestations they had experienced. The request to leave now felt less like a malevolent command, and more like a desperate plea from a trapped and suffering soul. Sarah and Mark felt a profound sense of empathy for Thomas, his silent suffering echoing through the decades. Their fear began to be replaced by a sense of responsibility. They couldn't simply ignore his plea. They had to find a way to help him find peace, even if it meant leaving the apartment they had begun to call home. The invisible encirclement now had a name, a history, and a heartbreaking reason for its presence. The next step was to figure out how to honor Thomas's request and help him finally move on. Stage 3, Liberation. Chapter 21, The Weight of the Past. The discovery of Eleanor Ainsworth's journal cast a somber pall over Sarah and Mark's apartment. The chilling encounters they had endured now carried the weight of a tragic history, the whispers and unsettling phenomena revealed as the lingering echoes of a man's suffering and a woman's grief. Thomas Ainsworth's plea to leave resonated with a heartbreaking clarity, transforming their fear into a profound sense of empathy and responsibility. Their home, once a symbol of their shared future, now felt like a space haunted by an unresolved past, a place where a trapped soul yearned for release. The decision to leave was not an easy one. They had invested time, energy, and emotion into making the loft their own. Sarah's design studio was beginning to flourish, and Mark felt a growing connection to the vibrant Brooklyn music scene. The thought of uprooting their lives yet again, of abandoning the space where they had envisioned their future, was deeply unsettling. However, the weight of Thomas's silent suffering, so vividly portrayed in Eleanor's faded script, was undeniable. They couldn't, in good conscience, ignore his plea. Their comfort and their future felt insignificant compared to his decades of entrapment. They discussed their options with Dr. Vance, sharing the content of Eleanor's journal and their emotional response to Thomas's story. Dr. Vance listened with empathy, acknowledging the difficult position they were in. "Your compassion is commendable," she said gently. "It's clear that Thomas's energy is tied to the space, likely fueled by the unresolved emotions surrounding his illness and death. Your presence, especially Mark's potential sensitivity as a fellow musician, may be amplifying his distress." She explained that simply leaving might offer some relief to Thomas, removing the immediate triggers of his unrest. However, she also suggested exploring the possibility of helping him find peace, of facilitating his release from the earthly plane. "There are various approaches we could consider," Dr. Vance explained. "Some involve creating a supportive environment for him to process his lingering emotions, perhaps through focused meditation or even a guided seance. Others focus on helping him connect with a source of light or guidance that can lead him beyond this realm." The idea of actively engaging with Thomas's spirit was daunting. They were still novices in the realm of the paranormal, their previous interactions largely passive responses to his manifestations. However, the thought of helping him find peace, of bringing closure to his long-suffering existence, resonated deeply with both Sarah and Mark. They decided to proceed cautiously, guided by Dr. Vance's expertise. Their first step was to create a space within their apartment dedicated to Thomas, a kind of memorial to acknowledge his presence and honor his memory. They cleared a small table in their living room, placing Eleanor's journal upon it, along with a photograph they found tucked inside, a faded image of young Eleanor and Thomas, their faces filled with hope and love. They also placed a small candle on the table, intending to light it each evening as a symbol of remembrance. In the evenings, they would sit quietly by the memorial table, speaking to Thomas in soft, respectful tones. They acknowledged his suffering, expressed their empathy, and conveyed their desire to help him find peace. Mark would sometimes play soft melodies on his guitar, hoping the music, a shared passion with Thomas, might offer some comfort. Initially, there was no discernible response. The scratching within the walls remained silent. The feeling of being watched lessened but didn't entirely disappear, and the faint whispers were absent. It felt as if Thomas was observing their efforts, perhaps hesitant to trust their intentions. However, as they continued their nightly vigils, a subtle shift began to occur. The temperature in the vicinity of the memorial table would sometimes drop noticeably. The flame of the candle would flicker gently, even when there was no discernible draft, and occasionally a faint melancholic melody, almost like a distant echo of a forgotten tune, would seem to drift through the air. These subtle signs, interpreted by Dr. Vance as potential acknowledgments from Thomas, encouraged them to continue their efforts. They began to research common practices for helping spirits find peace, drawing upon various cultural and spiritual traditions. They learned about the importance of forgiveness, of releasing attachments to the earthly realm, and of focusing on a source of light and love. During their nightly sessions, they began to incorporate these concepts into their quiet conversations with Thomas. They spoke of letting go of pain and sorrow, of finding peace beyond the confines of the apartment, of reuniting with loved ones who had passed on. Mark would play melodies that felt hopeful and uplifting rather than melancholic. One evening, as Mark played a particularly gentle and hopeful piece, a new phenomenon occurred. A faint warmth enveloped the area around the memorial table, a comforting sensation that both Sarah and Mark felt distinctly. The candle flame burned steadily, casting a soft glow on the faded photograph of Eleanor and Thomas. And then a single, Soft tap echoed from the hallway wall, a tap that felt less like a restless communication and more like a gentle acknowledgement. A wave of emotion washed over Sarah and Mark. It felt as if Thomas was beginning to hear them, to feel their empathy, to perhaps even consider the possibility of moving on. The weight of the past still lingered in the apartment, but now it was accompanied by a fragile glimmer of hope for a peaceful resolution. Their journey had shifted from one of fear and self-preservation to one of compassion and release, a testament to the unexpected connections that can form across the boundaries of life and death. The invisible encirclement was beginning to loosen its grip, replaced by a shared sense of purpose, to help a trapped soul finally find its way home. Chapter 22, Whispers of Farewell. The gentle tap from the hallway wall, following their efforts to offer Thomas comfort and guidance, resonated deeply with Sarah and Mark. It felt like a fragile bridge had been built across the divide of worlds, a sign that their messages of empathy and release were being heard. The weight of the past still lingered in their apartment, but it was now accompanied by a growing sense of hope, a feeling that Thomas might finally be ready to let go. They continued their nightly vigils by the memorial table, their conversations evolving into gentle affirmations of peace and freedom. They spoke of Eleanor, picturing her waiting for him, her love a beacon in the beyond. Mark's music became softer, more ethereal, filling the apartment with melodies that felt like a gentle invitation to move on. One evening, as Sarah spoke of forgiveness, for any lingering regrets or attachments that might be holding him to the earthly realm, a faint breeze seemed to stir the air around the memorial table, causing the candle flame to dance gently. A soft, almost inaudible sigh, even fainter than the one they had recorded before, seemed to drift through the room. Across the apartment, Mark, while playing a particularly poignant melody on his guitar, felt a light pressure on his fingers, as if an unseen hand had gently touched them. The sensation was fleeting but undeniably real, leaving him a profound sense of connection. The following morning, the voice recorder captured only the ambient sounds of their apartment, devoid of any distinct anomalies. This silence, however, felt different from the previous empty recordings. It carried a sense of stillness, a quietude that felt almost peaceful. When they shared this with Dr. Vance, she interpreted it as a potentially significant sign. The absence of overactivity could indicate that Thomas's energy is beginning to shift, she explained. He may be processing what you've been conveying, perhaps even preparing to move on. She suggested they continue their efforts, focusing on visualizing a source of light and love drawing Thomas towards it, offering him a pathway to peace. She also recommended a simple releasing ritual, a symbolic act of letting go to help both Thomas and themselves. That evening, they dimmed the lights in their apartment, the soft glow of the candle on the memorial table casting long, gentle shadows. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, holding hands, focusing their intention on sending Thomas feelings of love, peace, and release. Sarah then spoke softly, her voice filled with compassion. "Thomas, we understand your pain and your longing. It's time to let go. Eleanor is waiting for you. There is peace and love beyond this place. Follow the light. Be free." Mark played a quiet, ascending melody on a guitar, a musical invitation to journey onward. They both visualized a warm, radiant light enveloping Thomas, drawing him gently upwards, away from the confines of their apartment. As they held their visualization, a series of faint whispers seemed to drift through the room, so soft they were almost imagined. But within the sibilant sounds, they both distinctly heard what sounded like a gentle sigh of release, followed by the faintest whisper of a word. "Thank you." A profound sense of peace settled over the apartment. The oppressive atmosphere that clung to their home for weeks seemed to dissipate, replaced by a feeling of lightness and tranquility. The candle flame burned steadily, casting a warm glow on the photograph of Eleanor and Thomas. The next morning, the apartment felt different. The air was clear, the shadows less heavy. The feeling of being watched had finally lifted, replaced by a sense of quiet spaciousness. The voice recorder captured only the peaceful silence of their home. When they shared their experience with Dr. Vance, She smiled gently. The whispers of, "Thank you. That sounds like a release," she said softly. "It seems Thomas has finally found his peace." She explained that the residual energy might take some time to fully dissipate, and they might still experience occasional faint echoes of his presence, but the intense activity should cease. She commended them for their compassion and their willingness to help a spirit find peace. Over the following days and weeks, their apartment gradually returned to normal. The unsettling phenomena did not recur. The feeling of being watched never returned. The silence was no longer heavy with unspoken dread, but filled with a comfortable tranquility. They kept Eleanor's journal and the photograph on a small shelf, a reminder of the journey they had undertaken and the peace they had helped to facilitate. They often spoke of Thomas and Eleanor, their story a poignant reminder of the enduring power of love and the importance of compassion. While their experience had been terrifying, it also led them to a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, the lingering echoes of the past, and the potential for empathy to bridge even the divide between worlds. They had faced their fear, delved into the unknown, and ultimately helped a trapped soul find its way home. Their Brooklyn loft, once a site of terror, had become a sanctuary once more, filled with the quiet peace of a past finally laid to rest. Their lives continued, marked by the extraordinary events they had shared, forever changed by the whispers of farewell. Chapter 23. Lingering Echoes. The profound sense of peace that settled over Sarah and Mark's apartment following Thomas's apparent release was a welcome balm to their frayed nerves. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted, replaced by a tranquility that allowed them to finally feel truly at home again. The silence was no longer heavy with unspoken dread, but filled with a comfortable normalcy. They found themselves sleeping soundly through the night, the familiar weight and paralysis a distant memory. Life began to resume its previous rhythm. Sarah's design work flourished, her creativity unburdened by the constant undercurrent of fear. Mark's music flowed more freely, his melodies infused with a newfound lightness. They rediscovered the simple joys of their Brooklyn life, the easy laughter returning to their conversations, the vibrant energy of their relationship rekindled. However, the extraordinary events they had experienced had left an indelible mark. They found themselves more attuned to subtle shifts in their environment, more aware of the unseen energies that might linger in the spaces around them. They often spoke of Thomas and Eleanor, their story a poignant reminder of the interconnectedness of life and death, and the power of empathy to bridge the seemingly insurmountable divides. They continued their sessions with Dr. Vance, their focus shifting from investigation and communication to processing their experience and integrating it into their understanding of the world. Dr. Vance helped them navigate the emotional aftermath, acknowledging the trauma they had endured while also highlighting the profound compassion they had shown. "What you experienced was undeniably real and deeply unsettling," she affirmed. "But you faced it with courage and ultimately acted with remarkable empathy. You helped the soul find peace, and that is a truly significant act." She explained that while Thomas appeared to have moved on, the apartment itself might still retain some residual energy, like an echo of the intense emotions that had permeated its walls for so long. She suggested they remain mindful and aware, but not to live in fear of a recurrence. A few weeks after Thomas's apparent release, Sarah was alone in the apartment, working on a design project late into the evening. The city outside hummed with its usual nocturnal energy, but within their loft, a quiet stillness prevailed. Suddenly, she heard a faint, almost imperceptible melody drifting from the direction of the hallway wall. It was a simple, melancholic tune, one that Mark had often played during their vigils by the memorial table. Sarah froze, her heart skipping a beat. The sound was fleeting, lasting only a few seconds before fading back into silence. She cautiously approached the hallway wall, her senses on high alert. The air felt normal, the temperature consistent. There was no rational explanation for the brief musical fragment. She called Mark, her voice a little shaky. When he returned, they stood together by the hallway wall, listening intently. The apartment remained quiet. They discussed the possibility of it being a residual echo, a fleeting imprint of Thomas's energy lingering in the space, triggered perhaps by the late hour or Sarah's solitary presence. A few days later, Mark experienced a similar, subtle reminder. He was practicing his guitar, working on a new piece, when he felt a sudden, inexplicable coolness envelop his hands as they moved across the fretboard. The sensation lasted only for a moment and then was gone. He looked around, but the temperature in the room was normal. These subtle occurrences, while initially causing a flicker of unease, ultimately served as gentle reminders of their extraordinary experience. They were not frightening, but rather poignant, like a faint echo of a song that had once filled their home. They discussed these moments with Dr. Vance, who reassured them that such residual phenomena were not uncommon and did not necessarily indicate a return of the intense activity. Think of it like the lingering scent of a favorite perfume after someone's left the room, she explained. The strong presence is gone, but a faint trace can still be detected. It's a reminder of what was, but not a sign of its return. As time passed, these lingering echoes became less frequent, fading into the background of their lives. The apartment truly felt like their own again, a safe and comfortable haven. They had faced the darkness and emerged with a deeper understanding of themselves and the unseen world around them. Their experience had also subtly shifted their perspectives. They found themselves more open to the possibility of the paranormal, less quick to dismiss unexplained phenomena. They had witnessed firsthand the power of empathy and the potential for connection beyond the physical realm. They kept Eleanor's journal and the faded photograph, not as relics of a terrifying ordeal, but as a reminder of the compassion they had shown and the peace they had helped to facilitate. The story of Eleanor and Thomas became a part of their own story, a testament to the unexpected ways in which lives can intertwine across the boundaries of time and existence. While their journey into the darkness had been fraught with fear and uncertainty, it had ultimately led them to a place of profound peace and a deeper understanding of the unseen world. The whispers of the night had finally faded, replaced by the quiet harmony of a home finally free. Their lives had been touched by the extraordinary, leaving them with a story to tell and a quiet wisdom born from the unexpected encounters within the walls of their Brooklyn loft. The lingering echoes served not as a source of fear, but as a gentle reminder of the peace they had helped to create. Chapter 24, An Unexpected Resonance. Life in their Brooklyn loft settled into a comfortable rhythm, the lingering echoes of Thomas's presence fading into a quiet memory. Sarah's design business continued to thrive, and Mark found inspiration in the newfound tranquility of their home, his music taking on a richer, more introspective quality. They often spoke of their extraordinary experience, the shared ordeal having forged an even deeper bond between them, a quiet understanding that transcended the ordinary. One crisp autumn evening, Sarah and Mark decided to attend a small concert at a nearby community center. The featured artist was a local pianist known for his evocative and often melancholic compositions. As the pianist began his performance, a particular melody resonated deeply with Mark. It was a simple, haunting tune, filled with a poignant sense of longing. As the notes filled the small hall, Mark felt a familiar, almost forgotten sensation, a subtle coolness enveloping his hands as they rested in his lap. He glanced at Sarah, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. She, too, seemed to be experiencing something unusual, her gaze fixed on the pianist with an almost unnerving intensity. After the concert, as they walked home through the quiet Brooklyn streets, they spoke of the unexpected resonance the pianist's music had evoked. That melody, Mark began, his brow furrowed in thought. It felt familiar, somehow, almost like a half-remembered dream. Sarah nodded slowly. I felt it too. That coolness, it reminded me of when you were playing for Thomas by the memorial table. They fell silent, the realization dawning upon them. The pianist's music had somehow triggered a subtle echo of Thomas's energy, a faint reminder of the presence that had once filled their home. It wasn't frightening, but rather poignant, a gentle stirring of memory they thought had fully receded. Intrigued, Mark looked up the pianist, whose name was Elias Thorne. He discovered that Elias had recently moved to Brooklyn from upstate and had no known connection to their building or its past residents. Yet his music had somehow struck a chord, a resonant frequency that had briefly reawakened the lingering echoes of Thomas's presence. They discussed this unexpected phenomenon with Dr. Vance during their next session. She found it fascinating, suggesting that certain musical frequencies or emotional undertones could potentially tap into residual energies associated with specific locations or individuals. Think of it like a tuning fork, she explained. A particular frequency can cause another object with similar resonant frequency to vibrate. It's possible that Elias's music, perhaps unintentionally, resonated with the emotional energy left behind by Thomas. This idea opened up a new avenue of understanding for Sarah and Mark. The echoes of Thomas weren't entirely gone. They were simply dormant, waiting for the right resonance to stir them. It made them wonder about the countless unseen energies that might linger in the fabric of their city, waiting for a trigger to bring them to the surface. The experience also prompted Mark to explore his own music in a new light. He began to experiment with melodies that evoked the emotions they felt during their time with Thomas. The sadness, the longing, but also the eventual peace and release. It was a way for him to process his own experience and to perhaps even honor Thomas's memory through his art. A few weeks later, Mark played one of these new compositions at a small gathering of friends in their loft. As the melancholic yet ultimately hopeful notes filled the room, Sarah noticed a faint flickering of the lights, a subtle anomaly that no one else seemed to perceive. It was fleeting, lasting only a moment, but for Sarah, it felt like a gentle acknowledgement, a subtle resonance with the emotions in Mark's music. She didn't mention it to their friends, but later, she and Mark spoke about it in hushed tones. They both felt a sense of connection to Thomas, a feeling that his energy, though no longer a disruptive presence, was still subtly intertwined with their lives and their home. These lingering echoes, triggered by music and perhaps even by their own emotional states, served as a reminder of the extraordinary journey they had undertaken. They were not afraid. Instead, they felt a sense of quiet understanding and a newfound appreciation for the unseen layers of reality that surrounded them. Their lives continued to move forward, filled with creativity, love, and a deeper sense of connection to each other and the world around them. The intense terror they had once experienced had faded, replaced by a quiet wisdom and profound respect for the mysteries that lay just beyond the veil of everyday perception. The unexpected resonance of melody, the fleeting flicker of a light. These subtle reminders serve not to haunt, but connect, a gentle testament to the enduring power of empathy and the lingering echoes of a soul finally at peace. Their Brooklyn loft was truly their home now, a space where their own lives intertwined with the quiet memory of a past they had helped to resolve. Chapter 25. A Shared Sensitivity. The subtle echoes of Thomas's presence, triggered by music and their own emotions, fostered in Sarah and Mark a heightened awareness of the unseen energies that permeated their lives. It wasn't a constant feeling of being haunted, but rather an occasional, gentle reminder of the extraordinary journey they had shared. They found themselves more attuned to the subtle shifts in atmosphere, the fleeting sensations that might once have gone unnoticed. One rainy afternoon, Sarah was sketching in her studio, the rhythmic drumming of the rain against the window pane creating a soothing backdrop. Suddenly, she felt a distinct chill in the air around her, localized to a small area near her drawing table. The feeling was reminiscent of the cold spots they had experienced during the height of Thomas's unrest, but this time it lacked the oppressive, malevolent quality. It felt almost wistful. She mentioned it to Mark when he returned home, and he recounted a similar experience earlier that day while listening to a particularly somber piece of classical music. A faint scent of dust and old paper, the same scent they had associated with Eleanor's journal, had briefly filled the air in their living room. These shared subtle sensory experiences, occurring independently and seemingly linked to specific emotional or atmospheric triggers, suggested a lingering sensitivity within them, a kind of attunement to the residual energies of their apartment's past. Dr. Vance, when they discussed these occurrences, theorized that the prolonged and intense interaction with Thomas might have temporarily heightened their own psychic receptivity. You essentially open yourselves up to a different level of perception, she explained. It's not uncommon for individuals who have experienced intense paranormal activity to retain a degree of sensitivity afterwards. It's like a muscle that has been exercised. It remains more responsive. She reassured them that this heightened sensitivity was not necessarily a cause for concern. As long as the residual energies in their apartment remained peaceful, their experiences would likely be fleeting and non-threatening. She advised them to simply acknowledge these moments if they occurred, without dwelling on them or allowing fear to take root. Their shared sensitivity, rather than being a source of anxiety, became a subtle reminder of the profound connection they had forged with Thomas, a silent testament to their empathy and their role in his release. It was as if a faint thread still connected them to the apartment's past, a gentle echo in the quiet spaces of their home. One evening, as they were preparing dinner, a small framed photograph on their kitchen counter, a candid shot of them laughing during their vacation, suddenly tilted slightly on its stand. It didn't fall, but the subtle movement was undeniable. They both noticed it simultaneously and exchanged a knowing glance. There was no discernible cause, no vibrations, no uneven surface. It was a fleeting, gentle nudge, almost playful. They chuckled softly, interpreting it as perhaps a light-hearted acknowledgement from Thomas, a subtle way of letting them know he was still around, in a peaceful and benign way. It wasn't a haunting, but more like a friendly wave across the veil. As the seasons changed, these subtle occurrences became less frequent, the echoes of the past gradually fading into the deeper recesses of their home. Sarah and Mark continued to live their lives, their bond strengthened by their shared experience, their perspectives broadened by their unexpected journey into the realm of the unseen. They often wonder about other places, other homes, where similar stories might be unfolding, where lingering energies and unresolved emotions might subtly influence the lives of those who inhabited those spaces. Their own experience had opened their eyes to the hidden layers of reality that often went unnoticed in the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Their Brooklyn loft remained their sanctuary, a space filled with their own laughter and creativity, now layered with the quiet memory of a soul they had helped to find peace. They had learned that even in the face of fear and the unknown, empathy and compassion could be powerful tools, capable of bridging divides and bringing solace to those who lingered in the shadows. The shared sensitivity they now possessed was not a burden, but a subtle reminder of that profound lesson, a quiet attunement to the unseen world that now felt less like a threat and more like a part of the rich tapestry of their lives. The echoes of the past had softened into a gentle resonance, a subtle harmony in the quiet spaces of their home. Chapter 26. A Lingering Question. Time continued its gentle march forward in Sarah and Mark's Brooklyn loft. The intense fear and unsettling phenomena they had endured had receded into memory, replaced by a quiet sense of peace and a deeper appreciation for the unseen aspects of their lives. Their shared sensitivity to the residual energies of their home had become a subtle undercurrent, an occasional, gentle reminder of their extraordinary experience. Life had found its new normal. Sarah's design work flourished, her creativity now infused with a sense of groundedness and a broader perspective. Mark's music continued to evolve, his compositions carrying a depth and emotional resonance that had been subtly influenced by his interaction with Thomas's lingering energy. Their relationship, tested and ultimately strengthened by their shared ordeal, thrived in the tranquil atmosphere of their apartment. They maintained a quiet reverence for Eleanor's journal and the faded photograph, keeping them as a reminder of the compassion they had shown and the peace they had helped to facilitate. The story of Eleanor and Thomas remained a poignant part of their shared history, a testament to the enduring power of love and the potential for connection across the boundaries of life and death. One quiet evening, as they were relaxing in their living room, a thought occurred to Sarah, a lingering question that had been simmering beneath the surface of their understanding. "You know," she said softly, breaking the comfortable silence, "we helped Thomas find peace, seemingly. But what about Eleanor?" Mark looked up from his book, his brow furrowed in thought. What do you mean? Well, Sarah elaborated. We found her journal, her perspective on Thomas's illness and passing. We acknowledged her grief, but we never really connected with her directly. We don't know what happened to her after Thomas died. Did she find peace too? Is her energy still here in some way? The question hung in the air, a subtle shift in the otherwise tranquil atmosphere of their home. They had been so focused on Thomas, on understanding his pain and facilitating his release, that they had perhaps overlooked the other half of the story, the profound grief and potential lingering presence of Eleanor. They discussed this with Dr. Vance during their next session. She acknowledged Sarah's insightful question, admitting that their focus had indeed been primarily on Thomas, guided by his more overt manifestations. It's possible that Eleanor's energy is also present, perhaps in a more subtle way, Dr. Vance suggested. Grief can leave a powerful imprint on a space. Her deep sorrow at losing Thomas could have anchored her energy to the apartment as well. She explained that sometimes, in cases of intertwined lives and shared loss, both individuals might linger, their energies connected by the strength of their bond and the intensity of their emotions. Intrigued, Sarah and Mark began to pay closer attention to any subtle sensations or impressions they might have that could be linked to Eleanor. Sarah found herself drawn to certain areas of the apartment, particularly the small corner where she had found the journal in the basement. She sometimes felt a faint sense of sadness or longing in that space. Mark occasionally felt a subtle pressure near his hands when he played certain melodies, a sensation that now felt less like Thomas and more like a gentle, almost wistful touch. They began to incorporate Eleanor into their quiet reflections, acknowledging her love for Thomas and her profound loss. They spoke of hoping she too had found peace, or if not, that she could feel their empathy and understanding. One evening, as Sarah sat in the basement corner where she had found a journal, a single, dried flower petal, seemingly out of nowhere, drifted down and landed on the floor in front of her. It was a delicate, rose-colored petal, the kind that might have been pressed within the pages of a beloved book. Upstairs at the same moment, Mark felt a fleeting scent of lavender, a fragrance he vaguely associated with old photographs and keepsakes. These subtle, synchronized occurrences, the rose petal and the scent of lavender, felt like a gentle acknowledgement, a faint resonance with Eleanor's potential presence. They were not dramatic or frightening, but rather carried a quiet, melancholic beauty. They shared these experiences with Dr. Vance, who found them significant. These subtle, coordinated events could very well be Eleanor's way of making her presence known, she suggested. A rose petal, lavender. These are often associated with love, remembrance, and gentle sorrow. The lingering question about Eleanor had opened a new layer to their understanding of their apartment's past and the unseen energies that might still reside within its walls. Their journey of discovery and empathy was perhaps not entirely complete. The peace they had found felt genuine, but the potential presence of a grieving soul suggested that there might still be more to understand, more compassion to offer. The echoes of the past, it seemed, could resonate in unexpected ways, drawing them further into the intricate tapestry of their home's history. Chapter 27. A Lingering Sorrow. The subtle signs they had experienced, the single rose petal, the fleeting scent of lavender, seemed to confirm the potential lingering presence of Eleanor Ainsworth, her energy perhaps still tied to the apartment by the deep sorrow of her loss. While Thomas's presence had been more overt and ultimately resolved, Eleanor seemed quieter, more introspective, a gentle echo of a grief that spanned decades. Sarah and Mark began to focus their quiet reflections not only on Thomas, but also on Eleanor. They spoke of her love for Thomas, her pain at his passing, and their hope that she too could find peace and release. They spent more time in the basement corner where Sarah had found the journal, trying to connect with any lingering emotions or impressions. Sarah would often sit there quietly, holding the journal, trying to feel Eleanor's presence, her sorrow. One afternoon, while Sarah was in the basement, a sudden wave of sadness washed over her. It wasn't her own grief, but a profound sense of loss and longing that felt alien yet intensely real. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she felt a deep ache in her chest, a visceral understanding of Eleanor's pain. The feeling passed after a few moments, leaving Sarah shaken but with a clearer sense of the depth of Eleanor's sorrow. Upstairs, at the exact same time, Mark felt an overwhelming urge to play a particular melancholic melody on his guitar, a piece he hadn't played in years. The notes filled the apartment with a poignant sadness, a musical expression of the very emotions Sarah was experiencing in the basement. These synchronized emotional and sensory experiences convinced them that Eleanor's energy was indeed still present, a quiet echo of her profound grief. They shared this with Dr. Vance, who affirmed their intuition. "It sounds like you have established a connection with Eleanor's residual energy," she said. "The shared emotional experience is particularly significant. It suggests a strong imprint of her sorrow remains within the apartment." Dr. Vance suggested they try a similar approach to the one they had used with Thomas, creating a space to honor Eleanor and offering her comfort and release. They added a few items to the memorial table: a small vase of dried lavender, a pressed rose they found tucked within the pages of the journal. They continued to light the candle each evening, now dedicating their quiet reflections to both Thomas and Eleanor. They spoke to Eleanor with gentle compassion, acknowledging her love for Thomas and the depth of her loss. Sarah would often read passages from the journal aloud, sharing Eleanor's own words of love and sorrow. Mark would play soft, comforting melodies on his guitar, hoping to create an atmosphere of peace and acceptance. One evening, as Sarah read aloud Eleanor's poignant description of her last moments with Thomas, a faint scent of roses filled the living room, stronger than the fleeting hints Sarah had experienced before. Mark felt a gentle warmth spread through his hands as he played a soft, lullaby-like tune. The following morning, Mark had a vivid dream. He saw a woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile, standing in a sunlit garden filled with roses and lavender. She seemed to be looking towards a distant figure, her expression filled with a mixture of sadness and a quiet hope. He had a strong sense that this was Eleanor, and that she was aware of their efforts. They shared Mark's dream and the sensory experiences with Dr. Vance, who felt they were positive signs. The stronger sensory impressions and the comforting dreams suggest that Eleanor is acknowledging your presence and your intentions, she explained. She may be beginning to process her grief and consider the possibility of moving on. They continued their nightly vigils, focusing on sending Eleanor feelings of love, comfort, and the hope of reunion with Thomas in a peaceful beyond. They spoke of the beauty that awaited her, the light that could guide her way. One quiet evening, as they sat by the memorial table, a single tear, seemingly unbidden, rolled down Sarah's cheek. At the same moment, Mark felt a profound sense of release, a lightness in his chest he hadn't felt before. The scent of roses and lavender filled the room, and the candle flame burned with steady, unwavering light. The following morning, the apartment felt even lighter. The residual sorrow that had subtly permeated the atmosphere seemed to have lifted. The air felt clear and peaceful. The echoes of the past were fading, replaced by a profound sense of closure. Their journey in the Brooklyn loft had reached its final stage, a testament to the enduring power of empathy to heal not only the present, but also the lingering wounds of the past. The quiet apartment now held the peace of two souls finally at rest, their story a reminder of the unseen connections that bind us all. Chapter 28, A Quiet Harmony. The profound sense of peace that enveloped Sarah and Mark's Brooklyn loft after their apparent connection with Eleanor felt like the final resolution to their extraordinary ordeal. The lingering sorrow that had subtly permeated the atmosphere seemed to have dissipated, replaced by a quiet harmony. The apartment no longer felt haunted, but rather held the gentle echoes of a past that had finally found its rest. Life settled into a deeper, more grounded rhythm. Sarah's design work continued to flourish, her creativity now imbued with a sense of resilience and a broader understanding of the unseen world. Mark's music resonated with a new depth and emotional maturity, subtly influenced by the journey they had undertaken. Their relationship, forged in the crucible of shared fear and ultimately strengthened by their compassion, thrived in the tranquil atmosphere of their home. They kept Eleanor's journal and the faded photograph alongside the pressed rose and dried lavender on their shelf, a quiet memorial to the two souls whose story had become intertwined with their own. They often spoke of Thomas and Eleanor, their love and lost serving, as a poignant reminder of the enduring power of human connection and the importance of empathy in navigating the mysteries of existence. Their sessions with Dr. Vance concluded, their focus now on integrating their experiences and moving forward. Dr. Vance affirmed the sense of closure they felt, suggesting that the apartment had likely been cleansed of the residual energies that had caused them such distress. You created a space of compassion and understanding, she explained. You honored the past and offered a pathway to peace. It's likely that Thomas and Eleanor have both found their release. She cautioned them that the world held many mysteries, and while their immediate ordeal was over, remaining open to the possibility of the unexplained was a valuable perspective. She commended them for their courage, their empathy, and their willingness to confront the unknown. As the seasons turned, their Brooklyn loft truly became their sanctuary, a space filled with their own laughter, creativity, and a quiet sense of belonging. The intense terror they had once experienced was now a distant memory, replaced by a profound appreciation for the peace they had helped to create. They occasionally spoke of their experiences with close friends, sharing their story with a sense of wonder and a newfound understanding of the unseen layers of reality. Their friends listened with a mixture of disbelief and fascination, their perspectives subtly shifted by Sarah and Mark's extraordinary tale. Life continued, marked by the subtle shifts of seasons and the quiet unfolding of their individual and shared dreams. Sarah's design business expanded, and Mark's music began to reach a wider audience, his compositions carrying unique emotional depth that resonated with listeners. One quiet evening, as they sat on their balcony, overlooking the twinkling lights of the city, Sarah turned to Mark and smiled. "You know," she said softly, "in a strange way, that whole experience, it changed us. It made us stronger, more empathetic." Mark nodded, taking her hand. "It did. We faced something terrifying together, and we found our way through it by trying to understand and help others. That's something." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the quiet harmony of their lives a testament to the journey they had undertaken. The whispers of the night were long gone, replaced by the gentle sounds of the city and the quiet rhythm of their shared existence. Years passed. Sarah and Mark continued to thrive in their Brooklyn loft, their lives filled with love, creativity, and a quiet appreciation for the peace that now permeated their home. The memory of Thomas and Eleanor remained, a poignant reminder of the unseen connections that bind us and the power of empathy to heal even the deepest wounds of the past. Their extraordinary experience had become a part of their story, a testament to their resilience and their capacity for compassion in the face of the unknown. The quiet harmony of their lives was a lasting echo of the peace they had helped to create, a gentle reminder that even in the darkest of nights, the light of understanding and empathy can ultimately prevail. Their Brooklyn loft, once a site of terror, had become a true sanctuary, filled with the quiet music of a life lived with open hearts and a profound respect for the mysteries that surround us all. Chapter 29, An Unexpected Visitor. Years melted into a comfortable continuum in Sarah and Mark's Brooklyn loft. The extraordinary events of their past had woven themselves into the fabric of their lives, not as a source of fear, but as a profound lesson in empathy and the unseen connections that bind us. Their home remained a sanctuary, filled with their shared laughter, creative endeavors, and a quiet understanding of the mysteries that lay just beyond the veil of everyday perception. One blustery autumn afternoon, as rain lashed against the windows, Sarah received an unexpected email. The sender was a woman named Clara Ainsworth, who identified herself as a distant relative of Eleanor Ainsworth. Clara explained that she was researching her family history and had come across some old records that mentioned Eleanor and Thomas living in their Brooklyn neighborhood decades ago. Intrigued, she had done some further digging and stumbled upon a local historical society forum where a brief, anonymous account of unusual occurrences in their specific building had been posted a few years prior. Clara's email expressed a deep curiosity about the history of the building and any stories Sarah and Mark might know about its past residents. She mentioned feeling a strange pull towards the neighborhood, an inexplicable sense of connection to a place she had never visited. She requested a meeting, hoping to learn more about Eleanor and Thomas's lives and any lingering traces of their presence. Sarah and Mark exchanged a thoughtful glance. The email felt like an unexpected echo from the past, a gentle stirring of a story they thought had reached its conclusion. They replied to Clara, expressing their willingness to meet and share what they had learned. A few days later, Clara arrived at their doorstep. She was a woman in her late 60s, with kind eyes and a gentle demeanor. As she stepped into their loft, she paused, a soft gasp escaping her lips. "It feels familiar," she murmured, her gaze sweeping across the living room. "An odd sensation, as if I'd been here before." Sarah and Mark welcomed her in, offering her tea and sharing the story of their extraordinary experiences. From initial unsettling nightmares to the discovery of Eleanor's journal and their eventual sense of peace. Clara listened intently, her expression a mixture of fascination and a deep sense of connection. When they showed her Eleanor's journal and the faded photograph, tears welled up in her eyes. "Eleanor," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "I never knew her, but I feel like I do now." Clara shared some of the family history she had uncovered, painting a picture of Eleanor and Thomas's life together, their love for music, and the devastating impact of Thomas's illness. She had always felt a sense of sadness associated with that branch of her family, a lingering shadow of loss that she had never fully understood. As they spoke, Clara mentioned a recurring dream she had had throughout her life, a vivid image of a small garden filled with roses and lavender, bathed in a soft, golden light. She had never understood the significance of the dream, but as Mark described his own dream of Eleanor in a similar garden, a look of profound recognition crossed Clara's face. "The garden," she murmured, her voice hushed with awe. "That's where I always saw her in my dreams." It felt like a place of peace. The connection was undeniable. Clara's lifelong dream, her inexplicable pull towards their neighborhood, her immediate sense of familiarity with their loft. It all suggested a deep, perhaps even psychic, link to Eleanor. Over the next few hours, they shared stories and memories, bridging the gap of decades through their shared connection to Eleanor and Thomas. Clara expressed a sense of closure she had never anticipated, a feeling that she finally understood the lingering sadness that had permeated her family history. As the evening drew to a close, Clara thanked Sarah and Mark for sharing their extraordinary story. "Knowing what happened here, knowing that they found peace, it means more to me than I can say," she said, her eyes filled with gratitude. Before she left, Clara gifted Sarah and Mark a small antique music box, a family heirloom that had once belonged to Eleanor. As Mark wound the delicate mechanism, a simple, melancholic melody filled the room, the very same tune that had resonated with him so deeply at the community center concert months before. A wave of emotion washed over Sarah and Mark. The unexpected arrival of Clara, her lifelong connection to Eleanor, and the haunting melody of the music box felt like a final, gentle confirmation that the echoes of the past were still subtly present, woven into the fabric of their lives in unexpected ways. It wasn't a haunting, but a gentle reminder of the enduring power of love, loss, and the unseen connections that bind us across generations. Their journey in the Brooklyn loft had come full circle, their act of compassion extending beyond the veil of their own experience to touch the lives of those connected to the past they had helped to heal. The quiet harmony of their lives now resonated with a deeper understanding of the intricate tapestry of human experience, a testament to the enduring power of empathy and the unexpected ways in which the past can touch the present. Chapter 30, A Lingering Legacy. The unexpected visit from Clara Ainsworth and the haunting melody of Eleanor's music box served as a poignant reminder of the enduring legacy of the past within Sarah and Mark's Brooklyn loft. It wasn't a source of unease, but rather a gentle affirmation of the interconnectedness of lives across time, and a profound impact of empathy in bridging those divides. Their home, once a site of fear and mystery, now felt imbued with a deeper sense of history, a quiet acknowledgement of the love and loss that had once echoed within its walls. Life continued its gentle rhythm. The extraordinary events of their past, now a shared narrative that had enriched their understanding of the world. Sarah's design work continued to evolve, her creations often carrying a subtle emotional depth inspired by her experiences. Mark's music found new layers of resonance, his compositions often exploring themes of memory, connection, and the unseen currents that flow beneath the surface of everyday life. Their relationship, strengthened by the trials they faced together, thrived in the peaceful atmosphere of their home, now imbued with a quiet sense of history. They kept Eleanor's music box alongside the journal and photograph, its delicate melody a subtle reminder of the love that had once filled their apartment and the peace they had helped to restore. Clara remained in touch, sharing more of her family history and expressing her deep gratitude for the closure Sarah and Mark had unknowingly provided. A genuine friendship blossomed between them, a bond forged through a shared connection to the past. Years continued to pass, marked by the subtle shifts of seasons and the quiet unfolding of Sarah and Mark's lives. Their Brooklyn loft remained their sanctuary, a space filled with their own evolving story, now gently layered with the echoes of Eleanor and Thomas's enduring love. The intense fear they had once known was a distant memory, replaced by a profound appreciation for the interconnectedness of human experience and the quiet power of compassion. One quiet afternoon, Sarah was working in her studio, sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. She paused, a familiar sensation washing over her, a fleeting scent of roses and lavender, so subtle it was almost imagined. She smiled softly, a gentle acknowledgment of the lingering presence of the past, a quiet reminder that even in the stillness of the present, echoes of other lives could still resonate. Across the apartment, Mark was composing a new piece of music. His fingers moved across the piano keys, weaving a melody that carried a sense of both melancholy and profound peace. As the final notes faded into quiet air, he felt a light pressure on his hands, a familiar, gentle touch. He closed his eyes for a moment, a feeling of quiet gratitude washing over him. These subtle, fleeting sensations, once sources of fear and confusion, now felt like gentle acknowledgments, quiet reminders of the extraordinary journey they had undertaken. They were not haunted, but rather connected, their lives subtly interwoven with the enduring legacy of those who had lived and loved within the walls of their home before them. Their Brooklyn loft remained their sanctuary, a space where their own story continued to unfold, gently layered with the echoes of past. The intense fear they had once known had long since faded, replaced by a profound appreciation for the interconnectedness of human experience and the quiet power of compassion. Their lives had been touched by the extraordinary, leaving them with a deeper understanding of the unseen world and a quiet harmony that resonated within the very walls of their home, a lasting testament to the enduring power of love and the peace that can be found even in the most unexpected of places. The lingering legacy of the past had become a quiet part of their present, a gentle reminder of the enduring power of empathy and the unseen connections that bind us all. Stage 4, New Resonances. Chapter 31, A Faint Stirring. Life in Sarah and Mark's Brooklyn loft had settled into a comfortable rhythm, the echoes of Eleanor and Thomas's presence now a peaceful part of the apartment's history, a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of lives across time. Their home remained a sanctuary, filled with their creative endeavors and a quiet understanding of the unseen currents that subtly shaped their world. Years continued to unfold, marked by the gentle passage of seasons and a quiet evolution of their lives. Sarah's design business flourished, her work often infused with subtle sensitivity to the emotional resonance of spaces. Mark's music gained increasing recognition, his compositions carrying a depth and nuance that resonated with a growing audience. Their relationship, deepened by the extraordinary journey they had shared, thrived in the tranquil atmosphere of their home, a testament to their resilience and enduring love. They often spoke of Eleanor and Thomas, their story a poignant reminder of the enduring power of human connection and the profound impact of empathy. The antique music box, a gift from Clara, sat on their mantelpiece, its delicate melody occasionally filling the apartment with nostalgic charm, a gentle echo of a love that had transcended time. One crisp autumn evening, as Sarah and Mark were enjoying a quiet dinner, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift occurred in the atmosphere of their living room. A faint coolness, reminiscent of the early days of their haunting, brushed against Sarah's skin. Mark paused mid-sentence, a slight furrow in his brow. "Did you feel that?" he asked softly. Sarah nodded, a flicker of unease stirring within her. It wasn't the oppressive cold they had once experienced, but a lighter, almost hesitant chill. They exchanged a cautious glance, their senses subtly heightened. The air remained still, the room quiet, yet the faint stirring in the atmosphere was undeniable. Over the next few days, these subtle anomalies continued. A fleeting scent of dust and old paper would occasionally drift through the living room, the same scent they had associated with Eleanor's journal, but fainter, more ephemeral. Mark sometimes felt a light, almost imperceptible pressure on his chest during the night, a ghost of the oppressive weight he had once endured, but without the accompanying terror. They discussed these faint stirrings, their initial apprehension slowly giving way to a sense of curiosity. These weren't the intense, frightening manifestations of their earlier ordeal. They felt different, almost like echoes of echoes, faint reverberations of the energies that had once been so potent. When they spoke with Clara, she hadn't experienced any renewed sense of Eleanor or Thomas's presence in her own life. Dr. Vance, whom they contacted out of caution, suggested that these faint stirrings could be residual imprints, the apartment subtly remembering the intense energies that had once permeated it. "Think of it like a house that has experienced a fire," she explained. "Even after the fire is extinguished, there might still be faint smells of smoke, subtle structural changes that remind you of what happened. Your apartment experienced a significant influx of energy, both negative and ultimately positive. These faint sensations could be the lingering echoes of that time." She advised them to remain aware but not to be alarmed, suggesting that these residual echoes would likely fade over time. However, she also cautioned them to be mindful of any escalation in these sensations. A few weeks later, while Mark was working on a new musical piece, a melody with a hauntingly familiar quality, the antique music box on the mantelpiece suddenly began to play, its delicate notes filling the quiet apartment. Neither of them had touched it. The melody was one they hadn't heard in months. It played for only a few bars before falling silent again. This unexpected event sent a fresh wave of unease through them. The music box playing on its own felt like more than just a residual echo. It felt intentional. They examined the music box carefully, but there was no obvious mechanism that could have caused it to play spontaneously. They contacted Dr. Vance again, their apprehension evident in their voices. She acknowledged that this was a more significant occurrence than the faint sensory impressions they had experienced. The music box playing on its own suggests a potential reemergence of energy, or perhaps even a new influence, she said thoughtfully. "We need to consider the possibility that the piece you experienced might not be as permanent as we hoped, or that something else might be at play." The quiet harmony of their lives felt subtly disrupted, a faint stirring in the depth of their home, suggesting that their extraordinary journey might not be entirely over. The echoes of the past seemed to be resonating in new and unexpected ways, leaving them with a renewed sense of cautious awareness and a lingering question about what the future might hold within the familiar walls of their Brooklyn loft. Chapter 32. An Unfamiliar Presence. The spontaneous playing of Eleanor's music box shattered the fragile sense of finality that had settled over Sarah and Mark's Brooklyn loft. The faint stirrings they had experienced in the atmosphere now felt like a prelude to something more significant, a subtle shift in the unseen energies of their home. The quiet harmony they had come to cherish was now tinged with a renewed sense of unease, a lingering question mark hanging in the air. They spent the next few days on edge, their senses heightened, listening for any further unusual occurrences. The apartment remained outwardly calm, the familiar sounds of city life filtering through their windows. Yet, the subtle coolness would occasionally return, a fleeting brush against their skin, and the faint scent of old paper would drift through the air, each instance amplifying their underlying anxiety. The music box remained silent, sitting innocently on the mantelpiece, a beautiful antique that now carried a hint of the uncanny. They avoided touching it, a silent agreement to let it remain undisturbed, a potential trigger for further unexplained activity. Sleep became more fitful, the comfortable tranquility of their nights subtly disrupted by a renewed sense of watchfulness. Sarah found herself having vivid, unsettling dreams, not the oppressive darkness or the gaunt figure of their earlier ordeal, but of shadowy figures moving in periphery of her vision, indistinct and silent, yet undeniably present. Mark experienced a return of the low, resonant hum during his sleep, fainter than before, but still carrying a subtle vibration of unease. They contacted Dr. Vance again, their voices filled with a mixture of apprehension and a weary resignation. The possibility that their long and arduous journey to peace might be unraveling was deeply disheartening. Dr. Vance listened carefully, her initial reassurances now replaced by a more cautious tone. The spontaneous playing of the music box is indeed significant, she acknowledged. It suggests a level of intentionality that we haven't seen since the initial stages of your haunting. We need to consider the possibility that this isn't just a residual echo. She proposed a new course of action. She suggested they try to document any further unusual occurrences with more precision, noting the time, location, and any accompanying sensations or emotions. She also recommended they try to create a more energetically neutral environment in their apartment, suggesting techniques like smudging with sage or using sound frequencies intended to clear stagnant energy. Sarah and Mark followed her advice diligently. They kept a detailed log of any unusual sensations, no matter how subtle. They smudged their apartment with sage, the fragrant smoke filling the rooms, a symbolic act of cleansing. Mark experimented with different sound frequencies, playing them softly through their apartment, hoping to create a sense of energetic balance. Despite their efforts, the subtle anomalies persisted. The fleeting coolness, the faint scent of old paper, and the unsettling dreams continued, creating a low-level hum of anxiety in their daily lives. The music box remained silent, a constant, enigmatic presence. Then, one evening, as they were watching television, a new and distinctly different phenomenon occurred. A small object on their coffee table, a smooth, polished stone they had picked up on a beach vacation, suddenly slid across the surface, stopping just short of the edge. The movement was slow and deliberate, as if pushed by an unseen hand. They stared at the stone, their initial unease now escalating into a more palpable sense of alarm. This was no faint echo. This was a direct physical interaction, something they hadn't experienced since the height of Thomas's unrest. But the energy felt different, lacking the sorrow and lingering sadness they had associated with him. This felt colder, more detached. The following night, Sarah awoke in the middle of the night with a feeling of intense dread. She couldn't move, a familiar wave of sleep paralysis washing over her. But this time, the darkness felt different. It wasn't the oppressive void she had experienced before, but a thick, swirling darkness that seemed to writhe and pulse. She felt a presence in the room, not the sorrowful lingering of Eleanor or the trapped anguish of Thomas, but something alien, something unfamiliar and unsettlingly cold. Across the room, Mark stirred in his sleep, muttering incoherently. He dreamed of vast, empty spaces, an echoing silence that stretched into infinity, and a sense of being watched by something ancient and unknowable. The next morning, they recounted their terrifying nights, their voices filled with a renewed sense of dread. The unfamiliar presence Sarah had felt during her sleep paralysis, Mark's disturbing dream of vast emptiness. It felt like something new had entered their home, something separate from the lingering echoes of Eleanor and Thomas. The quiet harmony they had fought so hard to achieve had been shattered, replaced by the chilling intrusion of an unknown entity. Their extraordinary journey, it seemed, was far from over, and the familiar walls of their Brooklyn loft now held a new and potentially more ominous mystery. Chapter 33. The Cold Expanse. The chilling sense of an unfamiliar presence that permeated their apartment after Sarah's terrifying sleep paralysis and Mark's disturbing dream cast a pall of anxiety over their lives. The subtle echoes of Eleanor and Thomas now felt distant, overshadowed by a cold, detached energy that seemed alien to the sorrow and lingering love they had come to understand. The quiet harmony of their home had been replaced by a palpable tension, a sense of being watched by something unknown and unsettling. They found themselves constantly on edge, their senses straining for any further manifestations of this new entity. The apartment, once their sanctuary, now felt like a space infiltrated by an unwelcome and enigmatic force. Sleep offered little respite, their nights filled with fitful rest and a recurring sense of unease. Sarah's dreams continued to be plagued by shadowy figures moving just beyond her awareness, their forms indistinct but their presence undeniably malevolent. The swirling darkness she had experienced during her sleep paralysis returned on subsequent nights, each time feeling more oppressive, more actively hostile. She would often wake up with a gasp, her heart pounding, a lingering sense of dread clinging to her like a shroud. Mark's dreams delved deeper into the cold expanse he had first encountered. The echoing silence stretched into an infinite void, a sense of utter isolation and insignificance washing over him. The feeling of being watched intensified, the unseen presence feeling ancient, vast, and utterly indifferent to their existence. He would often wake up with a profound sense of emptiness, a chilling reminder of the cold, uncaring universe that seemed to be encroaching upon their lives. The physical manifestations also continued, albeit sporadically. The polished stone on the coffee table moved again, this time more forcefully, falling onto the floor with a sharp clatter. A book fell from a shelf in their study, landing open at a page filled with unsettling imagery. The temperature in certain areas of the apartment would plummet inexplicably, creating pockets of icy air in the otherwise warm rooms. They contacted Dr. Vance with a renewed sense of urgency, their voices tight with fear and frustration. The progress they had made in finding peace now felt like a distant memory, their home once again under siege by an unseen force. Dr. Vance listened with grave concern, acknowledging the significant shift in the nature of their experiences. The emergence of this new presence is troubling, she admitted. The coldness, the sense of vast emptiness, the more forceful physical manifestations, it suggests we're dealing with something quite different from Eleanor and Thomas. She theorized that the resolution of the previous haunting might have inadvertently created a vacuum, an energetic opening that had allowed a different entity to enter their space. She explained that some entities are drawn to places where strong emotional energies have been present, feeding off the residual vibrations or simply finding an easier point of entry. She suggested they try to gather more information about this new presence. She recommended using the voice recorder again, this time focusing their mental inquiries on the nature of this entity, its intentions, and its connection to their apartment. She also suggested they try to sense its emotional state to see if they could discern any feelings or motivations behind its manifestations. That night, they placed a voice recorder by their bedside with a renewed sense of apprehension. As Sarah drifted into sleep, the swirling darkness returned, more intense than ever. Focusing her mind, she projected a sense of cautious inquiry, mentally asking, "What are you?" The darkness seemed to pulse in response, and a faint, chilling whisper, unlike the sorrowful tones of Thomas, echoed in her mind. Nothing. Across the room, Mark found himself in the cold expanse of his dream, the echoing silence pressing on him, and the feeling of being watched intensified. He projected a mental inquiry. "What do you want?" The vast emptiness seemed to ripple, and a sense of utter indifference washed over him, as if his question held no meaning in this cold, uncaring void. The next morning, the word "nothing" echoed in Sarah's memory, a chillingly nihilistic response. The recording captured only silence during her episode. During Mark's episode, however, there was a faint, low-frequency drone underlying the ambient sounds, a vibration that seemed to resonate with the cold emptiness of his dream. They shared their experiences in the recording with Dr. Vance, the chilling response leaving them deeply unsettled. Nothing. Dr. Vance repeated thoughtfully. That's a very stark and unsettling answer. It suggests a potential lack of identity, or perhaps a being that defines itself by its absence. She explained that entities that identify as nothing are often considered to be particularly dangerous, lacking empathy or any discernible motivation beyond a desire to drain or consume energy. The coldness they felt, the sense of emptiness in Mark's dream, aligned with this type of entity. The low-frequency drone on the recording during Mark's episode was also concerning, potentially indicating a more powerful or resonant energy signature. The quiet harmony they had found had been shattered by the intrusion of something cold, empty, and potentially dangerous. Their extraordinary journey had taken a dark and unexpected turn, and the familiar walls of their Brooklyn loft now felt like a fragile barrier against a chilling, unknown force. Chapter 34. The Void's Embrace. The chilling response of nothing from a new entity hung heavy in the air of Sarah and Mark's apartment, a stark and terrifying contrast to the sorrowful whispers of Thomas and the gentle presence of Eleanor. The cold, detached energy that had infiltrated their home now felt more pervasive, more threatening, a void seeking to engulf the fragile peace they had fought so hard to achieve. Their days became a tense vigil, every shadow, every unexplained sound amplifying their anxiety. Sleep offered no escape, their nights plagued by the relentless intrusion of the void. Sarah's sleep paralysis intensified, the swirling darkness now feeling like a tangible presence, a suffocating embrace that threatened to consume her. The shadowy figures in her peripheral vision became more defined, their forms gaunt and elongated, their silent movements radiating a chilling malevolence. Mark's dreams plunged him deeper into cold expanse, the echoing silence now punctuated by a faint, rhythmic pulse, like the beating of a vast, unseen heart. The feeling of being watched became a terrifying certainty, the ancient, indifferent presence feeling closer, its gaze like a cold, empty vacuum threatening to draw his very essence into its nothingness. He would often wake up gasping for breath, a profound sense of emptiness clinging to him, the chilling drone from his dreams lingering in the silence of their bedroom. The physical manifestations also escalated. Objects moved with more force and frequency. The temperature drops became more sudden and severe, leaving patches of icy air that linger for extended periods. Strange, unsettling sounds echoed through the apartment. Faint scratching that seemed coming within the walls, not the familiar sounds of Thomas, but a dry, skittering noise that sent shivers down their spines. They contacted Dr. Vance in a state of near panic. The fragile hope they had clung to now seemingly extinguished by the encroaching darkness. The nihilistic response of the entity, the intensified manifestations, the pervasive sense of dread, it all pointed to a presence far more dangerous and insidious than anything they had encountered before. Dr. Vance's voice was grave as she listened to their harrowing account. The shift in the entity's nature and the escalation of activity are deeply concerning, she admitted. An entity that identifies as nothing and exhibits these kinds of manifestations can be incredibly difficult to deal with. Its lack of defined energy or emotional resonance makes traditional methods of communication or release less effective. She explained that such entities often operate on a primal level, seeking to drain energy and create a sense of chaos and despair. The coldness they felt was likely a manifestation of its energy-draining presence, the emptiness in Mark's dreams a reflection of its own void-like nature. Dr. Vance suggested a more defensive approach. She recommended they focus on strengthening their own energetic boundaries, visualizing a protective shield of light surrounding themselves and their apartment. She also advised them to avoid engaging with the entity in any way, to not ask questions or acknowledge its presence directly, as this could potentially give it more power. They followed her instructions meticulously. They visualized a brilliant white light enveloping their bodies and their home, a protective barrier against the encroaching darkness. They tried to maintain a calm and neutral emotional state, consciously pushing back against the fear and anxiety that threatened to overwhelm them. They avoided speaking about the entity or acknowledging its manifestations, trying to create a sense of energetic detachment. Despite their efforts, the void's embrace seemed to tighten. The unsettling phenomena continued, a relentless assault on their senses and their sanity. The feeling of being watched intensified, the cold, empty gaze feeling constant and intrusive. The line between their waking lives and the terrifying intrusions of the void blurred, leaving them in a state of perpetual fear and exhaustion. One terrifying night, Sarah woke to find the swirling darkness of her sleep paralysis pressing in on her, closer than ever before. The gaunt, elongated figures were no longer in periphery, but standing over her, their silent, empty gazes filled with an unnerving intensity. She felt a cold, draining sensation, as if her very life force was being slowly leached away. Across the room, Mark was jolted awake by a sudden, bone-chilling cold that permeated the air. The low-frequency drone from his dreams had become a physical vibration, shaking the very walls of their bedroom. He felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness, a terrifying certainty that he was being drawn into the cold, uncaring void. They clung to each other in the darkness, their fear a tangible presence in the room. The void had found them, its cold embrace tightening, threatening to extinguish the fragile peace they had once known. Their extraordinary journey had taken its most terrifying turn yet, and the familiar walls of their Brooklyn loft now felt like a prison under siege by a force that was the very essence of nothingness. Chapter 35. Desperate Measures. The suffocating embrace of the void tightened its grip on Sarah and Mark's lives, their Brooklyn loft now a battleground against a cold, nihilistic entity that seemed intent on their utter dissolution. The defensive measures Dr. Vance had suggested offered little respite against its relentless intrusion. The protective white light they visualized felt like a fragile shield against an overwhelming darkness, and their attempts at emotional detachment proved futile against the pervasive sense of dread that clung to them like a second skin. Their waking hours were filled with a gnawing anxiety, every creak of the building, every flicker of shadow fueling their fear. The physical manifestations of the entity intensified, the temperature drops becoming more frequent and severe, leaving icy patches that seemed to linger in defiance of the central heating. The skittering sound within the walls grew louder, more insistent, sometimes accompanied by faint, dry, rustling noises, as if something unseen was moving just beyond their perception. Objects continued to move inexplicably, sometimes sliding slowly and deliberately, other times being thrown across the room with surprising force. Sleep became a nightly torment, a descent into the void's chilling embrace. Sarah's sleep paralysis was now a nightly occurrence, the swirling darkness pressing in on her, the gaunt figures looming closer, their empty gazes seeming to drain her very will to resist. The cold, leeching sensation intensified, leaving her feeling utterly exhausted and emotionally depleted upon waking. Mark's dreams offered no sanctuary. The cold expanse stretched into an infinite abyss, the rhythmic pulsing growing stronger, more insistent, like a relentless heartbeat drawing him deeper into its nothingness. The feeling of being watched became unbearable, the ancient, indifferent presence feeling, as if it were about to reach out and extinguish his very being. The low-frequency drone from his dreams now echoed in his waking hours, a constant, unsettling vibration that seemed to resonate within his bones. Desperate and feeling increasingly helpless, they reached out to Dr. Vance once more, their voices filled with raw fear that even their attempts at composure could not mask. The situation was spiraling out of control, the void's presence becoming more tangible, more threatening with each passing night. Dr. Vance's concern was palpable. "The escalation you're describing is deeply worrying," she admitted. "This entity seems to be gaining strength within your space. Our initial defensive strategies are clearly insufficient." She explained that deal with an entity that identified as nothing required a different approach, one that focused not on communication or release, but on forceful banishment. She emphasized that such methods could be risky and required a focused and powerful intention. Dr. Vance suggested a consultation with a colleague of hers, a seasoned paranormal investigator named Elias Thorne, the same pianist whose music had once triggered a faint echo of Thomas's presence. Dr. Vance explained that Elias had a unique sensitivity to residual energies and had experience in dealing with more negative entities. Hesitantly, Sarah and Mark agreed. The thought of involving another person in their terrifying ordeal was unsettling, but their desperation outweighed their reservations. They felt like they were losing their grip, and the prospect of someone with more experience offering guidance felt like their last hope. Elias arrived a few days later, his demeanor calm and focused. He listened intently as Sarah and Mark recounted the escalating activity and the chilling nature of the void entity. He spent time in their apartment, walking through each room, his eyes closed, his senses seemingly attuned to something beyond their normal perception. After his initial assessment, Elias's expression was serious. "This is a strong, negative presence," he confirmed. "It's feeding on the residual energies in this space, perhaps even amplifying them. The connection to nothingness suggests a primal force, one that needs to be confronted directly." Elias outlined a banishment ritual, one that involves specific incantations, symbolic objects, and a focused rejection of their own will and intention to expel the entity from their home. He emphasized the importance of their unwavering belief and their unified resolve. The prospect of actively confronting this terrifying entity was daunting, but Sarah and Mark felt they had no other choice. The void was tightening its embrace, threatening to consume them entirely. They had to fight back, to reclaim their home and their lives from the encroaching darkness. The desperate measures Elias proposed felt like their last stand against the chilling nothingness that had invaded their world. Chapter 36. Confronting the Void. The banishment ritual Elias outlined felt both ancient and intensely practical, a focused act of defiance against the encroaching nothingness. He explained that their unified will, combined with specific symbols and incantations, could create a powerful energetic force capable of repelling the void entity. The risk, he cautioned, lay in their own fear and doubt, which could weaken their resolve and potentially empower the entity further. Preparation for the ritual took several days. Elias guided Sarah and Mark in cleansing their apartment more thoroughly, using not only sage but also specific herbs known for their protective properties. He instructed them to visualize their home filled with a brilliant, unwavering light, a tangible manifestation of their intent to reclaim their space. He provided them with specific symbols to draw on parchment, symbols of protection and banishment from various traditions. He explained their significance, emphasizing that their belief in the symbol's power was crucial. He also taught them the incantations, ancient words spoken in a firm and resolute voice, intended to create a vibrational barrier against negative energies. The night of the ritual arrived with a palpable tension in the apartment. The rain outside had stopped, leaving an unnerving silence in its wake. The air felt heavy, charged with an unseen energy. Following Elias's instructions, Sarah and Mark had cleared their living room, creating a central space for the ritual. The protective symbols were drawn on the floor, illuminated by the soft glow of candles placed at each cardinal direction. Elias stood in the center of the space, his demeanor calm and focused. Sarah and Mark stood beside him, their hearts pounding with a mixture of fear and a desperate resolve. Elias began the incantation, his voice resonating with ancient power, the words echoing in the stillness of the room. Sarah and Mark joined in, their voices trembling at first, but gaining strength as they focused their intent. As the incantation filled the air, the temperature in the room plummeted, a sudden, icy blast that made their breath catch in their throats. The candles flickered wildly, casting dancing shadows on the walls. A low, guttural growl seemed to emanate from the corners of the room, a sound that felt alien and deeply unsettling. Elias instructed them to focus their visualization of the white light, to project their will to expel the entity with every fiber of their being. Sarah and Mark closed their eyes, picturing the brilliant light intensifying, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. They repeated the incantation, their voices now firm and unwavering, fueled by a primal need to protect their home and themselves. The growling intensified, and the air grew colder, the feeling of the void's oppressive presence becoming almost unbearable. Sarah felt a cold, draining sensation, the familiar leeching of her energy, but this time she pushed back, focusing her will, visualizing the white light searing the darkness. Mark felt a low-frequency drone vibrating through him, the pull of the cold expanse, but he anchored himself to the present, to Sarah, to Elias, their unified resolve a powerful counterforce. Elias's voice rose in intensity, the ancient words of banishment echoing through the apartment. He gestured with a ceremonial blade, cutting through the air, symbolically severing the entity's connection to their space. Sarah and Mark mirrored his movements, their own hands outstretched, their intent unwavering. Suddenly, a high-pitched shriek pierced the air, a sound of pure agony and rage. The temperature in the room fluctuated wildly, hot, then icy cold. The shadows danced erratically, twisting into grotesque shapes. The feeling of the void's presence intensified, a final, desperate surge of cold, empty energy. Then, just as suddenly, it was gone. The shriek ceased. The temperature returned to normal. The candle flame steadied, and the oppressive weight lifted from the air. A profound silence descended upon the living room, a silence that felt clean and pure, devoid of the chilling undercurrent that had plagued their home for so long. They stood there, trembling but resolute, the echoes of the ritual still vibrating in the air. Elias nodded slowly, his expression weary but relieved. "It is done," he said softly. "The void has been repelled, but we must remain vigilant. Such entities can sometimes attempt to return." The relief that washed over Sarah and Mark was immense, a wave of pure, unadulterated joy and gratitude. They had faced the terrifying nothingness that had invaded their lives and, with the help of Elias and their own unified will, they had banished it from their home. The quiet harmony they had once known felt like it might finally return, stronger and more resilient than before. The battle had been fought, and for now they had won. Chapter 37. The Lingering Calm. The immediate aftermath of the banishment ritual brought a profound sense of relief to Sarah and Mark's Brooklyn loft. The oppressive weight of the void had lifted, replaced by a tangible lightness in the air. The chilling cold had vanished, and the unsettling sounds within the walls had ceased. A quiet calm settled over their home, a stark contrast to the terror they had endured for so long. Elias remained with them for a few days, monitoring the apartment for any signs of the void's return. He explained that such negative entities could sometimes attempt to reestablish a foothold, drawn back to the energetic residue of their previous presence. He guided Sarah and Mark in further cleansing rituals, reinforcing protective energy within their home. During this time, they spoke at length with Elias, trying to understand the nature of the entity they had confronted. He explained that beings of nothingness were often drawn to places where strong emotions, both positive and negative, had been intensely experienced. The residual energy of Thomas and Eleanor's lingering presence, coupled with the fear and anxiety they themselves had felt, might have inadvertently created an opening for the void to enter their space. He emphasized the importance of maintaining a balanced and positive energetic environment within their home, suggesting practices like meditation, mindfulness, and filling their space with uplifting music and intentions. He also advised them to be mindful of any lingering fear or anxiety within themselves, as these emotions could potentially weaken their defenses. As the days passed, the calm in their apartment deepened. The subtle stirrings they had experienced before the void's arrival did not return. The music box remained silent, a beautiful antique devoid of its previous unsettling aura. Sleep returned to being a peaceful respite, free from the terrifying intrusions of the void. Elias eventually departed, confident that the immediate threat had been neutralized. He stressed the importance of their continued vigilance, but encouraged them to move forward with their lives, not allowing fear to dictate their existence. He remained in contact, offering his support and guidance should they experience any further disturbances. Life began to slowly return to its new normal. Sarah's design work flourished, her creativity now infused with a deeper sense of peace and resilience. Mark's music resonated with newfound clarity and optimism. Their relationship, tested and ultimately strengthened by their shared ordeal, thrived in the tranquil atmosphere of their home. However, the experience had undeniably changed them. They carried a heightened awareness of the unseen world, a deeper understanding of the potential for both profound connection and terrifying negativity. They approached their lives with greater sense of mindfulness, consciously cultivating positive energy within themselves and their home. They continue to honor the memory of Eleanor and Thomas, their story now intertwined with their own journey through the darkness. The antique music box remained on their mantelpiece, a reminder of the past they had helped to resolve and the unexpected turn their lives had taken. Weeks turned into months, and a lingering calm in their apartment solidified into a sense of lasting peace. The fear that had once gripped them gradually receded, replaced by a quiet confidence and profound gratitude for the sanctuary they had reclaimed. The void's chilling embrace had been repelled, leaving behind a space filled with light, love, and the quiet harmony of a life lived with awareness and resilience. Their extraordinary journey had reached a new chapter, one defined by the hard-won peace they had created within the familiar walls of their Brooklyn loft. The echoes of terror had faded, replaced by the steady rhythm of a life lived with open hearts and a renewed appreciation for the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. Chapter 38. A Distant Resonance. The hard-won peace that settled over Sarah and Mark's Brooklyn loft proved to be a lasting one. Months bled into a year, and their home remained a sanctuary, filled with their creative energy and a quiet sense of well-being. The memory of the void's chilling presence receded into the background, a stark reminder of the darkness they had faced and overcome. Life continued its steady rhythm. Sarah's design business thrived, her reputation for creating spaces with a strong sense of emotional resonance growing steadily. Mark's music reached an even wider audience, his compositions often carrying a subtle undercurrent of resilience and hope that resonated deeply with listeners. Their relationship, forged in the fires of the extraordinary, deepened with each passing day, their bond strengthened by the shared experiences that had shaped their understanding of the unseen world. They maintained their quiet rituals, honoring the memory of Eleanor and Thomas, and occasionally playing the antique music box, its delicate melody now carrying a sense of gentle nostalgia rather than unease. Their lives felt firmly rooted in the present, the shadows of the past finally at bay. One blustery winter evening, Sarah and Mark decided to attend a gallery opening in their neighborhood. The featured artist was a newcomer known for his abstract paintings, works that were often described as evoking a sense of vastness and unsettling emptiness. As they stood before one particularly striking canvas, a wave of cold washed over Mark, a distinct and unwelcome chill that raised goosebumps on his arms. He glanced around the crowded gallery, but the temperature seemed normal. Sarah, standing beside him, hadn't noticed anything unusual. The cold sensation lingered for a moment, then dissipated as quickly as it had arrived, leaving Mark with a faint prickle of unease. Later that evening, as they discussed the artwork, Mark mentioned the sudden chill he had experienced. Sarah listened thoughtfully, a flicker of concern in her eyes. "It reminded you of the void, didn't it?" she asked softly. Mark nodded, a shiver tracing its way down his spine. "It did, that same cold, empty feeling. But it was so brief, so localized. They dismissed it as perhaps a trick of the mind, a fleeting association triggered by the artist's unsettling imagery. However, over the next few weeks, Mark experienced similar, brief episodes of intense cold in other unexpected places. A crowded subway car, a bustling coffee shop, even in their own sun-drenched living room. Each time, the sensation was fleeting and localized, and Sarah did not experience it. These isolated incidents began to gnaw at Mark's peace of mind. The chilling presence of the void had left a deep imprint, and these unexpected brushes with cold triggered a primal fear of its return. He found himself becoming hypervigilant, constantly scanning his environment for any sign of its encroaching energy. Sarah, though concerned, tried to reassure him that these were likely just residual echoes, his heightened sensitivity reacting to subtle environmental factors or even his own subconscious memories. They spoke with Dr. Vance, who reiterated that such lingering sensitivities were not uncommon after intense paranormal experiences. She suggested Mark try some grounding techniques and focus on reaffirming protective energy within himself. However, one particularly unsettling night, Mark awoke in a cold sweat, the low-frequency drone from his nightmares echoing in the silence of their bedroom. the feeling of vast emptiness pressing on him, a chilling reminder of the void's embrace. Sarah, though not fully awake, stirred beside him, murmuring restlessly in her sleep. The next morning, they were both shaken. Mark's renewed encounter with the void in his sleep, coupled with the recurring episodes of intense cold, felt like more than just residual echoes. It felt like a distant resonance, a faint but persistent reminder that the void's influence might not be entirely banished, that its cold emptiness might still be lurking just beyond the edges of their awareness. The hard-won piece of their lives felt subtly threatened, a distant tremor in the foundations of their sanctuary, leaving them with a renewed sense of cautious unease about the unseen forces that might still be at play in their world. Chapter 39. The Lingering Shadow. Mark's renewed encounter with the void in his sleep, coupled with the unsettling episodes of intense cold, cast a lingering shadow over their hard-won peace. The distant resonance of that cold emptiness felt like a subtle intrusion, a persistent reminder that the banishment might not have been as absolute as they had hoped. The familiar comfort of their Brooklyn loft was now tinged with a renewed sense of unease, a quiet anxiety that gnawed at the edges of their daily lives. Mark found himself increasingly preoccupied, the fleeting brushes with cold triggering a hypervigilance that was difficult to shake. He would constantly scan his surroundings, his senses acutely attuned to any subtle shift in temperature, any hint of the void's chilling presence. Sleep offered little sanctuary, the low-frequency drone occasionally returning to the edges of his dreams, a subtle vibration of encroaching emptiness. Sarah, though deeply concerned for Mark, tried to remain grounded, reminding him of Dr. Vance's reassurances about lingering sensitivities. She focused on reinforcing the positive energy within their home, filling their space with light, music, and affirmations of peace and protection. However, even her own sense of security felt subtly eroded by Mark's persistent unease. One particularly unsettling afternoon, Mark was alone in the apartment, attempting to work on a new musical piece. The melody he was composing was intended to be uplifting and hopeful, but he found himself struggling to maintain its light-hearted tone. A sudden, intense wave of cold washed over him, localized the area around the piano. The air seemed to thicken, and for a fleeting moment, he had a distinct impression of a vast, empty space pressing in on him. He recoiled from the piano, his heart pounding, the joyous melody abruptly silenced. He called Sarah, his voice tight with a fear he hadn't felt since the height of their ordeal. When she returned, the cold spot was gone, the air in the apartment feeling normal. But the palpable fear in Mark's voice and the stark terror in his eyes were undeniable. They contacted Elias Thorne, their renewed apprehension evident in their voices. They recounted Mark's intensified experience, the distinct impression of the void pressing in on him during his waking hours. Elias listened with grave concern. This suggests that the void's connection to your space might not have been entirely severed, he admitted. It could be attempting to reestablish a foothold, drawn to Mark's lingering sensitivity, or perhaps to some residual energetic vulnerability within the apartment itself. He explained that banishment rituals were not always absolute, and that persistent negative entities could sometimes find ways to circumvent the protective barriers. He suggested a more intensive cleansing of their apartment, one that focused on sealing any potential energetic openings and reinforcing the boundaries they had created. Elias returned to their loft a few days later, bringing with him additional protective tools and a more potent cleansing ritual. This time, the ritual involved not only sage and protective herbs, but also specific crystals known for their ability to ward off negative energies and amplify positive vibrations. The incantations were more forceful, spoken with a clear intention to permanently sever the void's connection to their home. As they performed the ritual, the atmosphere in the apartment shifted dramatically. The air crackled with energy, and the temperature fluctuated wildly. Mark felt the familiar cold trying to encroach, but this time it felt weaker, as if being actively repelled by the combined energy of the ritual. Sarah focused her will, visualizing protective light surrounding their home, becoming a tangible barrier against the encroaching darkness. The ritual culminated in Elias placing protective crystals at key points throughout the apartment, sealing the energetic boundaries they had created. A sense of renewed peace settled over the loft, this time feeling more solid, more enduring. However, Elias cautioned them that Mark's sensitivity might remain, and they needed to be vigilant in maintaining a positive, energetic environment. He taught Mark specific grounding and shielding techniques to use whenever he felt the void's distant resonance. In the weeks that followed, the intense cold episodes lessened in frequency and intensity. The low-frequency drone in Mark's sleep faded away. A sense of cautious optimism began to return to their lives. The lingering shadow of the void had not entirely disappeared, but they felt better equipped to manage its distant resonance, their home once again feeling like a protected sanctuary. Their journey, it seemed, was a continuous process of vigilance and resilience, a testament to their determination to safeguard the peace they had fought so hard to achieve. Chapter 40. The Enduring Vigil. The more intensive cleansing ritual performed by Elias brought a renewed sense of stability to Sarah and Mark's Brooklyn loft. The oppressive feeling of the void's encroaching presence receded, replaced by a fragile but persistent calm. The intense cold episodes became less frequent, and the low-frequency drone in Mark's sleep finally faded into silence. A cautious optimism began to bloom once more in their lives, a tentative hope that they had finally managed to secure their sanctuary. Mark diligently practiced the grounding and shielding techniques Elias had taught him, visualizing a strong, protective light surrounding himself whenever he felt the distant resonance of the void. Sarah focused on maintaining a positive and harmonious environment within their home, filling their space with uplifting music, fragrant herbs, and affirmations of peace and resilience. They both understood that their vigilance had to be ongoing, a continuous effort to safeguard the hard-won tranquility of their lives. Life gradually settled back into a familiar rhythm, albeit one now tinged with deeper awareness of the unseen forces that could potentially intrude upon their reality. Sarah's design work continued to flourish, her creations often reflecting a sense of inner strength and resilience. Mark's music gained further acclaim, his compositions now carrying a profound emotional depth that resonated with listeners who perhaps also navigated their own personal darkness. Their relationship, tested and strengthened by their extraordinary journey, thrived in the peaceful atmosphere of their home, their bond now an unshakable anchor against any lingering shadows. They remained in contact with Elias, providing updates on their well-being and any subtle shifts in their environment. Elias reiterated the importance of their continued vigilance, but expressed his belief that the void's connection to their apartment had been significantly weakened, if not entirely severed. He emphasized that their own inner strength and unified resolve were their most potent defenses. Years continued to pass in their Brooklyn loft. The intense fear they had once known became a distant memory, a stark reminder of the darkness they had faced and overcome. The subtle echoes of Eleanor and Thomas remained a peaceful part of their home's history, gentle reminders of the interconnectedness of lives across time and the power of empathy. Mark experienced fewer and fewer episodes of the void's distant resonance, his grounding and shielding techniques proving increasingly effective. Sarah maintained a positive energy within their apartment, creating a sanctuary that felt truly safe and protected. Their home became a testament to their resilience, a space where light and love had ultimately triumphed over darkness and despair. One quiet evening, as they sat on their balcony, overlooking the twinkling lights of the city, Sarah turned to Mark, a peaceful smile gracing her lips. "You know," she said softly, "we went through something truly terrifying, but we came out the other side stronger." Mark took her hand, his gaze filled with love and a quiet understanding. "We did, and we learned that even in the face of nothingness, our connection, our will to fight for our peace, that's everything." They sat in comfortable silence, the quiet harmony of their lives a testament to their enduring vigil. The shadows of the past had receded, replaced by the steady glow of hope and resilience. Their Brooklyn loft remained their sanctuary, a space where they had faced the darkness and emerged into a lasting calm, their lives forever marked by the extraordinary journey they had shared and the enduring strength of their love. The echoes of terror had finally faded, replaced by the quiet resonance of a peace they had fought for and ultimately won, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to overcome even the deepest darkness. Stage 5, New Ripples. Chapter 41, A Lingering Sensitivity. Years unfolded with a quiet grace in Sarah and Mark's Brooklyn loft. The intense battles they had fought against unseen forces had receded into the realm of memory, leaving behind profound appreciation for the sanctuary they had reclaimed. Their home remained a testament to their resilience, a space filled with their creative energy and the comforting rhythm of their shared lives. Sarah's design work continued to flourish, her understanding of space now subtly informed by her experiences with the unseen energies that could permeate a place. Mark's music resonated with a depth and emotional maturity that touched a growing audience, his compositions often exploring themes of resilience and the enduring power of connection. Their bond, forged in the crucible of the extraordinary, remained their unwavering anchor. The memories of Eleanor and Thomas had softened into a gentle nostalgia, their story a poignant reminder of the interconnectedness of lives across time. The antique music box, a silent sentinel on their mantelpiece, occasionally filled their home with its delicate melody, a sweet echo of a bygone era. The chilling presence of the void, though a stark memory, no longer held sway over their daily lives. Mark, however, continued to experience a lingering sensitivity. The distant resonance of the void, though significantly diminished, would occasionally manifest as a fleeting wave of intense cold or a subtle echo of that vast emptiness. These episodes were infrequent and brief, but they served as a persistent reminder of the darkness they confronted and the vigilance they needed to maintain. He had become adept at using the grounding and shielding techniques Elias had taught him, visualizing protective light whenever he felt the faintest stirring of that cold emptiness. One particularly mild spring evening, Sarah and Mark decided to attend an outdoor film screening in a nearby park. As they sat on a blanket under the starry sky, enjoying the movie, Mark felt a sudden, sharp chill localized to the space around him. It was more intense than the fleeting episodes he had experienced in recent years, carrying a distinct echo of the void's oppressive cold. He tensed, his senses immediately on high alert. He glanced around the park, but the air felt warm and balmy. Sarah, engrossed in the film, hadn't noticed anything unusual. The cold sensation lingered for a few moments, then slowly dissipated, leaving Mark with a knot of unease in his stomach. He didn't mention it to Sarah immediately, not wanting to disrupt their peaceful evening, but the intensity of the chill and its distinct resonance with the void troubled him. It felt different from the faint echoes he had grown accustomed to managing. Over the next few weeks, these more intense episodes of cold returned with increasing frequency, often occurring in unexpected places: a crowded bookstore, a sunlit cafe, even within the familiar walls of their loft. Each time, the chill carried that unmistakable echo of the void's cold emptiness, and Mark felt a growing sense of unease that his carefully constructed defenses might be weakening. Sleep also became more restless. The low-frequency drone, which had been absent for so long, began to return to the edges of his dreams, a subtle vibration of encroaching emptiness. The feeling of being watched, that cold, indifferent gaze, flickered at the periphery of his awareness during his waking hours. He finally shared his growing concerns with Sarah, his voice filled with a weariness that mirrored the return of his old anxieties. "It's coming back, Sarah," he said, the words heavy with dread. "I can feel it. The cold, the emptiness, it's not just a lingering sensitivity anymore." Sarah listened with a growing sense of alarm. The hard-won peace they had cherished seemed to be slipping away, the distant resonance of the void growing stronger, casting a new shadow over their lives. Their extraordinary journey, it seemed, might not have reached its final chapter after all. The familiar walls of their Brooklyn loft, once a symbol of their triumph over darkness, now felt vulnerable once more, the quiet calm subtly disrupted by the unsettling return of a chilling, unwelcome presence. Chapter 42, A Creeping Chill. Mark's growing unease was palpable, a subtle but persistent tension that permeated the once tranquil atmosphere of their Brooklyn loft. The fleeting brushes with the void's cold emptiness were no longer isolated incidents. They were becoming more frequent, more intense, a creeping chill that seemed to seep into the very fabric of their home. Sleep offered little respite. The low-frequency drone now a more consistent presence at the edges of Mark's dreams, accompanied by a growing sense of that vast, indifferent emptiness. Sarah watched Mark with a deepening concern. The hard-won peace they had both cherished was visibly eroding, replaced by a return of the anxiety and hypervigilance that had plagued them during their initial terrifying encounters. She tried to remain a source of strength, reinforcing their protective rituals and filling their home with positive affirmations. But even her own sense of security felt increasingly fragile. One sweltering summer afternoon, as they were preparing dinner, a sudden and significant drop in temperature enveloped their kitchen. It wasn't a localized chill that dissipated quickly. It was a bone-deep cold that lingered, making their breath visible in the warm air. The hairs on Sarah's arms stood on end, and Mark's face paled visibly. The feeling was unmistakably the void's presence, more potent and sustained than anything they had experienced since the banishment ritual. A low, almost subsonic hum filled the apartment, a vibration that seemed to resonate deep within their bones, mirroring the drone from Mark's nightmares. A sense of oppressive emptiness washed over them, a chilling reminder of the void's nihilistic nature. The joy and comfort that usually filled their homes seemed to drain away, replaced by a heavy, foreboding silence. They clung to each other, their fear a tangible presence in the suddenly frigid room. This was no fleeting echo. The void felt like it was actively re-establishing its presence, its cold tendrils reaching out to reclaim their space. They immediately contacted Elias, their voices tight with a renewed terror. The fragile hope they had nurtured for so long seemed to be crumbling, the darkness threatening to engulf them once more. Elias's response was immediate and grave. "The return of such intense manifestations is deeply concerning," he said, his voice filled with a palpable urgency. "It suggests that the void's connection to your apartment was not fully severed, or that it has found a new way to breach your defenses. We need to act quickly and decisively." He explained that the void might be drawn to a source of vulnerability, perhaps Mark's lingering sensitivity or some subtle energetic imbalance within their home. He suggested another intensive cleansing ritual, even more potent than the last, combined with measures to specifically target and seal any potential entry points for the entity. Elias returned to their loft within hours, his presence a reassuring anchor in the growing storm of their fear. This time, his approach was more forceful, his energy radiating a focused determination. The cleansing ritual involved not only the familiar herbs and crystals, but also elements of ancient warding practices, intended to create an impenetrable barrier against negative energies. The incantations Elias chanted were more powerful, his voice resonating with an unwavering authority. Sarah and Mark joined in, their fear now channeled into a fierce resolve to protect their home and their lives. The air crackled with energy, the temperature fluctuating wildly as they fought back against the encroaching cold. As the ritual reached its peak, a visible manifestation occurred. A swirling vortex of dark energy briefly formed in the center of their living room, a chillingly familiar echo of the void's oppressive presence. Elias's voice rose in a final, forceful banishment, directing a beam of focused energy towards a vortex. With a high-pitched shriek that seemed to tear through the very air, the vortex dissipated, leaving behind a palpable sense of emptiness, followed by a gradual return of warmth. Exhausted but resolute, they stood in the aftermath of the ritual, the air still charged with residual energy. Elias placed additional protective sigils throughout their apartment, reinforcing the energetic boundaries. He emphasized the need for constant vigilance, and for Mark to diligently continue his shielding practices. The creeping chill had returned, bringing with it a renewed wave of terror. But this time, they had met it with more forceful resistance, a desperate act of defiance against the encroaching void. The battle was far from over, but they had once again drawn a line in the sand, determined. Chapter 43, A Fragile Barrier. The second banishment ritual, more intense and focused than the first, left Sarah and Mark drained but with renewed, albeit fragile, sense of hope. The visible manifestation of the void's dark energy, followed by an abrupt dissipation, felt like a significant victory, a forceful pushback against the encroaching darkness. The bone-deep cold that had gripped their apartment receded, replaced by a tentative warmth. Elias remained with them for several days, his presence a steadying force in the aftermath of the intense confrontation. He meticulously checked the energetic boundaries of their loft, reinforcing protective sigils and guiding Sarah and Mark in daily cleansing rituals to dispel any lingering residue of the void's presence. He emphasized the importance of their continued vigilance, explaining that the void, having attempted to reestablish its foothold, might try again, perhaps in a more subtle or insidious way. Mark diligently continued his shielding practices, visualizing a brilliant white light surrounding him at all times, a proactive defense against the void's chilling influence. Sarah focused on nurturing a positive and harmonious atmosphere within their home, filling it with the sounds of uplifting music, the soothing aromas of protective herbs, and spoken affirmations of peace and strength. They both understood that their sanctuary required constant tending, a conscious effort to maintain the fragile barrier they had erected against the encroaching darkness. Life began to inch its way back towards a semblance of normalcy, but the underlying tension remained. The memory of the swirling vortex of dark energy and the bone-chilling cold lingered in their minds, a stark reminder of persistent threat they faced. Sleep remained fitful for Mark, the low-frequency drone occasionally returning as a faint whisper at the edge of his dreams, a subtle reminder of the vast emptiness that lurked just beyond his consciousness. One quiet evening, as they were reading in their living room, a small framed photograph on their bookshelf, a cherished image from their wedding day, suddenly fell to the floor with a sharp crack. There was no discernible cause, no vibrations, no uneven surface. It simply detached from the wall and fell. They exchanged a wary glance, their senses immediately on high alert. While seemingly innocuous, the event felt like a subtle probe, a testing of their defenses. Over the next few weeks, other minor, unsettling occurrences followed. A flickering light in their hallway, a door creaking open slightly in the dead of night, a faint whisper that seemed to come from nowhere. Each incident, though easily dismissed individually, collectively contributed to a growing sense of unease. It felt as if the void was still present in some subtle way, testing the boundaries of their protection, probing for any weakness. They contacted Elias, their apprehension evident in their voices. They recounted the minor but persistent anomalies, their fear that the void might be attempting a more gradual re-entry into their lives. Elias acknowledged their concerns, explaining that persistent negative entities could sometimes adopt a strategy of attrition, attempting to wear down their defenses through subtle and unsettling occurrences. He reiterated the importance of their unwavering vigilance and suggested a further strengthening of their protective measures. He guided them in a more intricate shielding ritual for their apartment, focusing on creating a layered defense of positive energy. This involved not only visualization and incantations, but also the strategic placement of mirrors to deflect negative energies and the burning of specific incense blends known for their potent protective properties. As they performed the ritual, the atmosphere in their loft felt charged with palpable energy, a vibrant hum that seemed to resonate with their intent. They visualized their home enveloped in multiple layers of shimmering light, an impenetrable fortress against the encroaching darkness. In the weeks that followed, the minor unsettling occurrences gradually subsided. The flickering light steadied, the creaking doors fell silent, and the faint whispers ceased. A more solid sense of peace began to settle over their home, a feeling that their layered defenses were holding strong. However, the memory of the void's persistent attempts to breach their sanctuary served as a constant reminder that their battle might be a long one, an enduring vigil against a force that sought to extinguish the light in their lives. The fragile barrier they had erected required constant reinforcement, a testament to their unwavering determination to protect their home and the precious peace they had fought so hard to achieve. Chapter 44. A Shared Burden. The layered defenses they had erected around their Brooklyn loft, guided by Elias, brought a renewed sense of security to Sarah and Mark's lives. The subtle, unsettling occurrences that had followed the second banishment ritual gradually faded, replaced by a more stable and reassuring calm. Their home once again felt like a true sanctuary, a space where they could finally breathe without the constant underlying tension of an encroaching darkness. However, the persistent threat of the void, its relentless attempts to breach their sanctuary, had taken a toll on Mark. The lingering sensitivity he possessed made him the primary conduit for its distant resonance, and the constant vigilance he maintained was emotionally and mentally exhausting. While the intense manifestations had subsided, the subtle reminders of the void's potential return cast a long shadow over his peace of mind. Sarah saw the strain on Mark, the subtle weariness in his eyes, the occasional moments of distraction as he subconsciously scanned their surroundings. She felt a deep empathy for his burden, a shared weight of responsibility for protecting their home. While she wasn't as directly affected by the void's distant pull, she understood the constant effort he exerted to maintain his shields and the underlying anxiety that lingered beneath his calm exterior. They spoke openly about Mark's ongoing struggle, their conversations filled with honesty and mutual support. Sarah reassured him of her unwavering presence and her commitment to facing any future challenges together. Mark expressed his gratitude for her strength and understanding, acknowledging that her unwavering belief in their ability to overcome any darkness was a constant source of comfort. Determined to alleviate Mark's burden, Sarah began to explore ways she could actively contribute to their defense. She researched different protective practices, delving into ancient folklore, crystal healing, and energy work. She shared her findings with Elias, who offered guidance and encouragement, emphasizing the power of their combined intention. Together, Sarah and Mark began to incorporate new elements into their daily routines. They meditated together, visualizing their home filled with a radiant, protective light, their combined energy amplifying its potency. They created small protective charms using crystals and herbs, placing them strategically throughout their apartment. Sarah also began to learn basic energy shielding techniques, hoping to create her own layer of defense and lessen Mark's constant responsibility. One quiet evening, as Mark felt a faint wave of the void's cold resonance wash over him, Sarah instinctively reached out and placed her hand on his arm, visualizing a warm, golden light flowing from her hand into his body, reinforcing his shields. Mark felt an immediate sense of grounding and strength, the chilling sensation receding more quickly than usual. This shared act of protection marked a turning point. It wasn't just Mark bearing the burden of their defense. Sarah was actively participating, their combined energy creating a stronger and more resilient barrier against the void. The feeling of shared responsibility lessened Mark's sense of isolation and empowered them both. In the weeks and months that followed, the distant resonance of the void continued to manifest occasionally, but its intensity seemed to diminish. Mark's ability to manage its influence strengthened with Sarah's active support, their combined energy creating a powerful synergy of protection. The subtle reminders of the darkness they had faced no longer felt like an overwhelming threat, but rather a challenge they could face together, their bond an unbreakable shield against the encroaching nothingness. The fragile barrier they had erected around their home had become a shared responsibility, a testament to their enduring love and their unwavering determination to protect the peace they had fought so hard to achieve. Their vigilance remained, but was now a shared burden, carried with the strength of their united hearts. Chapter 45. A Shifting Landscape. The active participation of Sarah in their defensive efforts created a significant shift in the energetic landscape of their Brooklyn loft. The burden of constant vigilance no longer rested solely on Mark's shoulders. Their combined strength and shared intention forged a more resilient barrier against the void's distant resonance. The episodes of chilling cold and the subtle whispers of emptiness became less frequent and less intense, their home feeling more securely anchored in a space of light and peace. Life began to flourish once more. Sarah's design work took on a new dimension, her creations often incorporating subtle protective elements and a deeper understanding of the energetic flow within a space. Mark's music resonated with an even greater sense of hope and resilience, his compositions carrying an undercurrent of strength that touched listeners on a profound level. Their relationship deepened, their shared experiences forging an unbreakable bond of love and understanding. They continued their daily rituals together, their combined meditation amplifying protective energy within their home. The crystals and charms they had placed throughout their loft seemed to hum with a vibrant energy, their presence a constant reminder of their unified defense. Sarah's burgeoning ability to shield herself provided Mark with much-needed respite, allowing him to relax more fully and release some of the persistent tension he had carried for so long. One crisp autumn evening, as they were enjoying a quiet dinner, a new and unfamiliar sensation permeated their apartment. It wasn't the chilling cold of the void, nor the gentle echoes of Eleanor and Thomas. This felt different. It was a subtle tingling in the air, a faint buzzing sensation that seemed to vibrate just beneath their skin. The lights in their living room flickered momentarily, and a faint, high-pitched whine, unlike any sound they had encountered before, echoed briefly in the silence. They exchanged a puzzled glance, their senses immediately on alert. This felt neither malevolent nor sorrowful, but simply present. Curious, Mark reached out with his senses, trying to discern the nature of this new energy. It felt chaotic, almost random, like static electricity in the air. Over the next few weeks, these unusual occurrences continued, albeit sporadically. The tingling sensation would return, sometimes accompanied by the faint high-pitched whine or a fleeting visual anomaly. A brief shimmer in the air, a shadow that moved when nothing else did. These events were never frightening, but they were undeniably strange, a new layer of the unexplained being woven into the fabric of their home. They contacted Elias, their curiosity outweighing their apprehension. They described the new sensations, emphasizing their lack of any negative or sorrowful resonance. Elias listened intently, his initial concern giving way to thoughtful contemplation. "This is intriguing," he said. "It doesn't sound like the void, nor does it resonate with the energies of Eleanor or Thomas. It could be a new presence entirely, or perhaps a manifestation of something else within the energetic landscape of your building or the surrounding area." He explained that the resolution of strong, energetic imprints, like those left by Eleanor and Thomas, and the forceful banishment of the void, could sometimes create ripples in the energetic fabric of location, potentially attracting other, less defined energies. He suggested they observe these new occurrences without engaging with them directly. He advised them to maintain their protective rituals, but to approach this new phenomenon with cautious curiosity rather than fear. He also recommended they try to sense if this new energy had any particular focus or intention. As they followed Elias's advice, they began to notice a pattern. The new sensation seemed to be more pronounced in areas of their apartment where they had experienced the most intense paranormal activity in the past. The bedroom where their initial hauntings occurred, the living room where they had confronted the void. It was as if these locations retained a subtle energetic sensitivity, now reacting to something new. The landscape of their home, once defined by sorrow and fear, seemed to be shifting once more, hinting at new mysteries yet to be understood. Chapter 46. Whispers of Static. The perplexing new sensations continue to weave themselves into the fabric of Sarah and Mark's lives, a subtle yet persistent layer of the unexplained within the familiar comfort of their Brooklyn loft. The tingling in the air, the fleeting high-pitched whine, the momentary visual anomalies. They were never frightening, never carried the oppressive weight of the void or the melancholic resonance of Eleanor and Thomas. Instead, they felt random, almost like a glitch in the energetic matrix of their home. As they followed Elias's advice to observe without engaging, Sarah and Mark began to notice a peculiar characteristic of these new occurrences. They often seemed to coincide with the use of electronic devices within their apartment. The tingling in the air would intensify when Sarah was working on her computer. The faint whine would sometimes accompany the flickering of a lamp, and the visual shimmers seemed to appear near their television screen. Intrigued, Mark began to experiment. He would intentionally turn electronic devices on and off, observing if there was any correlation with the unusual sensations. To their surprise, there seemed to be a connection. The tingling would often intensify when a device was switched on, and the faint whine would sometimes occur just as a device powered down. The visual shimmers were harder to pin down, but seemed to appear more frequently when multiple electronic devices were in use simultaneously. This connection to technology shifted their understanding of the phenomenon. It no longer felt like a distinct new presence, but rather a manifestation of some kind of energetic interference, perhaps an unintended consequence of the intense paranormal activity their apartment had previously experienced. The energetic landscape of their home, having been so dramatically altered, might now be reacting to the electromagnetic fields generated by their modern appliances. They shared this new observation with Elias, who found it to be a fascinating development. This aligns with some theories about how intense paranormal events can sometimes leave behind a kind of energetic residue that can interact with electromagnetic fields, he explained. It's as if the fabric of your space has become temporarily sensitized. He suggested they try to minimize their use of electronics, especially during periods when the sensations were more pronounced, to see if it had any effect. He also recommended they explore the possibility of using devices designed to neutralize electromagnetic fields, although he cautioned that the science in this area was still somewhat nascent. Sarah and Mark began to consciously reduce their reliance on technology, especially in the evenings. They found themselves reading more, listening to acoustic music, and enjoying quieter, more analog activities. To their surprise, the intensity and frequency of the tingling, whining, and visual shimmers did seem to lessen. However, they didn't disappear entirely. Occasionally, even with minimal electronic use, they would still experience these strange sensations, albeit in a milder form. It was as if the energetic imprint was still present, occasionally flaring up in response to subtle environmental factors, or perhaps even their own residual sensitivities. One quiet night, as they sat reading by candlelight, a faint, high-pitched whine echoed briefly in the stillness. It was so subtle they almost dismissed it as a trick of their ears. But then, a faint shimmer appeared in the air near the unlit television screen, lasting only for a fleeting second before vanishing. They exchanged a knowing glance. The whispers of static, as they had begun to call these strange occurrences, were still present, a persistent reminder that their home held layers of the unexplained that they were still working to understand. The shifting landscape of their apartment continued to reveal new mysteries, subtle ripples in the energetic fabric of their lives. Chapter 47. A Lingering Question of Place. The subtle whispers of static persisted in Sarah and Mark's Brooklyn loft, a gentle yet persistent reminder of the energetic shifts their home had undergone. While minimizing their use of electronics had seemed to lessen the intensity and frequency of the tingling, whining, and visual shimmers, these phenomena hadn't vanished entirely. They had become a peculiar background hum to their lives, an accepted oddity within the familiar comfort of their space. As they lived with these strange occurrences, Sarah began to develop a new theory. While the interaction with electronics seemed undeniable, she wondered if the location of their apartment within the building, or even the building itself, held some inherent energetic quality that was now being amplified or altered by the residual energies of their past experiences. Their loft was on the top floor of a brownstone that dated back to the late 19th century. It had witnessed generations of lives, each leaving its own subtle energetic imprint. The smallpox hospital that had once existed nearby, the fire on the adjacent lot. These historical events might have also contributed to the building's overall energetic makeup. She began to research the history of the specific building more deeply, delving into old city records and local archives. She was looking for any information beyond the basic construction dates and occupant lists, anything that might hint at unusual events, accidents, or even the land's history before the building was erected. Her research yielded some intriguing, albeit inconclusive, details. There were rumors of a minor fire in the building's basement in the 1950s, quickly contained but potentially leaving some energetic residue. She also found a brief mention in an old newspaper article of a possible burial ground for the smallpox hospital's deceased that might have extended beneath their block, although the evidence was circumstantial at best. Sarah shared her findings with Mark, and they discussed the possibility that their apartment, situated on the top floor, might be more susceptible to certain energetic influences, whether from the building's history, the surrounding land, or even cosmic energies. The intense paranormal events they had experienced could have acted as a catalyst, amplifying these pre-existing energies and creating the strange static-like phenomena they were now observing. They also considered the possibility that the specific materials used in the building's construction, the old wood, the brick, even the plaster, might play a role in how energy was conducted and retained within their space. When they shared Sarah's new line of inquiry with Elias, he found it to be a compelling perspective. The energetic history of a place can indeed have a significant impact on its current manifestations, he affirmed. Old buildings, especially those with a long or eventful past, can act like sponges, absorbing and retaining various forms of energy. He suggested they try some techniques to ground and balance the overall energy of their apartment in relation to the building and the earth. This involved using natural elements like stones and plants, as well as practices like mindful connection with the earth's energy through visualization, and even spending time in nearby parks and natural spaces. Sarah and Mark embraced Elias's suggestions. They brought several large potted plants into their loft, choosing varieties known for their grounding properties. They placed smooth, natural stones in various rooms, intuitively selecting pieces that felt energetically resonant. They made a conscious effort to spend more time outdoors, walking barefoot on grass in the park, and visualizing a connection between their own energy and the earth's steady rhythm. As they integrated these practices into their lives, they noticed a subtle shift in the static-like phenomena. The intensity seemed to lessen, and the occurrences felt less random, almost as if they were becoming more integrated with the ambient energy of their home. It was as if they were learning to live in harmony with these subtle energetic ripples, understand that their apartment was not just an isolated space, but part of a larger, interconnected energetic web. The lingering question of place seemed to hold a key to understanding this new chapter in their extraordinary journey. Chapter 48, A Subtle Harmony. The integration of natural elements and grounding practices into Sarah and Mark's lives brought a subtle but noticeable shift in the energetic atmosphere of their Brooklyn loft. The whispers of static, while not entirely absent, seemed to soften, their sharp edges mellowing into a more integrated hum within the ambient energy of their home. The tingling sensations became less intense, the fleeting high-pitched whines less jarring, and the visual shimmers more infrequent and almost dreamlike. It felt as if they were learning to coexist with these subtle energetic ripples, understanding that their apartment was not an isolated entity, but a part of a larger energetic tapestry, interwoven with the building, the land, and perhaps even broader cosmic currents. The frantic, almost electrical quality of the static seemed to be finding a more natural resonance, a subtle harmony within their living space. Mark, in particular, found solace in the grounding practices, spending time barefoot in the park, feeling the cool earth beneath his feet, seemed to quiet the residual anxieties that lingered from their encounters with the void. The visualization of his own energy connecting with the earth's steady rhythm brought a sense of calm and stability, lessening his sensitivity to the more chaotic energetic fluctuations within their apartment. Sarah found herself drawn to the plants they had brought into their loft, tending to them with a mindful awareness. She felt a subtle energetic exchange, a sense of the plants helping to filter and balance the energy within their home. The smooth stones they had placed in various rooms felt cool and grounding to the touch, anchors in the subtle energetic currents. They continued their protective rituals, but now they felt less like a desperate defense against an external threat, and more like a way of maintaining a healthy energetic ecosystem within their home. Their combined meditations focused not just on shielding, but on cultivating a sense of balance and harmony within themselves and their space. One quiet afternoon, as Sarah was sketching by the window, a faint visual shimmer appeared in the air near her drawing table. Instead of feeling startled, she simply observed it with a sense of detached curiosity. It was like watching a heat haze on a summer day, a subtle distortion of the air that lasted only for a few seconds before dissipating. It no longer felt intrusive, but almost like a natural phenomenon within their unique energetic environment. Later that evening, as Mark played a new, particularly mellow piece on his guitar. A faint tingling sensation enveloped his hands as they moved across the fretboard. It wasn't the sharp, electrical tingling they had experienced before, but a softer, almost vibrational hum, as if the music itself was interacting with the subtle energetic field of their home. They discussed these evolving sensations with Elias, who was encouraged by their observations. "It sounds like you are finding a way to harmonize with these energetic ripples," he said. "By grounding yourselves in your space, you're creating a more balanced environment where these phenomena are less jarring and more integrated." He suggested they continue their practices and pay attention to any further shifts in the energetic landscape of their home. He theorized that over time, as their apartment continued to adjust to the intense energetic events of the past, these subtle static-like phenomena might eventually fade away entirely or become an almost imperceptible part of their home's unique energetic signature. Life in their Brooklyn loft settled into a new rhythm, one where the echoes of the past and the subtle whispers of static coexisted with their creative endeavors and their deep connection. Their home felt like a space that had been through a significant transformation, its energetic landscape forever altered, but now finding a new, subtle harmony. Their extraordinary journey had led them to a place of resilience and understanding, where the unseen energies of their lives were no longer a source of fear, but a reminder of the complex and interconnected nature of existence. Chapter 49. A Fading Resonance. The subtle harmony that had settled over Sarah and Mark's Brooklyn loft continued to deepen, the whispers of static becoming an almost imperceptible hum in the background of their lives. The intense, energetic disturbances of the past felt increasingly distant, like echoes fading into the quiet corridors of memory. Their home had truly become a sanctuary, a space where their creative energies flowed freely, grounded by their connection to the earth and balanced by the natural elements they had integrated into their living space. Mark found a renewed sense of peace, the lingering anxieties from their encounters with the void finally beginning to dissipate. His sensitivity to subtle energetic fluctuations remained, but he now possessed the tools and the inner resilience to manage them effectively. The grounding techniques had become an integral part of his daily routine, a way of anchoring himself to the present and quieting the echoes of the past. Sarah continued to cultivate the energetic balance of their home, her connection with the plants and stones deepening. She often felt a subtle vibrancy within their loft, a gentle hum of energy that seemed to support their well-being and creativity. The protective rituals had evolved into mindful practices, a way of consciously nurturing the positive energy within their space. The whispers of static, once a perplexing anomaly, gradually became less frequent and less noticeable. The faint tingling sensations would occur only sporadically, often coinciding with periods of high electromagnetic activity in their neighborhood, serving as a subtle reminder of the interconnectedness of their home with the surrounding environment. The fleeting, high-pitched whines became rare, and the visual shimmers almost vanished entirely, becoming occasional, dreamlike flickers at the periphery of their vision. They continued to live their lives fully, their extraordinary experiences having enriched their understanding of the unseen world without casting a shadow over their present joy. Sarah's design work reached new heights of creativity and emotional depth. Her space is often imbued with a subtle sense of peace and balance. Mark's music resonated with an even greater clarity and emotional resonance, his compositions often exploring themes of resilience, connection, and the quiet beauty of the unseen. Their conversations often touched upon their extraordinary journey, not with fear or anxiety, but with a sense of wonder and gratitude for the lessons they had learned. They had faced darkness and emerged into a deeper understanding of themselves and the interconnectedness of all things. Their Brooklyn loft, once a site of terror and mystery, had become a testament to their resilience and the enduring power of love and compassion. One quiet evening, as they sat on their balcony, overlooking the familiar cityscape, Mark turned to Sarah with a peaceful smile. "Do you remember how afraid we used to be?" he asked softly. Sarah nodded, a gentle smile mirroring his own. "It feels like a lifetime ago. This place, it truly feels like home now." A comfortable silence settled between them, filled with the quiet hum of the city and the subtle, energetic harmony of their loft. The echoes of the past had softened into a gentle resonance, a reminder of the journey they had undertaken and the peace they had ultimately found. The whispers of static, once a perplexing intrusion, were now fading into the background, becoming an almost imperceptible part of the unique energetic signature of their beloved home. Their extraordinary journey, it seemed, was finally reaching a place of lasting tranquility, the echoes of the past resolving into a quiet and enduring peace. Chapter 50. An Enduring Peace. The fading resonance of the past in Sarah and Mark's Brooklyn loft eventually subsided into an almost complete stillness. The whispers of static became so infrequent and subtle that they often went unnoticed, blending seamlessly into the ambient hum of city life. Their home truly embodied the sanctuary they worked so hard to create, a space filled with their love, their creativity, and profound sense of peace that permeated its very walls. Mark's sensitivity to subtle energetic fluctuations continued to diminish, the grounding techniques now an effortless habit, a way of maintaining his inner equilibrium without conscious effort. The echoes of the void's cold emptiness became a distant memory, a stark reminder of the darkness they had overcome, but no longer a source of anxiety. Sarah's connection with the natural elements within their home deepened, the plants thriving, the stones radiating a quiet sense of stability. She often felt a gentle vibrancy within their loft, a subtle hum of positive energy that seemed to nurture their well-being and inspire their creative endeavors. Their protective rituals had evolved into expressions of gratitude and mindfulness, a way of consciously acknowledging and sustaining the harmonious energy of their space. Life unfolded with comfortable rhythm, their extraordinary experiences having woven themselves into rich tapestry of their shared history, not as a source of fear, but as a testament to their resilience and the enduring power of their love. Sarah's design work garnered increasing acclaim, her ability to create spaces that foster both beauty and a sense of profound well-being becoming her signature. Mark's music resonated with an even wider audience, his compositions often carrying an undercurrent of hope and resilience that touched the hearts of listeners around the world. Their conversations often revisited their extraordinary journey, not with trepidation, but with a sense of shared understanding and a quiet appreciation for profound lessons they had learned. They had faced the unknown, navigated darkness, and emerged with a deeper connection to each other and the subtle energies that shape our world. Their Brooklyn loft, once a stage for terror and mystery, now stood as a symbol of their triumph, a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit and the transformative power of love and compassion. Years continued to pass, marked by the gentle unfolding of their lives and the quiet evolution of their dreams. Their home remained their steadfast anchor, a place where they could always find solace, inspiration, and a deep sense of belonging. The echoes of the past had finally faded into a peaceful silence, replaced by the harmonious rhythm of life lived with open hearts and a profound appreciation for the enduring peace they had so bravely fought to attain. Their extraordinary journey had reached its final chapter, their Brooklyn loft bathed in a lasting tranquility, a testament to the enduring power of love and light to overcome even the deepest darkness.